Wait, hold up. It all is based off of the natural human biology of wanting to win, wanting to beat your competition, and all that.
So,
Wait. You ethical motherfuckers are trying to castrate us, right? And
wait,
we're
are
all
you
supposed to
telling
be
me
good,
like if I want to be
for
more
one
powerful,
another.
more of a man, I need to like assault females because I am more powerful?
What?
If I want to assert my dominance, and by doing that I can just like literally roll.
Well, this is what happens, right? Like if you live in
Hold on, King, turn up your fucking G. Okay, you already muted, thank you. Sorry, it was just in my head. So are you telling me like men have to be competitive, like as much as they can be?
Yeah, but competitiveness comes from jealousy. It comes from hate. All hate.
Here comes the
Probably
Pope.
Oh,
the biggest one, hate. And
do you think
you guys trying to castrate us, trying to get rid of that?
Do you think men should
I'm
be
just
hateful?
saying. I think no. I mean, personally, you can do whatever you want, but I'm just saying
Oh,
that
yeah.
the most successful, the most successful, dude, the most
Get a
successful,
question, not answer questions. You can tell.
the most successful people run off of hate and jealousy.
Should men be hateful? Yes or no?
If they are hateful, I don't blame them.
Should
I
they be
think
hateful?
society moves.
That wasn't my question. Should they be hateful? Should men be hateful?
I think men that are hateful are successful.
Should men be hateful? Yes or no?
I answered your question.
Should men be hateful? Yes or no?
I answered your question.
Nice dodge. You keep going.
If they want to win, they
That's
should
what
be
it does,
hateful.
basically.
Listen. The entire point of this is, I'm telling you the reason why, being like focusing way too much on ethics and wanting every human to be good ethically. It goes against human nature. It goes against human nature. It goes against our biology, okay? Humans were meant to be fucking unethical to a certain degree. Now, we do have laws in place because I guess society, advances, and we do have, like, I guess we are idealistic. So, like, we're going to have certain laws in place, right? Like, don't fucking kill somebody, right? But, like, if you're too, like, focused on ethics and all that bullshit, it's just like, dude, you're going to be a fucking, like, I don't know, like a miserable fucking weirdo. Like,
how did you never answer my question?
Should men be hateful? It depends on the fucking guy. I'm just saying hate has benefits to it, and when you strip that away, like, people are going to be
This is really fascinating. I wanted to say really quickly, this reminds me of so I've noticed with AI doesn't actually have an understanding of right or wrong, right? It's just basing itself on, like, what it reads online. It doesn't actually have an understanding of things on its own. It doesn't know if something is true unless it has seen on 1,000 Stack Overflow posts that it is true. That's how it knows it's true, right? And this, like, Fulgencio person, you're being asked, like, a question pretty directly, right? And you're not giving an answer because I don't think that you actually have an opinion on anything. You're just hallucinating is what we call it when the AI does this, where it starts just making up shit and, like, abstracting away from the point whenever you ask it to answer a simple question because it doesn't know how to answer it. It's hallucinations. And, like, I've just noticed that's all. I'm just pointing it out.
Every man has the freedom to feel whatever the fuck he wants to feel. I'm just saying.
How many R's are in the word strawberry?
If a man wants to be hateful, I think that's a beautiful thing.
Bro just wants to yap for like an hour.
No, what I'm telling you is that when you're,
dude. People are trying to use chatbots.
on ethics, this is stupid.
This is so funny. This is funny, actually.
I think chatbots actually respond.
Look. I agree with you that killing animals, yes, yeah, it is quote unquote unethical. Fine, but who gives a shit? They provide much more benefits than we would get from fucking protecting them. Because us humans are not obligated to protect animals. Show us where we are.
Actual chatbots.
That's what I would like to know. Why are humans obligated to protect animals?
So for the same reason that we are obligated to protect each other, it's because we're sentient, we have the experience of life, we don't want to die, we don't want to get hurt.
So if you want to go by biology and human nature, right?
No,
Why do we produce certain enzymes in our stomach that are exclusively made to break down animal protein?
This is literally whataboutism. You asked a question, I answered it. Please, address the question, the answer, my answer, and not go into another fucking veering. Literally nobody was talking about, the biology of a stomach.
I'm letting you know that animals serve a purpose to us, and that is for us to eat.
Yeah, you could put that purpose on mentally challenged humans, and you can farm mentally challenged humans for burgers. You can do that.
No, you can't do that. No, because it's dangerous.
No, it's not. Mentally challenged humans are they literally can't do anything. They can barely wipe their own ass, right?
No. I'm saying eating other humans is dangerous because cannibalism and pathogens.
Oh, that's actually incorrect. So it's
yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's no. That's incorrect. So the point is, hold on. Let me explain why. Let me explain why I'm claiming that it's incorrect. Let me explain. Can you let me talk? Let me explain let me explain why I'm saying that it's incorrect. So it's based on this one island where they used to eat each other as a religious practice, right? They thought they're giving a person a dead body a meaning, and that they honoring that person by eating them. But the Lou Gehrig's disease. Or whatever, right? The prions in the brain came up only because they ate the brains of the humans, right? So there are plenty of prions in cows as well. So if you eat a cow brain, you're gonna get the same disease. So you can just avoid eating the brains, and then you can farm mentally challenged people for burgers, right? That's what happens when you don't talk about morality, when you just veer into this bullshit, right? That's the extension of your logic, not mine. I say let's farm neither.
Yeah, I had a very hard time understanding you with your accent, but anyways, listen, pathogens.
I think it would be cool if I could give my DNA to a machine and it just makes me every day a block of steak made from me. That would be cool. I'd eat that.
I think this is a really important thing. Okay, what did Full, because I can't really pronounce your full name. What did Post just say?
What did Post just say?
Yeah.
She was saying that. Well, I
have listening comprehension.
No. It's just, she has again, Felix's accent is kind of throwing me off.
Yeah, no.
So Post's accent was a bit weird, but what I could get from it was she was saying how that people on the island ate the brain, and that's why they got sick. But that's true, but also not telling the full story. That pathogens pass on easier when you eat other humans because they share DNA to us, are basically the exact same DNA. So diseases pass on quicker, opposed to when you're eating beef, chicken. Diseases don't pass on as easy because we don't share DNA with them exactly like we do with other humans.
So if we could solve this problem of if we could solve this problem, would you say that it's moral to farm mentally challenged people? If we could solve this problem of DNA.
No, it's not. No, obviously
what
it's
would
not
be the problem?
Immoral because they're the same species as us.
No.
And why is that the problem?
I agreed with. So if you weren't here 5 minutes ago, I said I agree with you. It is unethical to kill animals. My entire point was that if you want humans to be ethical on all boards, it's just fucking stupid because you're at that point eventually you're gonna castrate men by doing that because men's success, men's competitive urge sort of relies a bit on unethical traits to some extent.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
If you're
this
way
is
too
ChatGPT.
focused on ethics, you're going against human nature and biology at that point.
Sorry, this is like ChatGPT when something is really, really, really wrong with the ChatGPT. This is terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't believe anything.
I'm just telling you, man. Like when you want humans to be so fucking ethical, it's just it comes to a point where it's just dude, you're gonna strip human emotion out of fucking humans at that point.
I don't agree with this. So this argument really sucks because, like, if we were to use this same logic when it comes to, like, I don't know, spanking your child, right?
Why do you breathe so hard when you talk?
Could you get?
Hey, you good?
Could you get from point
A
to point B, with spanking your children? Sure, you could instill fear in a child to the point where they act like they respect you, and you could get from, you know, age 0 to age 18, and instill what you would call, quote unquote, act right in a child, through spanking. But if you have the ability to get from point A to point B without spanking, and you still choose the route that includes the spanking, then you're just fucking sick in the head.
That was it? Okay. Anyways, so that was...
You don't understand how that,
No,
like,
I
your ethical argument?
No, it was kind of a bad argument. I don't know. It's kind of a weird analogy. Anyways,
you don't understand how that you don't understand how that makes your argument not make any fucking sense. You said that sometimes we just act unethical, and, like, we don't want to strip that away from humans, specifically men, because that, like, castrates us. There's so many instances where we act unethical, where there's a clear option to act ethical, and we choose not to do so. Why is that right?
Dispatch updates received. Dispatch update received.
Yeah, look, I'm just saying, look, it's not black and white. I think certain laws have been in place to prevent humans from doing very wrongful acts, but, like, I'm just saying, being way too strict on ethics and all that to the point where, like, you don't want to kill a fucking chicken to eat it. At that point, it's just like, okay, once you get that done, what other shit are you gonna focus on in terms of making sure every human has good ethics, right? Like, if you focus on having good ethics too much, it's gonna, like, what's the fucking point, man? Like, humans are just gonna be fucking castrated little fucking pussies.
So give us an example. Give us an example, aside from killing animals, where you can be too ethical.
Too ethical. So if you're too ethical, you're not gonna fucking want to.
So give us an example. No, give us an example of, like, what what could they focus on after they make it so that we can't kill chickens?
Okay.
They're gonna focus on this next. So what would that be?
But maybe even taking away technology, because technology has been, like iPhones, for example. iPhones have been proven to kind of ruin the Earth, and they, I guess, speed up global warming. So they're gonna, like, try to take away certain energy sectors.
I feel like I'm in Blade Runner.
Energy sectors and technology and stuff like that. So, I mean, once it's animals, there's, okay, how about global warming? How about let's stop mining for lithium and things like this, because it ruins animals and, where they live, and,
Can I ask, do you care about environmental impact?
Me personally, do I care about it? I mean, I think personally, I mean, who doesn't? But I just don't really buy into the agenda too much. I mean, global warming is real, but I'm like, we don't have a good alternative yet.
Well, do you care about the world? Do you care about the world that your, maybe not your children, but your great-grandchildren or your great-great-grandchildren are going to be living in?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, well, if you care about that world, then why would you say that we could be too ethical when it comes to global warming?
Because but that, like, it's almost like if you like ethic motherfuckers, like, worry so much about veganism, you're gonna, like, once you're done with that, you're gonna go to other fucking sectors. And when that's the fucking.
Wouldn't you agree? I mean, you just basically said that, hey, global warming is real. So So if you're willing to admit that global warming is real, and you're also willing to admit that you care about the world that your great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren are going to have to live in, why would you have any problem with ethical motherfuckers wanting to be more ethical when it comes to our environment?
Because I don't think global warming is as dangerous as they say it's going to be. I think that.
Do you have like any sort of like a degree that supports this?
No, but it's just if you look at it politically, it's just common sense that.
This is just literally feelings. This is just feelings.
So like the people that like
facts beat feelings, beach.
The people that spend like their lives studying the effects of global warming and all that, they're just wasting their time because.
No, I think
you've got a feeling.
I mean that movie.
I don't think people that don't understand capitalism and democracy don't really understand how propaganda works. And global warming is a real fucking thing. But I'm just saying
correlation does not equal causation. Just because you can draw lines of symmetry to explain why things might not be the best does not mean that those things are the way that you think they are.
It kind of does, though. To be honest.
Sure.
Again, back to global warming. Do I want my kids to live in a better environment or grandchildren? Of course I do, but I mean that could tie into a lot of things. It can even tie into economics. I mean, if we kind of go away from conventional energy, our economy's gonna fucking go down the fucking pipe, right? Because I mean, is global warming real? Yeah, I agree, but there's no alternative to conventional crude oil, right? Not any realistic one that we can use in America, right? I do know there's nuclear fusion in the works, but that won't be big enough to energize all of America, right?
I have a question for you.
Hold up. Would I rather my grandchildren live in a crippling economy or in a fucked up, not even really that bad weather circumstances? What's worse?
Well, so you're talking about, well, right now it's fine, but let's just ignore the future.
I'm not ignoring the future. That's why I'm pro nuclear energy. Like I think more investment needs to get into nuclear energy. But I'm saying right now.
Are you pro environment? Environment?
Pro environment. I think everybody is.
As in reducing. Hold on. As in reducing the CO2 emissions, reducing the amount of like fossil fuel being used and such. Like yes.
Okay. No. I am not pro environmentalism when it comes to reducing that. No.
How come?
Because for one, I don't think it poses that much of a threat to global warming, and for the second part, I really feel like if you do that, it's gonna really mess up the economy. And you have to ask yourself, what's worse? What's worse, a downtrending economy, or maybe even a slight increase in the speed of global warming, right?
Sorry, what do you think causes? By the way, it's climate change. It's not global warming. What do you think causes climate change?
Heat. Well, a lot of things, but I think number one thing is heat. Listen, I don't disagree with you guys that.
Wait! You jumped very fast over it. Can you say it again, please? What do you think causes climate change?
Well, the main one is
earlier, and I think I'm causing some climate change right now.
Well, it's heat, and I would say like certain maybe plastics, metals, but I think heat number one factor, right?
So would you say reducing plastic would be a good thing?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Do you reduce plastic?
Is it feasible? But is it feasible? That's the thing. Because, I mean, yeah, it would be great, but the economy would also hurt too. And it's just like,
Jesus Christ, man.
You have to ask yourself, what's worse? What's worse? A downtrending economy or saving fucking climate change?
The Earth dying and becoming uninhabitable is worse than the economy getting temporarily hurt until it adapts to new fucking demands, right?
Wait, hold up. So look, I will support environmentalism when you guys have an alternative to conventional crude oil. That's not here yet. there is no alternative yet. Once you guys have an alternative like nuclear energy, which I think is fascinating, once you go into that and you kind of build that up and you make it safe enough for the whole country to get energized off of it, okay, now I'm behind it. But right now, there's no alternative. Okay, you have to think realistically. If we just stop with fucking drilling, our economy would fucking go down the fucking pipe. Okay, you don't want that.
There are alternatives. They're just getting buried. You know that, right?
What do you mean, they're getting buried?
Well, because there are like
politicians.
Yeah.
Big oil.
They're getting buried. I've been on this earth for 45 years almost. I've been hearing about the alternatives for the fucking like forever. I also went to like industrial design school. We learned about the alternatives. It's the same alternatives. They just don't succeed because they're being stomped on. They're being bought out.
France succeeds. France is succeeding right now. They're mostly nuclear. They found a way. You build your nuclear plants underground. Now I don't know if that's realistic for America,
because politicians are not stopping it there. Right?
Yeah, but I'm saying the politicians in America, they're fucking us over with that shit.
Yeah, so it's about like what is possible and practical in the situation where you are right now. So, for example, even if you don't care about veganism, you can still make it more environmentally. Oh shit! I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, you can still make more environmentally better choices. Like if you know, let's say you have bananas, which is an amazing example. Bananas in a plastic bag or bananas without any plastic. You have the means to buy the non-plastic ones, right? And it's even better when you do.
My issue with your line of thinking and your whole thought process is, you think we are obligated to choose the preference that you want.
I think if you care about these issues, you should be the one who makes a little bit of the change that you can do.
Why are humans obligated to go for change?
Well, I never said that obligate. I'm saying if you care about these issues, you should make actions about towards these issues.
Well, most humans don't care.
Wait. What did I just say?
That most humans don't care.
No. What did I just say? Just a second ago.
Me? But what did I say? Or what did you say?
What did I say? Just a second ago.
That if humans care, they should change.
No. I did not say that. I'll say it again, and I want you to listen. If you care about these issues, you can make actions towards these issues. For example, if I care about, let's say, environmental stuff, I try not to buy things which will cause more environmental damage. So if I can drive for fun, I choose not to because I know it can be bad, especially for the environment. Joyriding.
So would you agree that all this technology you're using right now is bad for the environment? You would agree with that, right?
Depends which technology, right? Like
iPhone.
Let's say buying iPhone every single year, it's bad. Yes, very bad. You should just buy a phone and have it for at least 7, 8, 10 years if you can, and then.
So how long have you had your phone? How long have you had your phone, Philippe?
I think 4 years now.
4 years. So what model is it?
It's refurbished Samsung.
No, I mean, okay. You said Samsung?
Yeah, it's refurbished.
Okay. So how come? So if you're so focused on veganism and want to save that sort of sector, why don't you also have that same energy towards environmentalism and wanting to slow down climate change? And by doing so, you stop using technology.
Wait.
Why?
I do, right?
But you're not doing it right now, obviously.
Wait, are you going for the appeal to futility? I think it is.
I'm just saying. I think vegans. I think vegans, and rightfully so.
Wait.
I think vegans do all of this for attention, and it's just comedy good.
Wait,
you know what it is.
Vegans don't do this for attention. Vegans do this. Vegans do this because they've been pigeonholed into thinking that killing animals is unethical and you should care about killing animals, and then they've drawn lines of symmetry to support these arguments, like, for example, farming animals has a negative impact on our atmosphere, and the list goes on. But yeah, so I mean, It's just that.
I have no idea.
It's the same. The fuck did just leave your mouth?
What?
What the fuck did just leave your mouth?
What?
Is English your second language?
My third.
No, maybe her third language.
I feel like you should listen more.
I did listen, I just didn't understand any of that, and I'm not the only one, so...
Well, just listen more, and...
Oh, okay, I'll listen more.
And you'll...
Felix, you ready to move on?
Hey, Post, are you a vegan by any chance?
Yes, I'm vegan.
Right?
Yep.
If you ate more meat, you probably would have focused on what he said.
Well, when I was a meat eater, that didn't happen, so I don't know.
Wait.
Yeah, because your fucking brain is not getting enough nutrients.
Yeah, when I was a meat eater, I was worse at tracking. When I was a meat eater, I was worse at tracking, so that kind of diminishes.
No, what it was is that when you weren't vegan, you're on your typical Western diet.
You see, you're just proving my point. When I was a meat eater, I was worse at tracking.
What I'm saying is you should eat whole foods, a very healthy diet that adds...
Yeah, when I was a meat eater, I was worse at tracking, and you're just proving that it's a meat eater thing, because you're not tracking what I'm saying.
If you know that you're bad at tracking a conversation, why don't you listen
more? No, I'm amazing at backing. I'm amazing at it. I'm actually really good at it. That's why I'm like flabbergasted. What the fuck has left your mouth? Okay. That's why I'm asking, literally.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on. Felix,
Rosetta Stone, maybe. I don't know. You need maybe.
Jesus Christ.
Yo.
You know, this is just like that's why I hate politics. I hate going there. It's just like this, like. A stream of consciousness, and then I'm supposed to... I'm the bad guy because I didn't understand it. Sorry. Hello, what's up?
I like what... I found it fun, not like... I found it comedic what the guy said, like, if you eat meat, you're more aggressive, and a man needs to be more aggressive towards his surroundings.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yo, certified, what's good, man?
There you go, mate. Been a while.
New mic, I can hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, just on my phone.
Oh, you're the phone.
Okay. We can hear you great, actually.
Bro, I remodeled my entire room, and this is where I sleep throughout my working days. So when I work, I literally lay here.
Why?
Work in bed, you lady cunt.
Because majority of my work is like IT related, and I can easily finish the IT stuff real quick. Yo, hello everyone. Yo, Angela, I remember talking to you. Do you have any? Do you want to talk about veganism? Are you ready? Maybe.
Right. What do you want to ask me? What?
Just a simple question. Why are you not vegan?
I think I will become vegan, to be honest with you. But why am I not vegan now is because I'm addicted. Yeah.
You're addicted.
Ooh. What do we do with addictions? We quit when don't we?
I think, Post, you have experience with addiction, so I'm just gonna be quiet.
A very extensive one. So I quit drinking, and I quit smoking, and I obviously quit animal products. So I'm actually amazing with addiction. So if you want pointers at how to quit something that you're addicted to, I'm your guy.
Okay, I'm just seeing how this conversation is gonna play out.
Really? How is it gonna play out?
Well, it's like, I'm like, how do I say this? So, it's like I'm already getting treatment for the issues that I have, if that makes sense. So it's like, I don't think that you would be able to, I don't think it would be a particularly productive conversation because I don't think you would be able to, like, there's already somebody who understands my unique situation, so I don't know how productive that conversation will be. Does that make sense?
Sorry, are you getting... Sorry, one sec. Are you getting treated for your addiction to animal products? Is that the thing?
Well, again, I don't want to go into talking about my health.
Yeah, don't do that. That's fine. But yeah, I just don't want you to like lie to me. That's what I'm hoping to get out of this.
Oh no, I'm not being dishonest or anything.
Okay.
I have listened to the vegan argument, and I agree with it. So I think I will reduce eating animal products or entirely become vegan, but it's not something that it's not my number one priority in life. It's something I care about. Yeah.
Do you think it should be like at least within your top 3? As in top 1, literally you living, right? 2, it's like securing yourself a house and everything and stuff like that. And then third one is just like eat plant-based as much as you can, unless there is a necessity for you to, to have to consume animal products, because otherwise you're gonna,
So for me, those first 2 priorities they're my first priorities.
Yeah, just understandable.
The first 2 you gave.
Yeah. But then, like, in the third one, do you have a choice in terms of eating, like... do you have a choice in the kinds of foods that you're eating?
See, this is not a simple question for me to answer.
Would you say sometimes yes, sometimes no?
Okay, so this is a mental health aspect for me.
Sure.
And I don't really want to talk about that.
Sure, that's fine. Would you say talking to a professional like about this could kind of help, maybe?
Yeah, as I said, like I am taking care of it.
Okay, that's cool. If you need any help, like resources or whatever, you can always hit us up. We always are around.
Yeah.
Coolio.
I'd never miss a day, ever.
What do you mean, miss a day?
Except for the last 8 months.
Wait.
Always online. Always online.
Always online. Also, our friend, Certified Evil here, he's been in the army and he has been eating vegan as much as he can. Crazy guy. Look at him go.
Fantastic. I nearly crashed my car like 20 minutes ago.
Oh. That's Aussie's driving for you.
I was going home from work and there was like this fucked up. It was like a bunch of roadworks and shit, and there were like traffic cones dictating the lanes, and I had no idea what was going on. And it was raining.
Oh, bro.
Just nearly T-boned some cunt.
Jesus. Crazy, crazy.
But I didn't.
That's good.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Does anyone have questions about veganism in this channel?
No, I think
I do have a hypothetical question that I'm curious what your answer is.
Hit it.
So, if you could genetically modify an animal, say a cow, that was identical to a cow, but it was not sentient. Like it was like if you spawned a cow in Minecraft and did it to AI.
Yep.
Would there be an ethical issue for you if you were to consume its meat?
I draw the line at sentience. So if there is a flesh, literally just like a blob of flesh with no sentient ability, I don't really see an ethical or moral issue with that. There is definitely a conversation about oysters and such, because they are basically just flesh with no sentience. But I just, like, because of the environmental stuff, I just choose not to eat them. And I just also think, like, eating sea Roombas is kind of disgusting. But but
Yeah.
What?
that's just
what
a
the fuck is
feeling.
that?
A sea Roomba. So basically, it like you know how Roombas work, right? They go around your room.
I don't know
just
what
cleaning-
a Roomba, like a vacuum cleaner. I don't
Yes.
know what
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
talking
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So basically, it just goes around ocean collecting all of the dirt and stuff. And I wouldn't want to eat it. I wouldn't want to eat something like that. So it's mostly like a feelings kind of situation. Like based on my feelings, I don't want to consume it. But that's not an ethical, thing.
Yeah.
about. Yeah.
Yep. Wait, certified. I have something for you.
Yeah, mate.
I definitely. But anyway, post. I'll let you yap for me for a second.
Yeah, sure. Who's here not vegan?
Just Angela, I think.
Sorry?
I think it's just Angela.
I,
There you go.
Oh yeah, I have seen that. I saw that a while ago.
okay, are you vegan by chance?
Who?
There is a person K. Dot.
KK.
Oh, well, you know, I have this issue. It's related to that issue. Because I don't like the sound of the Discord. That's why I keep it. I wonder if I can resolve it somehow in another way. No, it still says K, like in my browser, so it's K.
Oh, also post.
Yeah.
Speaking, I need to glaze certified a little bit, right? So because he's in the army and because he is vegan, he actually outperforms other other army individuals, specifically in physical abilities. So.
Yeah.
Right, certified, right? Is this a good
Well,
glaze?
not because I'm vegan, just because I fucking work hard.
Look, the person is just a fucking unit. That's one of the reasons they're vegan, right? So well done, certified. Real men don't kill sentient animals. If they can avoid it, of course.
What is this? Petroleum gas. Oh no.
Yeah.
Anyway. What are we working with? Hello? Anyone else? Anyone else?
No, nobody.
No?
We are all alone.
What have you been up to lately, Philip?
Same shit, different day. Ooh, I started a martial arts training, and look at this. So I have a few bruises here, right? I have a pretty bad one over here, and recently
Pretty
my
bad.
coach.
Come on.
Whoa. It wasn't. I think this is not too bad, but there was a huge black one over here.
Oh yeah.
And my coach almost broke my ribs twice.
Jesus Christ, Felix, this is becoming not sexy.
He was basically he was trying to show me different tackles because I do MMA and BJJ, which is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And on one of the sessions, he jumped on my rib, or he was doing something where he later jumped on my rib and basically just. The first time it was not too bad. I was like, oh, but the second time my back cracked and he thought it was my rib, and he got shit scared. Oh fuck. But so far, yeah, I pay $90 a month for 4 sessions every week. It's good. I really like it.
Sounds right.
Yeah, so that's what I started. So far,
Fair
yeah,
enough.
not too bad. Just chilling. Anyway, how is the weather treating you over there in Aussie land? Is it still hot as fuck, or?
Yeah, it's still warm. Not too hot, but
Okay.
yeah, it's up there.
It's up there. Okay.
We're going into winter now, so it'll fucking cool off.
Okay.
What was that
Hello.
accent? Where are you from?
Australia.
Sorry?
Aussie land. Aussie
Oh,
land.
Aussie. All right.
Like, I gotta
ew,
cut the accent.
Ew, Aussie, ew.
Sorry if I stepped
Hello,
on toes.
everyone.
What's up? What's up, Duster?
I forget I need to like drop the accent when talking to people.
Nah, you're right. I just can also like barely hear you kind of sometimes. It just happens. It's alright. What's up, my name?
Alright. Your name?
There's a person named in my name, and now they left. Jesus, it's like Discord gaslighting, and now they left.
They were never real.
They were never real. I was just hallucinating because I don't have meat in my diet.
That's fun.
I love it when.
Actually,
Sorry, go on.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you guys look at somebody purchasing a product that was made with labor exploitation in the same way as somebody consuming meat?
Well,
Like,
it's slightly different in my opinion. So here's the thing, right? There are differences between animal agriculture and all other like exploitation of humans, like exploitation of labor, in a way that boycotting animal production will kill an inherent evil industry, right? But like not buying cashews, for instance, because it hurts the hands of women who pick the cashews. There's boycotting that takes the money away from those women and basically makes them go do other desperate shit for life, for living, right? When all you can do is tell them, listen, we're going to raise the price of cashews and you can wear gloves, and then like they don't get the cashew burns anymore. Now there's other like exploitative labor, for instance, I don't know, like picking bell peppers or whatever, and those people are paid very little. Again, if you stop buying bell peppers, those people are going to be out of the job. They're not going to get a job. Instead, what we need to do is like, again, increase the price of bell peppers or give the subsidies to the bell pepper production, and basically like instill rehabilitation, right, of the industry, because it's not inherently evil, right? It's just like exploiting people to make more money. And if you take away that incentive, right, they're not going to exploit people anymore and going to pay them like good wages. So the point.
I want to add something in a second as well.
No, go on.
It's also about the like incentive of like, do you know what you're paying for? If you don't know what you're paying for, and let's say you just buy cocoa butter or just cocoa powder, sorry, without really thinking anything about it, then I wouldn't really see that as a huge wrong thing that you're doing. You just don't know. You're just uneducated. But if you know that what you're paying for, let's say, is child labor, and you don't look for more ethical products, I would say that you're in the wrong. Let's say you literally know that children get exploited, but you pay the minimum price for it, and you still do it. I would say what you're doing is wrong.
Yeah.
Same thing with animal products. If you know what happens is wrong, and you know there are alternatives, and you still choose to pay for what you believe is wrong, then I would say you're a bad person.
Yeah. Another thing I wanted to add, it's not like I'm saying, okay, well, just buy cashews, it's fine, it's morally fine. It's not morally fine. The thing is, we just need like establishments like fair trade, for instance, to like expand their activity. It can't happen like, it can't be like rehabilitated on a personal level. That said, I don't buy cashews because of that thing, because of this situation.
Okay, so it's a very nuanced answer, essentially.
Yeah.
But I guess my next, just following up on that. So, is labor exploitation ever okay?
What do you mean by ever okay? Can you give me an example where you think it might be okay?
Okay, so the reason I asked this question, and I've heard this argument before, is if we, like if we're talking about cobalt mines, for example, it's like if we don't allow them to do this, then the alternative would be worse. So it's like the lesser of two evils to let them continue doing that job. So my follow-up to that is like, is it ever okay to have labor exploitation? Like, even if it is the lesser of two evils, is that ever okay? Because I think we're failing those people because we're not recognizing their human rights.
Yeah, we're totally failing those people. I wouldn't say that I now understand your question. I wouldn't say that labor exploitation is okay. There's probably some like esoteric, again, like if you go by a dichotomy, right? I presented that dichotomy as well. Like if you go by, well, we're just not gonna buy cobalt from cobalt mines anymore. Those people are going to be worse off, right? That's why I'm saying like avoiding things with cobalt in them is not the solution. So boycott is not the solution. There should be another solution. There should be a rehabilitation of those industries. Fuck me if I know how to do that. So I try to reduce as much as possible the things that I know for sure come from like exploitation. You know what I mean? Like when I buy a phone, it's like until it starts breaking for 5 years, right? When I buy a computer, I make sure I take care of it for as long as possible. So I hope that's clear.
Well, I guess I'm confused because it seems like you're contradicting yourself because you're saying it's the lesser of two evils to let them continue being exploited, and then you're saying boycotting is not the answer.
Yeah.
But then you also say that you've reduced your consumption of certain products, which is essentially a boycott. So
yeah, I know.
Is that not?
Well, yeah, I know. I just don't have another solution. If somebody can please present me with another solution. Like, I was thoroughly convinced my next phone is going to be a fair phone, right? So a fair phone is like a fair trade. I drink fair trade coffee, I eat fair trade chocolate. So getting a fair trade phone is the next solution, right? So things like that is just not something that I can do on a personal level, not like veganism, right? Not like a boycott. A literal boycott I can do, but so I'm not boycotting the cobalt thingies. I'm just like looking for like the phone that I bought. I think like a lot of the minerals in it were like recycled, right? And the phone is shit, but it's fine. I can deal with that.
I think it's recycled, right?
Yeah. So again, it's one of those things like damned if you do, damned if you don't. I just personally don't want to give money to like literal slavery as much as possible. That's why I'm doing it. But I recognize that it's like it's not very logical. But I just literally don't have another solution.
For me, I just think like it's mostly about the supply and demand. Like if you're demanding a product and you're literally paying for a better product from somewhere else, then the competitions within the business have to realize, why are there so many customers going to this product? What is about them that we have to change within our business to also bring customers into our business? So it's that as well.
Yeah, I would say that I think I agree with you post-mortem.
Yeah.
Because I do think that boycotting is, like, I would prefer them to be compensated fairly. True. But if that's not a possibility, then I do think you should boycott it. Like, that's what I believe. Mm-hmm. But also, it's like, it's not realistic to do that and, you know, whatever. So yeah, ultimately, I think trying to look for better alternatives, more ethical alternatives, and reduce your consumption in the first place is ultimately the best thing you can do.
Yeah, sometimes in some situations that is the best you can do, right? Like some of those moral questions are incredibly hard to reach, especially as a person who's not learned in those situations. Like, for instance, did you know that single-use plastic is actually more environmentally friendly than using like a glass mug or like a ceramic mug? Because you have to use that ceramic mug for like literal years to justify the amount of energy that was put into creating that mug. right? But there's some tipping point though where plastic becomes like more of an issue because it doesn't biodegrade. But the question is, does ceramic really biodegrade? I don't know, not really. Like, it takes literal years as well. So some of those questions are incredibly hard. I still reduce plastic as much as I can. I drink my coffee from like the literal jar in which I buy that fair trade coffee. So I try to do the best I can, you know. But some questions are incredibly hard to reach the correct, I guess.
I'm sorry guys to interrupt you.
Sure.
Yo, what's up?
Can I know what's the subject? What are you talking about?
Veganism and fair trade.
Yeah, like just like improved, like how much are you responsible for your consumption was the large question that Jessica gave us. Angela, I'm sorry, Jessica. I have Jess is on my mind, I guess.
Like how much you spend in money from your...
No, like for example, when you buy coffee, some people get enslaved, right? People go to slavery for coffee or stuff like that. We're talking about minimizing the amount of like exploitation. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. You mean about like in the... Wait.
Well, we can bring this back to veganism.
Yeah.
Which would be a bit more easier to understand.
It's like to slave people, like to create something like coffee, etc.
Yeah, to create coffee, sometimes there was suffering and bad things that have to happen to humans. And we're talking about what are different ways to prevent suffering from happening.
Yeah, and that especially happened like in Philippines and in China, etc. Yes.
Yeah, in many countries where human rights issues people don't like care about. But we also talk about veganism. So veganism is about like preventing animals from being harmed, enslaved, and used. So right now, people have the choice to either pay to enslave and harm animals or not pay at all. And it's better to not pay for that. So that's why me and other vegans in this channel are against buying meat. Because when you buy meat, you're saying with your money, yes, abuse animals.
Oh, guys, you don't eat meat?
Nope.
No.
Why?
Because it harms animals. Animals have to be harmed.
No, but no, bro.
They have to be harmed. They have to. What do you mean?
No.
What do you mean no?
They don't have to be harmed, no, but...
Well, if I come
let's
to you...
clear something.
Hold on. If I come to you right now and slit your throat, am I harming you?
Let's clear something, okay?
No. Please answer my question. No. Please answer my question first. If I'm coming up to you right now and I'm slitting your throat, am I harming you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harming me.
So there you go. So it's a harm.
Wait. Let's talk. Let's talk. Okay. Firstly, the first idea that I get in my mind, or I believe in it, or most of the people that believe in it, is basically, yeah, I eat meat. Yeah, I harm animals.
Oh,
yes?
Thank you for admitting it.
You eat also wait. You eat also vegetables like apple and etc. And those are like animals.
No.
Oh my
they're
god.
alive. No. They're alive. Yeah, plants. They're alive. They're alive like animals.
Yeah,
exactly
but they're
like,
not
like
sentient.
Why you accept to harm? Anyway, you accept to harm plants, and you don't accept to harm animals.
Poised. Can I talk? Because
Sure.
I can feel the language barrier. So in a very simple way, it will be super simple, right? Because plants don't have brains. Does it make sense?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
But do you think plants have brains?
It doesn't mean like look, harm someone or harming anything in this world. It doesn't make any sense like to say if this thing have a brain or no. No, it doesn't make any sense.
It
It
does.
doesn't make any sense.
Okay, look. If I have a flower, like if I show you, right? If I have a flower right here, right? And I touch it, and I probably stab it. Do you think this is the same as me stabbing a dog?
Yeah, it's the same, because if you stop a dog, like, if you kill a dog, he will not breathe anymore. He will die.
So wait,
He will not
wait.
move.
If I stab this plant, it's the same as stabbing a dog?
What does it mean, stab first?
Like if I have look, I have scissors, right? And if I go up and just cut one leaf off, just one leaf.
Yeah, you will harm it, yeah.
Wait, but is this the same as stabbing a dog?
It's cutting a leg off of a dog. Like it's cutting a leg off.
No, it's the same action, it's the same harm to the plant or the animal, but the dog will feel it more harmful. Yeah,
exactly.
Wait. Now here's a question. Wait, guys, this is a really good question right now. So, do you think plants have feelings?
I think yes.
Wait, I'm asking the other person.
All right.
So
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Just my internet, guys.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you think plants have feelings?
Yeah, they have feelings. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they
Sorry,
have feelings.
can you say that again?
Yeah, they have feeling. Why? If you show me that paper, you showed like someone is maybe in stream. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like me to show the paper?
They can feel the music. Yeah, they can feel the music, and they can.
No. This is no. This is a picture of somebody with a brain. Plants don't have brains. This is a picture of somebody who is sentient, who can smell flowers. This is not a flower.
Okay.
This is a fucking brain.
There is a research. You can search it.
Yeah, I can also show you this. So this is debunking a myth of plant consciousness, and this paper is incredibly elaborate. It defines what sentience is or consciousness is, and it says that categorically, on a cellular level, plants can't experience, they can't feel anything because they don't have brains and they don't have a nervous system. So I'm going to put this paper in the chat, and you can go and read it and learn that plants on the cellular level categorically cannot be sentient.
Also,
okay. You didn't believe there is a research who like test a plant and they heard they put music in environment of plants.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Happy music and sad music. And the plant.
Yeah, you're gone.
And the music it affect that plant.
We have to talk to someone who has a language barrier and probably don't look into scientific consensus, which is fine, okay. But I'm not trying to say that what you're saying is wrong, but what I'm trying to tell you or tell Post is that when it comes to the research that you're trying to present, it doesn't show that plants have feelings.
Yeah.
It shows that if there is a vibration, some plants experience different things depending on the vibrations, right? When it comes to the music, there could be a certain vibration that some plants react better to and others don't as much, right? But that doesn't mean that plants have feelings. For example, if you want to show that plants like certain music, you would need to demonstrate that there is some kind of capabilities that plants have that they can hear the music. But there's no evidence that plants or even the cells on a plant can hear. They do react to vibrations, but not to sound. As in, not to the sound of the song or hip hop or jazz or whatever. They don't care.
Yeah. So what makes somebody capable of consciousness and feeling pain and suffering and all that stuff consequentially is the fact that you have a brain and a nervous system. If you have two of those things, they're called together a central nervous system. So central meaning that all the nerves are leading to one place, which is the brain, right? Then you have consciousness for certain, right? Unless something is severed there, right? Unless you cut off somebody's brain, then they stop being conscious. But the consciousness can only arise in a creature that has a central nervous system. Plants don't have that. They don't have nerves. They don't have brains. Therefore, plants are incapable of any sensation. And whatever research exists, as Felix said, it doesn't make the claim that plants are sentient and can feel anything or hear anything. What it makes the claims that it makes is that if you break a plant, there is some kind of emission of sound due to like the bubbles of air like being released from the cells of the plant or whatever. So something emitting sound doesn't mean that it's sentient. My phone can emit sound. It's not sentient.
Yeah, science can be quite confusing, but
I have one simple question to you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What is the living organism are existing in nature?
What?
So I think you're alluding to, well, if it's alive, then it's not okay to kill it, right?
Anything alive? No, tell me things are lives in the nature, like animals and.
Sure, animals and plants are alive, but we're just telling you why should we like care if something is alive and not something that is sentient, that can actually experience that life.
We can make we can make it super easy for you. Look, if you had to run into a house that was on fire and you could either save a cactus plant or a dog, which one would you save and why?
Okay, you will save a dog because he is like similar to us, because he has feeling more similar to us.
Yep.
So,
oh my god.
yeah. But
so if you could eat animals or eat plants, what do you think is more morally okay to eat? Kill and eat, right? Kill animals or kill plants?
Let me clear something, okay?
Oh, for some reason you're not answering my question. How strange.
No, I'm answering, bro.
Yeah,
look, I eat both. I eat plants, I eat apples, and I eat meat. Okay, wait. And why is that? Because I believe, because everyone have his opinion, have his POV. Okay, firstly, I think, and most of the people, I'm talking as an Arabic person, as an Arabian, I live in Africa, as a Muslim also, what we believe and what we do. And we believe plants and animals are the same, okay? Are the same.
Then why would you choose a dog? Why would you choose a dog? Why would you choose to save a dog?
Wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
If they are the same, if they are literally the same, then saving a cactus or saving a dog is the same action.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, right? So if we ask you, okay, which one would you save, a cactus or a dog? You would say, no, I'll just flip a coin.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Maybe. Yeah, bro. I agree with you. It's not the same action. When it comes, who you gonna save? You're gonna save the dog first. It's prioritized than the plant.
But
both are alive.
Why would you save a dog over a plant?
It's more valuable.
Because it's more valuable. Exactly. It's more valuable.
So you put
when you want to save a dog or a whole jungle, would you choose? I would choose to save the jungle because it's more valuable.
Well, value based on what? Like money? Like a value can be
not
anything.
Gonna say money.
Right?
It's
not money. It's about the earth. No, it's about the earth system of the earth.
Okay, cool. So let's get through this a little bit, right? Do you guys think it's okay to harm animals for pleasure?
No.
Of course, no.
Okay, so right now we live in a society where we don't have to eat animals for pleasure. Right?
To survive, you mean, Felix?
We can can be fine, we can be healthy, we can literally do whatever you're doing right now while not eating meat. So then the question is, if you guys do consume meat right now, and you know you don't need to because you can live on plants, why do you kill animals for pleasure?
Bro, I'm talking about me, yeah.
The ethical problem here you're introducing, it's an ethical problem in the first place. Why killing animal is wrong in the first place? That's the problem here.
You guys agreed that killing animals for pleasure is wrong. So are you going to say that it's okay now, or is it?
No. I thought you saying like killing it for fun, not just to eat it. But
yeah, it's for pleasure. Taste is pleasure. It's fun.
I don't see killing animals to eat is a pleasure.
So wait, why do you eat meat if not for pleasure?
To fill up my stomach.
Yeah, and you can fill up your stomach with something else. Why do you eat meat?
No,
it's more affordable.
Bro,
it's easy.
bro.
It's common. I trust it more.
Meat is more affordable. How rich are you?
Etc. And it's one of the goods that the God give us, like to eat, which is animals.
I can address the goat thing later because I literally debunk it all the time. But I want to get to one point right now. Are you guys saying it's okay to cause unnecessary killing of animals if it's more convenient? If I say this, I can punch the fuck out of my dog right now because the gym is expensive and the dog is right there, so it's more convenient.
No. Bro, and I don't agree. Like who's killing dogs and cats and etc. There is specific animals you can eat. Not all animals.
Yeah, humans too. Like the humans too.
Guys, hold on. I'm just trying to address one thing at a time. You guys say disagreement, and I can't really fucking say anything, right?
Sorry,
so
bro.
if we're making a claim that it's more convenient, then I can make the same argument for punching my dog because it's more convenient than paying and going to the gym, right? Does it make sense?
Bro,
or do I need to explain it?
Yeah.
Does it make sense, the argument? It's more convenient for me to punch my dog because going to the gym costs money.
No.
You are torturing the animal.
Yeah, well, the same thing when it comes to harming the animal for taste pleasure. You're literally taking its entire life away just for your pleasure.
It won't feel pain.
So punching my dog is okay if I just hit him once, like really, really hard, and it just like dies, right?
It dies immediately. But if you kill them for no reason, that's the problem.
If my reason is the gym is too expensive, I'm gonna beat my dog and I'm gonna hit him once and once only, and he's gonna be like dead. Would you say that's okay?
No, I would not.
If you do that, then you're gonna be in animal abuse. Then you're gonna be extremely.
Guys, we are here to talk about like animal abuse, right? So why is that wrong? But killing animals for taste is not wrong. Where's the symmetry breaker?
It's not taste.
It is.
Wait,
it is
you said. Well, we can eat something. You can eat something else. Why do you eat meat?
Yeah, you can eat humans too. It gives much food.
I don't have a source for this called meat vegetarian thing. I don't have it.
You can eat rice, pasta, lentils, legumes, nuts, seeds, fruits.
Yeah, you are right, but I don't like those. I don't like those.
Oh, you don't. Oh! He said the magic word. Holy God! Holy shit! Yeah. You guys see it? Magic word. I don't like it.
But
so
relax.
It is pleasure. It is pleasure.
Yeah. But also bullshit. You don't like potatoes, you don't like chickpeas?
I want to kill animals because it makes my tummy feel nice.
A pleasure from a pleasure is different. When you tell me that you're gonna kick your dog just because you want to go to the gym.
For pleasure.
It's different from you when you eat it because it's better, and it has more nutrients
nutrients thing can be easily debunked, right? So it's still like convenience. What you're agreeing to. It's my point.
I want to ask you if you may let me ask now. If I come now and I kill a child, okay, this is gonna be really horrible. But okay, focus with me right now. If I kill a child, okay, why is it wrong?
Why is it wrong? They're sentient, first of all. They have their own subjective experience, life experience, and
it's still what is preventing me from killing him?
Well, right now it's like the law, the cops, or whatever. But
you are in the middle of a desert. No one's gonna look at you.
Wait, why do you keep moving the goalpost?
Because I'm just showing you the point. The point is ethical issue. It's not about pleasure. It's ethical issue. Now you're gonna tell me if it's an ethical issue to kill, for example, a human to eat him. I will agree
personally agreed that killing animals for pleasure is wrong. And now I'm gonna ask you.
I meant for fun. I mean, like you kill them, like you bunch them. You're happy with that. Not killing them if you wanna eat them, you know.
Well,
yeah. If you're eating, hold on, Felix. If you're eating for fun, if you're eating for pleasure, it's the same thing.
We eat it for millions
You
of
literally
years.
said
Million
it.
of years and we eat meat. Million of years. Nothing happened. Nothing
That's
happened.
whataboutism. So
my
right now, guys,
Let's stop.
right now,
Stop shouting.
right now, you are eating animal products for pleasure, because very easily you could replace animal products with plant products and survive and thrive and get satiation and get pleasure of food. So
yeah, why I must do this?
It's so delicious,
why
like that.
First, Morten, why I should do this? Why I'm obligated
because
to do
your
it?
own ethics, you literally agreed that people shouldn't be killing animals for
Okay,
pleasure.
I agreed on that, but why I should do it?
Hold on, your own ethics literally like show you that you should. But if you don't want to do it, you'll be a hypocrite.
Here is the problem here. Now, if we talked about that example about the child, right? If some crazy guy killed him, okay, in the middle of the desert, no one knows about him. He's literally nothing preventing him from killing him just for fun, okay?
The ethics should prevent him from doing it. Just because nobody's gonna see it and they're not gonna suffer consequences, the person shouldn't kill another person because that person is sentient. You're harming them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So nothing would prevent you, as in there is nobody like looking in and you're not going to suffer consequences, but your own morality should prevent you from doing it.
That's the problem. When we define morality right now, you're talking about morality, but there is no single, how can I say it, philosophy in morality that succeed in explaining morality.
That doesn't matter. Your own morality, your own morality dictates for you to not kill sentient beings for pleasure. So
we're literally the reason why I ask you these questions to understand your specific morals and your moral framework, right?
It's a moral.
I don't care about objective morals. I don't care about all of these other ethical dilemmas. I care about you and your views. Because what you demonstrate right now, it's you're a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Right now.
Man, look, as simple as it is, when there is something I believe in, and I say this thing is a superior moral source, okay? I will depend on it, on everything, okay? Because I know if I don't agree on it, then I'm a hypocrite. That's right, that's true. When you ask me about pleasure, I meant a different thing. I killed animal for pleasure, just for fun, because you want to laugh, you want to hit him.
Okay.
I don't think that's the right thing. But when you kill him because you want to eat, that is morally justified, because my religion tells me it's okay to kill animal for food. That's
okay,
it.
so let's work
moral
through
issues.
Let's work through the new variables, which your religion. Which religion?
I'm Muslim.
Okay, so your religion.
Most religions are the same. Like I don't think there is a different, right?
I don't think any religion is okay with killing animals for pleasure, including Islam. It is pleasure. You literally demonstrate that it is for pleasure. What you do is for pleasure.
This time.
Okay, so let's do this. Okay, I'll make it super easy. I'll make it super easy. For this, pleasure is allowed, you say?
If you define it as a pleasure, but I don't define it as a pleasure, honestly, personally.
If you have two meals which are identical, right?
Yeah.
One you have to kill the chicken, but the other one you don't have to.
I would choose not to kill the chicken. I agree on you, but
why? Why?
I choose not to kill the chicken.
Why? Why?
Yeah, wait. Because it's now unnecessary to kill the chicken. You said it's identical. It's the same. You copy it in the lab or whatever it is. Okay, I don't. For me, it doesn't really matter. Like if I choose this or this, but I would choose to get the vegetarian one because I want to try a new thing. To be honest, but
so you don't really care about killing animals. You just want to try new things, right?
It's not trying new things, but if I ate this before, I ate it time after time. I wouldn't really care which one I would choose, to be honest with you.
Sorry, I don't feel like you answered the question. So you have two identical meals. For one, you have to kill a chicken. For another, you don't have to kill a chicken. Morally speaking, on your morality, which one would you choose? Putting your pleasure aside, putting your will to try new things, right?
Yeah, morally, there is, no different.
No,
But
wow.
for me, I will choose the cheaper and the more trusted one. To be honest, if it's a cheaper one, the vegetarian one, and I know this is not gonna cause me any health issue, okay, issues, I would choose the vegetarian one. But if the other option is better, I would choose the other option. That's it.
Do you not? How do I approach this?
I mean, there is nothing to approach anymore, Felix.
Guys, I just jumped in the middle of the chat, but I saw you guys like talking about feelings and okay, them are gonna feel it. But it's not really the problem is not here whether it feels or not.
What do you mean? Like if somebody can feel, if somebody has like an experience of life, you don't find it morally relevant to whether or not you should kill them?
No, you don't get the point. I am saying that the problem is not about feelings, it's about moral issue, okay?
Yeah.
Which is related to a philosophical problem, religion problems, this stuff. To be honest
it's
with you,
related to the fact that somebody is sentient. Once somebody is sentient, it becomes a moral obligation to not kill them if you don't have to.
Animals
now,
are individual.
Just wanna tell you before like I just wanna finish this. If someone, okay, a scholar or something, and he's trusted scholar, he came up and said, we have better choice right now, better option.
Yes.
Okay?
I have a study.
Wait.
I have the
it's
study
better.
actually. Holy shit.
It's better to eat those, okay? And this scholar and all scholars agreed on his study. All the Islamic scholars, I would follow them immediately because if this is the religion that's telling me, it's my source of ethical, values. So I would follow the ethical values that I'm, following.
I actually have a huge document who shows that Islam individuals should follow a plant-based diet. This is from the
just to tell you, there is a difference between ijma and I don't want to explain this because it's a really complicated thing. Anyway.
So this is a research article from the College of Islamic Studies. I remember it says somewhere that where exactly.
A research is not enough. I need an ijma.
Research is not enough. Bro.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Wait. You cannot apply the way you think, the scientific way on my religion. You can't do it.
Wait, hold on.
Let
me ask you, is it like not Muslim to be vegan? Is it anti-Muslim to be vegan?
No, it's not. If you want to be vegan in Islam, it's completely okay. There's no problem.
So why would you not choose that option? If it's okay, it's possible, it's Muslim.
I'm not pushed to do it. It's not must for me.
Why? You said that we shouldn't kill animals for pleasure.
That's a different. Okay, I explained this. I said that's the different pleasure. But for me, as I told you, if I have two identical meals, okay, I would choose the better option. That's it.
No, but you said morally they are the same.
Yeah, morally they are the same.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm asking what is the difference there? You said it's not okay to kick a dog or to punch a dog. Mm-hmm. Why not?
Because my religion forbidden this. That's it.
To punch dogs specifically?
No, to be cruel to animals.
Yeah, so you do not think that it's cruelty to an animal to kill them?
Well, listen,
to take their life?
You clearly don't know how halal system works.
I kind of know. I know a little bit. Let's not assume that I don't know anything, right?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just asking them a question. It doesn't matter.
Sure. Calm down, sister. Let me explain.
Kitty, could you let him talk? Could you let him because it's a conversation between Poist and Low Rope.
Okay.
We can go into the Islamic killing, whatever the fuck.
I wanted to point out that it just doesn't cause pain to the animal. We kill it in how do I say this?
I can show you. Hold on. It doesn't matter. I'll show you studies to disprove your
yeah.
Between Poist.
Anyway, even if it does cause pain, it was the best way of killing at that time. There was no better way.
Yeah, but now you're in a different time, right? Where you don't have to kill sentient beings.
That's true. But you need an ijma from scholars. Ijma. Okay, if they do it, wallahi, I will follow them. But there is no ijma. I cannot make something out of my mind. I say, okay, I feel okay, I'm gonna do it.
What do you mean? But that means that being a vegan Muslim is not okay because they didn't get an ijma.
it is okay, but I'm not obligated to do it. It's not must for me. It's not a must.
Sorry, Felix, you're gonna send something.
As I told you, look.
It's a different convoy. It's for
now
different
you told me about the 2 dishes and these stuff, 2 dishes, yeah?
Yeah.
I told you I would choose the better one, okay? But morally, there is no different for me because my religion allows both of them. But if my religion forbidden one of them, I would choose the allowed one. That's it.
Yeah, I think a religion that's okay with killing animals for pleasure, it's a religion I really want to avoid.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a study, hold on.
Especially one that says it's absolutely like when you have the choice, it's absolutely moral to kill a sentient being when you really don't have to. You literally, in that hypothetical, you literally have an alternative in front of you.
You need to give me your moral source. You need to give me your moral source for that. That's the problem.
Wait, now, hold on. If you're the one claiming it's okay to kill animals for pleasure, then you know, yikes.
Yeah.
You need to defend unjust killing.
Yeah.
You need to say how it is okay
no,
to cause unjust killing.
I don't defend. I don't defend. As I said to you, I just follow my religion. But
Yeah,
you are the one who needs to defend why you are obligated to do it. Tell me why you think that not killing animals is a problem.
Wait. Yeah. When did I say you're obligated? I explored your morals and you're inconsistent.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't have to explain anything. I don't have to tell you anything about morals. I ask you, is this good? Yeah. Is this bad? It's bad. Okay, do you do it? Yes. Okay, hypocrite. Easy.
No, it's not. It's a different thing. Okay, tell me, what is the hypocrite thing I said? Tell me.
The hypocritical position is you claiming that it is okay to, it's bad to cause unnecessary harm for pleasure, yet you pay to cause unnecessary harm for pleasure.
Okay.
Wait,
stop.
Hold on, Yumeko.
Now, bunching animals for pleasure, as you said.
Sorry, please let him speak.
Yumeko, if you're gonna be making noises, I'll have to kick you because I actually try to have productive conversations here. I have sensitive ears, Yumeko, so let's not do that. I don't want to kick people.
Now, bunching animals, okay, for fun, as you said, for pleasure, but you don't want to eat them.
Taste,
okay.
Okay. I'm talking about 5 senses. I'm talking about 5 senses. Seeing, hearing, touching, whatever, and the tasting, which is one of the senses. So if you cause animals to be dead for taste pleasure, you're just as bad as a person who does it for every other sense.
So this is your point right now.
Yeah.
I'm literally explaining
now,
that if
now
you
why?
sense pleasure, you're just as bad as a person who is causing another form of harm for another form of sensory pleasure.
Now there is a problem here. Now you're gonna ask me. Now I'm gonna ask you, why am I obligated not to follow this?
I'm not saying you're obligated. I'm saying that you're a hypocrite.
No, it's not a hypocrite. When I tell you that this pleasure, as you say, is you call it pleasure, I don't call it pleasure, but anyway, if I killed an animal to eat it, I don't think this is...
Sorry, what is the difference between a taste pleasure and, I don't know, like the sensation of punching somebody? What is the difference between those two?
You're referring it as a pleasure, you're referring it like it's a sort of...
Yeah, it is a taste pleasure. Listen, here it is. I'm going to explain it like really, really slowly. In our hypothetical, we told you there are 2 meals. For one of them, you have to kill a chicken. For the other one, you don't. And identical meals otherwise, right? So you said, right, that there is no moral difference between the 2. Meaning you're going to choose the chicken one, right? For whatever reason. But you have like an issue. Hold on. But you have like an issue with kicking somebody or kicking like an animal, kicking a dog, right? So there is inconsistency between the 2 because in both situations you don't have to do it. You don't have to harm an animal, right? But in one situation you choose to harm an animal and say it's not even a moral problem, and in the other one you choose to not harm an animal. You say it is a moral problem.
Who decides if it's a moral problem or not? Who decides that? Tell me.
Well, I think it's people. You should be deciding what is moral to you or not.
I don't think so. This is a different topic right now. But as I told you, for me, my religion tells me what is moral, what is not. That's it.
I mean, your religion also says it's okay to marry like very young kids. So I don't know, like, do you think that's moral to marry very young kids?
At the age of puberty,
Aisha was 6. Don't tell me about the age of puberty. Aisha was 6.
Okay. Bring the source. Come on. Where does it say young below the age of puberty?
Aisha was 6.
Where in the Shariat law does it say so?
Aisha was 6 when Muhammad married her.
Okay. You went through puberty at 6. You think it's impossible? She consummated consummity.
Yeah, I think it's impossible to go through puberty at the age of 6. At the age of 6, you are still a fucking child. But also, it's immoral. But also, if a 12-year-old girl went through puberty, are you going to say it's okay to marry her?
This is a different topic. Why are you talking about this?
I need to shut this down. All we're trying to say is when you believe that a book is the arbiter of what is right, what is wrong, maybe you should question it.
Yeah, you're saying this. Example, I did before 3 years. I did my research. I did everything for more than 1.5 years, and I got all my answers. Okay.
Yeah, and I understand. For example, if I can choose any book to give me my own ethical opinions, maybe people have to be careful with stuff like that, right? You shouldn't just look at the book, read it. Okay, it says kill, I don't know, Jews or whatever. You should actually question what the fuck is it saying. Like maybe we shouldn't be doing that, right? And for example, when it comes to religious books, all of them are talking about, as far as I know, compassion and benevolence and peace, right? If this is the case, why don't we extend this to animals? Why don't we be compassionate, benevolent, and peaceful towards animals if we don't have to kill them? Because we don't have to. I told you,
Falik, I told you about this. I told you I don't have a problem with it, and I will do it if the scholars, all of them, did ijma', all of them. Okay, I will agree. I will follow it. But there is no ijma'. I cannot make it up. I cannot make it up. Yeah.
When can I start?
This is a bit of an issue because what you're saying is the book is talking about love and being nice to people, but my scholar is like, fuck the blacks, so I'm gonna follow what my scholar says.
No, our scholars are different. I don't know what you talk about.
But do you see what I'm trying to say? If your scholars are saying be nice, but fuck them, go be abusive towards them, I would also question that.
Yeah, they must provide evidence. When they do ijma', all of them, they provide evidences. Like, they do all the research.
But I never seen a scholar defending causing unnecessary harm to animals, especially for pleasure. I have yet to see a single scholar saying, yes, it's okay to kill animals for fun. I have yet to see one. Because I know when it comes to the Islamic and Christian religion, it is about compassion. And even if, like... the Pope is like pro LGBTQ, pro gay people, because I know that in the religion it says it may be a sin to do those things, which is a completely different conversation. But he still says even though they can be sinning in their religion, it's still good to show them love and compassion, right? We can do the same thing with animals.
As I told you, my friend, if this is the true, I will follow it. If there is an ijma', there is no ijma', I would not follow it.
Can I just ask you just
if everyone made up his own opinion, we would destroy the whole religion. Everyone is gonna make his own religion. That's it.
No.
Please, yes, thank you.
This is gonna be my final statement, just to finish off this conversation. Look into why certain Muslims are vegan. Just question them.
I have a friend. He's vegan. Actually, he's a Muslim. He tells me it's cute, and he do it because he was when he was young. He told me he saw like the sheep when they killed that sheep, because they had like a family dinner or something like this. Yeah, he didn't like it. Yeah, that's it. And he hates meat. Since he was a kid, he hates to eat meat. He doesn't like meat.
That's not veganism, by the way. That's not a moral question. Sorry.
I don't care about what he likes to put in his mouth or whatever. It's about the ethics, right? Because veganism is about ethically seeing that it's a bad thing to kill animals.
The ethical problem, that's the problem. It's ethical, and And the problem that our sources are different. But I'm asking you guys, what is your source? That there is a problem here that I don't understand. Like if you follow your own source, tomorrow some guy is gonna come up and say killing a human is okay. Okay, gonna tell him what is your source. He says, oh, I feel it.
Well,
I feel that.
Hold on. If I can, please. So our sources are not our feelings. We're not just acting on our feelings. It's logical science. So scientific evidence shows that animals are sentient. They're capable of experiencing life and joy and fear and all that stuff very similarly to us. For that reason, if I think it's immoral to kill a human being because they would suffer for it, then I feel the same way about animals because we share this experience with them. So it's science and logic, not feelings.
Okay, now I want to ask you, boss. Now they have cautiousness. Okay, I'm gonna add to you, and they are more cautious than human themselves. Okay, I'm gonna add those things. Okay. Now
I don't understand what you're saying.
If they have cautiousness, okay, if they even have cautiousness,
yeah, okay,
yeah. Imagine this, okay. Why you're obligated to not, okay, kill them? Yeah, I understand why you don't want to kill them, okay. But
no, don't want. I feel like it's more my moral obligation for myself, for my morals.
Exactly, it's your moral.
Yeah.
Okay, the problem here, I don't know what is your moral. Okay, I have a different moral source. Now, if someone killed that animal, okay, I see it as a complete moral thing. I don't see any problem with it. Okay, it does not follow any religion. Okay, just he feels it's like this. Okay, now the problem here, this guy you cannot even argue with him. You cannot even argue with him because you are actually using the same logic as he using.
What do you mean? With who? Whose logic? What do you mean?
That's a really deep conversation. It's very.
Look, this is gonna go into subjective and objective morals, which is just.
Yeah, this is a big problem. I don't want to go into it.
Yeah. I'm gonna post a quick video just to end the kind of conversation on this.
Yeah. Let's move on to a different conversation. If that's fine.
Before I do, hold on.
I actually have a questions before you do to Lol. Lol. So.
Yeah.
Do you think it's halal if an animal, before being very humanely slaughtered while she's not feeling a thing, like a chicken, for instance, if she was kicked nearly to death and then killed, do you think that's halal?
No, that's not halal. That's haram.
Okay, do you check if your chickens were kicked?
Well, first of all, the meat itself, halal. There is a certain farm for it. It doesn't come from just a random farm. It has strict rules to abide by. First of all, there are 3 requirements that I know of for the meat to be halal. First requirement is that the animal itself is healthy. Second, you make a prayer. Then you cut the neck with a sharp knife in the place of the jugular veins. And the animal, it dies swiftly without experiencing any major or any pain. Well, it experiences some pain, obviously.
Doesn't sound like it excludes kicking an animal, then let them become healthy again.
An animal will invalidate the first thing I said.
I'm extrapolating on it, so it doesn't sound like if I kick a chicken and I let them heal, become healthy again, and then I slaughter them, just sounds like it would be halal.
No, it will be halal, yes, okay. But who is going to do that? What's the point of that? That's just
because usually people who work with animals are frustrated and they kick animals all the time.
What logic does this rely on?
It doesn't rely on logic, it relies on personal experience.
Wait, okay, let me explain. What farmer who needs to sell meat to make a living, raise the chicken, would kick it purposely, then heal it, kill the chicken, then sell it? Like, what is this?
Felix wants to answer you, so stop filibustering. Can you stop filibustering? Hold on.
I want to say something.
Yeah, go on, Felix.
I want to say something which is really important.
Guys, can you stop filibustering and let Felix talk?
All milk products and all egg products always are halal. No exceptions, right?
I don't really know. I'm not school about it. I think so, yeah. I think so.
So you can go to any countries, buy milk, and will always be halal, right?
As I know, yes. I'm not really sure though. You can do research.
Martin, yeah, quick question.
Yes, just quick answer, quick.
Can I ask you like it's like a drug thing, like are cigars vegan? Like how are cigars made? I just wanted to ask you that. Yeah. Are you asking
me? What?
I said, are cigars
such
vegan,
about aboutism.
I'm not sure about your question. Put it in the chat because I can't really hear you well. Yeah, so just real quick, all dairy products and oil products by default are al-halal, which means that wherever you go, there can be abused cows, there can be abused chickens that produce those products, right? So by default, people, Islamic people, should not buy any of these products, no cakes, no this, from any of the places unless they truly know that the animal was farmed in the accordance to the Islamic rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you live in London,
not the milk,
if you live in London,
Jesus.
Okay. First of all, what I'm going to say is that I'm gonna bring the same argument that I brought like 1 minute ago. Why would they do that? Why would they abuse the animal if they just have to heal it again? Like that's stupid.
I gave you the answer.
What answer? What?
Yeah, the answer was. Hold on. If you would actually listen, So my answer was, people who work with animals get frustrated a lot because animals don't do what you want. If you tell a chicken to move that way and you need them to move that way, they're not going to do it because chickens don't speak English or Iranian or any other language. And so a lot of people who work with animals kick chickens or throw them or move them forcefully from one place to another, especially when they're loading them on a truck on the way to a slaughterhouse. They grab them by the wings and they throw them into the truck or into the crates and then into the truck.
Well, firstly, no one's gonna kick a chicken because the chicken will die if they actually kick it with human force. That's just logic, basic.
It's just an example.
It was a
Yeah, that's just an example. Okay, I'm also giving you an example. If someone kicks it without us knowing and then they sell the meat, then that bears on them. It's not haram for us because we had no way of knowing, and God is all just. Most just.
Wait,
this is
like saying if I don't know what happens, then it's okay. This is like me buying.
No, because how am I going to hold on for something that I could not control and could not have known of?
If there is a slogan, on the like a product says halal, then yeah, because they said it's halal, okay, but I don't want to like go look after every single product. It's gonna take a lot of time.
But don't you think that's
not on us?
Hold on, but don't you think
basically you don't have the burden of proof.
But wouldn't you say that's kind of like as a customer, when you know that some people use halal stickers and still do unethical things, wouldn't it make sense for you to just avoid it if you don't know? If I don't if I know that there are companies which produce unethical labor through children or whatever, I try to avoid it as much as I can.
If I know, I will avoid them. You know, no.
No. Let me just say something that will crumble the whole argument. Basically, by the opinion of all scholars, if the company, for example, McDonald's, it claims that the meat there is halal, but it's clearly not because, first of all, they when they make the meat, when they make the patties for the burger, they do it on the same grill as they do for the bacon. So the particles, the small pieces of bacon and etc., they go into the into the beef patty. What I'm saying is by most of the concessions of the scholars, if a company, for example, a meat company, also sells not halal products, then they're most likely fraudulent, and we do research on it. And if it's like separate farms for both, then we know how it's like how it functions. But if it's not separate farms for both, then how can they be halal? That's why we have some reason. We do research on it. That's first. Second of all, there are people. There's a whole foundation that just goes and checks up on the farm to see if the conditions because there are many conditions for the farm. If
I know about all of this, and I want to show you that when it comes to halal practices, when it comes to people who check all of this, it's just a joke, right? The reason why it's a huge joke, if I show you this video over here, all certified halal, halal also it's also checked by inspectors, and what has been done during the inspections, they've been playing wolf sounds to sheep to scare them the fuck as much as they can,
my God.
and just to kill them. So they all has been inspected. Hold on. Let me just finish it. They all has been inspected by institutes, by all of these like Islamic checks, and they still said, "Oh, that's all halal. Let's give you a halal sticker." This, if they can get away with putting halal stickers on this is just like barely what happens to animals. Imagine what happens like the more investigation videos come out, because this is just one. This has been just a one farm where they managed to sneak in behind closed doors and actually put cameras to show people what happens. So imagine a Islamic slaughterhouse with better security. Well, imagine what happens there. If they can get away with this, imagine what else they can get away with.
No, this is a problem, and you are right about it.
Lol. Let me just say something. Your whole argument, the basis for your whole argument right now is that people are corrupt in their mind. That's basically the whole basis of your argument. That's basically the whole basis of your argument, that people are just bad. They will just do something like that.
My argument is nothing ethical ever happens in slaughterhouses.
What ethical? Ethical is different according to many. Morality.
Do you think it's ever ethical to kill animals unnecessarily?
Unnecessarily in what cause? To make food? To make make meat and sell it, and then people eat it?
Would you like me to explain that?
Yeah, sure.
Unnecessarily, as in you can eat so many other things that don't require you to kill the animals. So what I mean by this is slaughterhouses, when it comes to like buying products, you don't have to pay for animals to be harmed if you can eat something else. Especially you don't have to cause this amount of harm towards animals, because animals have to be harmed. You know, they have to have their entire life cut away from them for someone's pleasure. Especially in this day and age.
Okay, then you know what? Go preach to wolves. Go tell them not to eat humans, not to eat chickens. That's what is this analogy? What do you mean for pleasure? We do it because we need to survive. You do know that.
Wait. How am I alive?
Yeah, how am I alive?
What do you mean, how are you alive? I'm saying that you need to eat to survive.
Yeah, you need to eat. You don't have to eat meat. You don't have to eat animals, right?
Okay, then let me finish my argument so I can just tell you what I'm saying.
Well, if you're wrong, I'm gonna stop you immediately.
What? I did not hear anything.
When you say something wrong, I have to stop you because you're gonna now talk for like an hour.
When I stopped you on Aisha's age, you didn't.
You stop me all the time.
Sure.
You interrupt me all the fucking time.
Okay, let me continue. Now I will. Okay. What? Anyways, now I'll say that basically, wolves eat chickens. Am I correct?
I'll debunk your argument by saying moral agency. Do you understand what moral agency is?
Moral understanding of a creature. Yes.
No. Moral agency. Do you know what it is?
No.
Moral agency. It's being an agent who understands the right from wrong. Do you think lions understand the right from wrong?
No. Kind of, yes. Maybe. Well, you see, that's... Well, for example, a lion... Listen. A lion, when it has children, I'll give you an example. Do you think it will harm the children?
It depends. Sometimes.
Okay, it depends, yes. For example, if the lion's child attacks it, then it will probably attack it back, yes.
If a lion realizes that the child is not going to survive, it's going to kill it.
Okay, sure, but if it realizes that it's going to survive, then it won't kill it, so it has some sort of understanding.
Sure, yeah. Some sort, right?
Some sort of understanding.
Yeah,
That's
I agree.
like that's a major thing. Anyways, what I'm going to tell you now is that if we have an objective view and a subjective view. An objective view for people of religion is the how do I say this? Is the rules set by God. For example, an objective view is that it's correct. It's either yes or a no. If the objective view says that going outside naked is incorrect and you shouldn't do that, then you should not do that because it's an objective view. A subjective view is like Africans say it's okay for people not to wear clothes. But Europeans, for example, would say that it's nasty and you shouldn't do that. It's a subjective view.
I know what a subjective and objective view is.
Yeah, okay. What I'm saying is that your view of animals, not killing them and eating them, is a subjective view. It's not an objective view.
Does that mean it's the wrong view?
No, it's not a wrong view. No one's saying that it's wrong. I'm saying that no one's going. Like, if you feel bad for animals and you don't want to eat them, that's on you. I don't care.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I think every one of us still have...
We talk about morals, so we change morals because I'm tired of morals.
Well, veganism is about morals, unfortunately.
That's the problem, but I want to talk about halal, halal
No, then you can leave. Then you can leave.
It's nothing really important about halal or whatever. If you literally don't see anything wrong with causing animals to be harmed, then it's something that we really need to talk to. And that's why we're here. But yeah, when it comes to subjective objective, I understand that. I understand that people get that. For us, it's mostly like who you are as a person, and are you someone who wants to cause suffering or not want to cause suffering? Because right now, what we're understanding is for you guys that you want to cause unnecessary suffering to the animal because you get some kind of benefit from it. And we're saying that causing unnecessary harm to animals is wrong, especially towards a victim. If you don't see individuals as victims, we want to know why. Because it can be the same as like me punching my wife and not seeing her as a victim, even though I enjoy punching her, whatever, it can be any other analogy.
Yeah, let's move on from religion altogether, I think. There's a point in which, when a person says that they don't see a morally relevant difference between killing and not killing an animal, there's nowhere to go. We just definitionally in different places, and when veganism reaches a certain mass in the world, we're just gonna have to stop you in different ways without persuading you that animals actually have moral worth. We're just gonna have to stop you in other ways, legally or something.
So if you guys had an army or a country, it's just a funny question, but if you had an army and a country, and there is another country but they eat meat, they allow it, would you attack them for do that?
Well, here's a fun question: would you attack a country for killing dogs for fun?
For me?
Yeah.
I don't really know, to be honest.
You don't know?
I don't know.
I think if someone... So I see animals as similar to humans in relation that they want to live. They want to experience having family. They want to experience life and love, right? And to say, yeah, fuck you, fuck whatever you're feeling. I want to have pleasure out of killing you. I think that's the worst kind of thing you can do to an individual who just wants peace. So for example, if your country was being invaded, or if there was a country that was literally killing individuals you really cared about, you would protect them, right?
Yeah, exactly, right.
Yeah, that's kind of how I see when it comes to animals.
Yeah, so if you have an army, you would attack another country.
I would defend the innocent.
Yeah, I see, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
I'm not making an argument. It's just a question.
Yeah. I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily mean that we should attack them. We first should do what we're doing right now. We should talk to people in a nice manner and ask them what their morals are. And if their morals are inconsistent, we should point that out, right?
Most you live in a pink world because no one's gonna listen. Trust me, no one is gonna listen.
A lot of people listen. People go vegan all the time in this channel. A lot of people listen.
Yeah, we just clarified that it's a subjective view of yours.
Well, it doesn't matter. A lot of people like share my view. They're just like morally inconsistent.
Okay, I'm just saying that.
Kitty, Bomber, please stop interrupting me every fucking single time that I open my mouth. Yeah, just talk. You're just here to talk. That's fine.
Yeah, go. Continue.
Yeah, I was saying that in this channel, people go vegan all the time because once we talk to them, once we explain to them what our morality is and ask them what their morality is, it seems that for most people, exploiting and killing animals for unnecessary food or unnecessary products altogether, because it's about leather and entertainment and stuff like that. It's just inconsistent with their moral views. So when we point that out, people either cope or they go vegan. Usually they cope. Sometimes they go vegan. It happens all the time.
Okay, can I talk now?
Yes.
Okay, I would say that the unnecessary food part is wrong. I wouldn't say that meat is an unnecessary food. I would say that it is pretty necessary. I mean, it's not necessary to survival.
Exactly.
It's necessary to, for example, organs. For cats, you're not gonna feed cats vegan.
No. Let's not talk about cats. Let's talk about humans. No.
Talk about humans.
Okay, sure. Let's not talk about cats. Basically, what I'm saying is that this is a subjective view. I'm not coping. There is no one coping. I'm just saying that if. No, okay.
Hold on.
Go.
Because you made a statement, it is necessary. So you would have to show us how it is a need. Why is meat a need? Why do we need it?
Search up wait, I forgot what the word in English. Search up beneficial part.
No. Beneficial is different from necessary. Sorry. That's a different claim.
Yeah, I said it's not necessary for you to survive.
Exactly. So it's not necessary, right?
Yeah, but it makes your organs function better.
In what way?
Kitty, just real quick.
In what way? Metabolism.
I want to tell you something, Kitty. You can say it is not necessary. We don't need it, but there can be benefits of consuming it. That's what you can say, right?
Guys, can you tell me what are you talking about?
Veganism.
Well,
veganism?
We want to talk about veganism, but we're veering to bullshit.
Something can be necessary, but you don't need it to survive. Wait, something can be not. Something can be necessary, but you don't specifically need it to survive.
No, that's literally antithetical. If it's necessary, you need it to survive.
What? Okay, for example, is your arm necessary?
The word necessary means that you can't live without it, that you will die without it. That's what the word necessary means.
Also, when it comes to health aspects, there's way more negatives than benefits when it comes to consuming meat.
Have you seen the Kobe, like, there is like the Kobe, like, meat, you see it?
Yeah, what about, like, I'm not sure if you hear what I said, there's more negatives to meat than positives.
Yeah.
You can show me all fancy different meats. It's just, what I said, it's, yeah.
For instance, it increases cancer risk in gastrointestinal cancer, as I'm showing right now on my screen. Sorry?
I think it's a more moral issue. It's not about benefit. This stuff. I don't think.
No, yeah, it is about morals, but I'm just trying.
I understood that end in a moral issue. Is it what said?
Yeah, but Kitty made a claim, and we are debunking it, so it's fine.
A claim of what? That meat is beneficial?
Yeah, so it's beneficial in some ways, but detrimental in others. And you can get the benefits from meat in other places. That's the point. You can get it from plants.
Also, Kitty, like, let's say, as an example, I'm going to try to help you with your argument. You can say there's a lot of protein in meat, and we can agree. Like sure, there is. But you can just get, like, plant-based protein. You can even get powdered, like, vegan protein. So you can get other things, you know?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, for example, they're just... Okay, how do I explain this?
If you want to use a translator, I have no issue with it.
Yeah,
because I think we're having a good conversation so far. So. How do I make glass? What the hell is this?
Let's just. Can we move on to somebody else? Can we talk to somebody else? Is that possible? If you don't mind, Kitty and LOL.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Because I think we reached a place where.
Actually, I finished actually, just listening. I don't
Okay,
have
good.
anything else.
Thank you.
But my conclusion is that it's just a moral subjective view. It's not an objective view. That's the conclusion I came to based on this topic.
Nobody disputes it here. Sorry, go on.
Well, we agree, but like from our perspective, we see animals as victims. They want to be left alone. They want to find peace, right? But it's for you guys that you have to defend causing this suffering. We don't have to because we're not causing it. You guys are.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, yeah, sure, there is like different ethical thing between us, but because you guys are causing suffering, you have to defend it.
I mean, basically, you didn't want to go back into religion, but I will have to. But what I'm saying is that the word suffering, like when you say suffering to the animal, if we ignore the corruptness of some factories, for example, some halal food farms, then if we just talk about it logically, logically from an unbiased view, and we don't consider it being corrupt, for example, like a farm not being corrupt, then we're
I'll have to say that the animal wants to live. So if
the animal wants to live, sure.
Yeah, and if you are trying to defend killing of the animal who wants to live, you'll have to give us a really good reason to do it. And I think pleasure is the worst reason to give.
I mean, sure, you can say that. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that pleasure is always the correct answer for anything. Pleasure can be a correct answer, but it also most of the time is not the correct answer.
Yeah, but the issue is, like, if you, as we explained before, if you have two plates where one is vegan food that you have to like make, and the other one is like vegan food with meat where you also have to kill the animal. What I would say, it's the more ethical choice is the one where you don't have to kill the animal, because the animal has all of these experiences. So my question for you would be, like, in between those two plates, which one, in your opinion, is the more ethical one?
From a subjective view, I would say the one with the vegan plate.
Cool. That's basically what we're talking about.
Yeah, from a subjective view. But what I'm saying is that from an objective view, from a religious standpoint, I would say that, well, first of all, it does have it has a reason. What I'm saying is that for if I have an animal and a vegan plate, and I have to kill the animal to eat the food, or I have a vegan plate, then I will choose the vegan plate because I don't know how to correctly kill the animal without
That doesn't matter.
Without, it does kind of matter. Your argument on a moral basis.
Like, it doesn't really matter how, like, your technique, because you can just literally stab the animal in the heart, and it's gonna turn into like a fucking fillet or something.
Yeah, but the thing is, blood is haram. The blood in meat is not permissible. It's haram. We drain the animal of blood after we kill it, obviously.
Yeah, but in this sense, it doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, but in this sense,
we're talking about the ethics rather than, oh, I'm gonna get dirty, right?
Yeah.
What?
We're talking about ethics rather than the blood. We don't really care about the blood.
Yeah, but you see, the ethics for us is that we eat food that is halal. For example, Jews, they have kosher. We have halal. We have similar...
Kitty, but doesn't that sound like an ethics for you without considering the animal?
Without considering the animal?
Yeah.
What do you mean by not considering the animal?
What would be the best interest of the animal? To continue living or to be killed?
To continue living?
Yeah, but which one would be best for the animal, right? Like, think of a cow. What do you think a cow would prefer as a sentient creature, as somebody who has consciousness? Would they prefer to continue living, or would they prefer to be stabbed in the throat? In a halal way.
To continue living, obviously.
Yeah. So when you're talking about your morality, you're not considering the best interest of the animal.
I'm not objecting that. The thing is, I'm saying that from a subjective viewpoint, that's a subjective. No, from an okay, wait. Let me rephrase
No, that's according to you. That's according to you, to your morals.
Yeah,
so whether your morals are objective or subjective, that doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. It quite does. For example.
No, it doesn't matter in this case because we're talking about your morals. It doesn't matter if your morals are objective or subjective. Kitty, hold on. You just admitted that you're not thinking of the animal when you consider ethics. You're not thinking of the victim. If you were thinking of the cow's best interest, you would leave her alone. You would not kill her, even in a halal matter or manner.
Is it evil?
Okay, I'll go back to this. I guess I'm forced to. What I'm saying is that. I'm saying it matters that it's subjective because first of all it's from a moral standpoint. What I'm saying is that if you're going to say that killing an animal is wrong, then sure, from a moral standpoint it is.
But you agreed with me.
Yes, I agreed with you. I agreed with you from the start with this. I'm saying that my morality is subjective because it's influenced. It can be easily influenced.
Yeah,
well, that's what
and your morality, this matter doesn't, Kitty, that's what you're not understanding. This meta stuff, it doesn't matter. According to you, it would be best for the cow to not kill her. So why are you killing her?
For food.
You can get food from a non-sentient being. You can just eat plants, the vegan option, right?
Food. Yeah, for pleasure, yes.
Yeah. So you're killing somebody for pleasure who would prefer to live. I would say that's a moral question on which you yourself answered that it would be better for the victim of your actions for you to not do that action. That's according to your subjective or objective or whatever morality. It doesn't matter if your morality objective, subjective, or whatever. All of this wanking around the meta ethics, it doesn't matter.
Once again,
is it evil to kill an animal?
Sorry?
It is evil, right, for you?
Depends on the context. I think it always is a problem. There is always a moral problem, but there are contexts in which it's morally justifiable. So, for instance, if a lion, So, for instance, if a lion is about to kill you or to kill your baby, it's okay to kill a lion to save the baby because it's like self-defense or defense of other.
I see. No, this is not what I mean. I mean, for example, okay, there is a cow. The cow lived in peace, okay? Now, you're gonna kill the cow in peace also, okay?
No, I think that's wrong. Yeah, of course.
It's evil. Now, I don't see it as an evil thing. That's the problem.
Okay? Well, yeah, you have a problem with your morality. I think we agree on that.
When you ask my morality, you need to firstly destroy all my...
I wish I could.
Just see... Yeah, but you can't. That's the problem.
Yeah, I wish I could, though. I think religion is evil, frankly speaking.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, you see that? I don't see that. That's different. The problem is, I don't even know why you say it's evil. Like, what's your source?
Yeah, we can talk about this, but it's just gonna take us like 4 hours to talk
about
it.
I guess I get to go, like...
Yeah,
it's a dead end for me. Thank you for this debate. I don't know, the negotiation.
Are we trying to say it's like, especially for the victims, which are the animals, it is preferable for them that we as humans don't kill them? And we should think about the victims. We shouldn't be the oppressor.
Yeah.
That's simple.
That's simple? I don't see it's evil. That's simple.
Don't oppress others. That's all. Don't be the oppressor.
I don't oppress other, but I don't oppress other. But I'm just asking for your like source. There is no source for you. What's going on here?
Why do we have to have a source?
You must have a source.
I'm an individual. I'm thinking on my own. Why do I have to?
If I want to abuse my wife, I need a source to provide you why I do it.
If you want to abuse your wife, okay.
Do I need to source do I need to show you a source like why abusing my wife is good? Like when I do it? Do I always have to provide a source for my actions?
Because when you provide me a source, okay, now we negotiate the source. We say if the source is.
Oh, wait. So like, if I abuse my wife for fun, you think I need the source for that?
If you abuse your wife for fun, okay.
Do I need to source for why I'm doing it?
To justify your action?
Yeah. Do I need to source like a document or something?
You need a source, of course.
So guys, I'm muting for a second. Now I'm talking to the chat. So if anybody wants to join us in this conversation, not about religion, if we can, about veganism, let me know. Just like say, yeah, I want to join, or I want to talk, but not right now. Just let me know if you want to have a conversation or a debate, or just enter this place, and I'll drop a link to this chat.
Okay. He's gonna say, I don't see it as an evil. He doesn't see that killing human is evil. He doesn't.
One more thing, if you can, please hit that like. If you can, share it somewhere, because I think this is an important kind of situation, right? We're talking about important stuff here. Except for religion. Religion should die. Holy shit.
Now, if it's his belief, we negotiate his belief. We go into his belief, and we see if it's true or not.
Do you think believing, let's say, that rape is okay, do you think that's a good... Hold on. Do you think someone's belief could be a good reason to do certain actions like rape?
If someone has a belief that he, in his belief that he is...
That wasn't my question. Do you think beliefs would be a good reason to justify certain actions? Let's say if my belief that raping women is ethical, do you think my belief is a good justifier for these kind of actions?
Your belief, if it's truth, okay? If it's truth, yeah.
What do you mean? Well, I don't have to... Wait, I don't have to demonstrate...
You need to prove it is truth.
Hold on,
you need to prove it, yeah.
If I don't have to demonstrate shit, all I say is, I believe, and it's my faith, that raping women is a good thing to do. Is that a good reason?
A faith, raping women is, and you see it's not evil. I don't have, look, for me, okay, I have a problem because my source says a different thing, okay?
But my source is a different thing.
That's the problem. You need to provide me with your source. You guys still talking, you say, I believe. Okay, I can bring you someone who does believe that raping women is okay? And he's the same position as you. It's literally the same position as you.
Wait. So my question, I'll ask it again. If I have faith that raping women is a good thing to do you think faith can be a good reason to do certain actions?
His faith, okay, is a logical answer for that.
Can you answer the question?
It's a yes or no question. If I have faith that what I'm doing...
Because I'm not understanding the question. Yeah, I'm not understanding the question.
If I have okay, I'll make it really easy. If my belief in what I believe is that these things, like raping women, is a good thing to do because I have these beliefs, do you think beliefs are a good reasons to do something? Beliefs. Do you think beliefs are a good reason?
The belief is a true thing, okay? You think this is a god or something?
How can a belief be a true thing?
Yeah. That's a different topic.
A belief is definitionally your own perspective on the truth or false or reality value, right? So you believing in God, you believing in God is not truth. God could be true, could be false, but you believing in it isn't itself true or false. It's just is, right?
You said something wrong. I need to interrupt you. I did not say it's my belief. I said a belief that he says it is from God. Now I ask him, why do you think it's from God? Okay, now that's a different topic. That's
I don't know, his book says it. Let's say his book says that it's okay to force on women. It's okay, right? Does that make it justifiable?
Okay. Yeah. I need to check his book. If his book is a true thing, it's from God. I know if it's from God. Okay.
It's a simple question. I'll make it just a yes or no. If I have a belief, and my belief dictates that it's okay to rape.
Depending on who? Wait, your belief depending on who?
If I have a belief, just if I have any kind of belief, right? Doesn't matter. That certain actions are okay. Is believing in something a justifiable reason to do certain actions? It's a yes or no question.
I see my source, yes or no, depending on the situation. Yes, if it aligns with my belief, I think it's a superior and it's truth, I would say yes. And if it's not aligned with my values, the values I came up with from my book, that is from God, and I think this is the truth book, okay?
Hold on. So if we hold on. So hold on, Donkey, hold on. So if new pages of Quran are found, like new pages, verified pages of Quran are found, where it says that it's moral to rape your wife, you're gonna start raping your wife?
If there is a new there is no pages like this, but if there is a new page, okay, what is preventing me from it?
Jesus Christ, I don't know, decency.
No, wait.
Victims?
You guys, you think emotions? That's the
This
problem.
is fucked up. No, it's not emotion. You're literally creating a victim. Are you not considering the woman in this situation? Are you not considering that a woman being raped is not in her best interest? That she has wants and needs that are like gonna be impeded by rape?
Boss, why rape is evil? You answer me. Why rape is evil?
Okay, let's...
Jesus Christ. I literally just said why, and that is fucked up, Lol. No, you should go.
I was about to talk with you guys, but now I'm out of here. This place is mad.
Lol, you should go.
Why?
For real.
No,
like, you should end on this, because, like, that's the most fucked up thing you said so far. I literally said, before you asked me the question, I literally said that when you're raping somebody, a woman, a man, doesn't matter, you are not considering their best interest, you're not considering their consent, you're not considering them. You're making somebody a victim without considering their best interest. That's what's wrong about it.
Now, let me answer you. I think rape is evil, okay? Because literally, my God tells me
But you would start raping if new Quran pages would say it's okay. You would start raping, actually. Because nothing would prevent it for you from doing it.
The answer is, question is for you.
You literally said that. We heard, everybody heard here.
Rape is evil. I'm asking you why rape is evil.
I literally answered it. I answered because it creates a victim.
It's in emotions. Your answer
no, it's not emotions. You're literally creating a victim, lol. If I come and rape you, you're not gonna fucking like it, right?
Okay, let's move.
Every single philosophy stereotype that about morals, none of them provided just one evidence why I think it's
would it be moral for me to come and rape you? Would you like it? You're gonna enjoy it. You're gonna enjoy being raped.
Why is it evil for you? You did not answer.
I did answer because no. Listen. Hold on. One last time.
Let's get through this.
This thing is a very deep. The problem is you guys.
I answered why it's wrong. I answered it like 3 times because it creates a victim. Because a woman is a sentient being.
That's emotional. It's not logical.
How the fuck is it emotional? I don't want to be raped. Therefore, I'm not gonna rape somebody else. That's logical.
Oh my God.
Okay,
That's why I asked you if it's okay for me to rape you. And you didn't answer, by the way, because you think it's wrong, right? You don't want to.
It's wrong. It's wrong because my God tells me it's wrong. That's it.
Well, I'm looking at the fucking victim to reach that conclusion.
I wouldn't have any problem.
Yeah, so let's move on from religion because we can kind of see people.
Yeah, let's move on from this. Like literally, if pages of Quran were found that it would be okay for him to rape, he's gonna be raping people. So let's move on from you, Lo. So let's move on from you.
Yeah, I wanna talk to people who are less morally bankrupt. In terms of these views, holy shit. Anyway, yeah. Speaking of rape, let's not rape animals. What do you think about that?
Lol, you should stop talking. Seriously.
You guys, I'm sorry, guys, but you didn't answer my question. I'm sorry.
How the fuck did I not answer your question?
Logically. Answer it logically.
Poist, you did answer. It's just like they were looking for a specific other answer for whatever they were.
Are you looking? No, I was just looking for me to point at somebody else who should tell me that it's wrong to kill, rape people, right? That's what you are looking for. That's the only answer you would accept. If there is like an entity that tells me that it's wrong to rape, and that's the only way you are capable of reaching morality. Well, I'm sorry. I'm capable at looking at a potential victim and saying it's wrong because it would impede on their rights. It would impede on their consent. It would not be in their best interest. I'm looking at the victim of my perceived actions before I'm acting on it. Therefore, it's immoral because it would create a victim. That's my answer. And I'm sorry I can't give you a god.
Why are you obligated to do it? Tell me, why are you obligated to do it? You're in the same policy. Why are you?
What do you mean? It's going to create a victim. What's not understandable about it?
Write a book about it and go and publish it because you're gonna win Nobel
Jesus
Prize.
Christ.
None of philosophers did it. None of the philosophers.
Yes, Woody, most of us reached the conclusion that it's wrong to rape already. I don't have to write a Nobel book about it. I don't have to write a book about it.
Guys, let's just completely just talk to someone else. Lo, you said what you had to say. You said if a book said it's okay to rape, you would be okay with raping. Let's just move on from
If it's
there.
a truth book,
Let's move on. Let's move on. That's enough.
Yeah, let's just move on from this because it's kind of fucked up to justify stuff like that. Holy shit. Yikes. Ay. Anyway.
Yeah, anybody else who's not thinking that a book can justify rape? Can we talk to them?
I did not justify it.
Lol, shut the fuck up, please. Sorry.
It is what
we asked you to not talk anymore many times. Can you please stop talking? We don't want to talk to people who would justify rape if a book said so. Can you please be quiet then?
Oh my god. I did not justify it. You made an argument. I answered you, depend on your logic. You
no. I was asking about your logic.
All right.
Excuse me.
I'm actually gonna mute if it's gonna get bad. Let's just talk to someone else.
Hey guys, goodbye. I gotta go.
Yeah, of course you do.
Oh my god. Just go, bro. Let's just go.
Thank you, guys.
It's too fucked.
Magog, what's up?
Read philosophy. Goodbye.
Can you please go? Magog, what's up?
Just go, bro.
Jesus Christ. Can we please talk to somebody who's not justifying rape?
Holy fuck.
Anybody's gonna stand up to the plate and say, yeah, rape is wrong.
Ay. Holy shit.
Holy
I
fuck.
feel a little bit uneasy now, damn.
Yeah. Roberto, what's up?
What's up? Let's see. 1, 2, 3.
Rue, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? Hello.
Yeah, it's been better when somebody justifies rape to my face. I'm I'm not feeling the best, but otherwise, I'm good. And you?
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Yeah. All right. Are you vegan, Rue?
Oh no, I just wanted to hear the discussion going around.
Oh, vegans are better?
Yeah, vegans are better. What do you think?
Then why question mark? Why are you in doubt?
Just to ask people, just to provoke people to talk about it.
Oh, I know you. I think I had a good discussion with you postmortem.
Yeah, really? Are you vegan now?
Hell no. I will die.
Not good enough then. Just not good enough.
In fact, when I meet you, I want to turn into cannibal.
Okay, so that's a threat, right? Are you trying to hurt my feelings? So
joking. I'm joking.
Oh.
You're all about feelings.
Yeah, also.
That's what I hate
no.
about you. You're all about feelings.
No, sweetie. I asked you. Oh, that's a shame. But just for the record, I'm very used to threats. I'm a vegan online. I was just asking if he's trying to hurt my feelings, because it wasn't successful. Anybody else?
Probably gonna work out soon. And then time for burgers. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Felica's burgers today. Crux, what's up?
Beyond Meat burgers.
Hey, is this just about like vegan diet or just vegan lifestyle in general?
Veganism.
It's about ethics.
Ethics.
Ethics. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
We're talking about the diet because people usually get confused about it, but it's about ethics. Once people are on our side about ethics, game over, right? We can talk about the diet as a...
Like, for example, if you believe that abusing animals is wrong, then you should be vegan by default.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what it is, yeah.
Do you?
Wait, what?
Do you
I don't think so.
Do you think abusing animals is right or wrong?
It's wrong.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
What can you do about animal abuse?
What?
What can you, as a person, do about abuse of animals that happens?
What can I do?
Sorry?
Maybe donate to charities? I don't know.
What about do you buy any products that abuse animals?
I guess so, since I buy meat.
Ta-da!
Hold on, because I think this is like uncontroversial. I think most people understand that if you purchase meat, right, an animal has to die. But now I want to ask you a question. What do you think, or why do you think vegans are also not consuming or supporting eggs and dairy products? Do you have any ideas why this could be the case? Why vegans are, quote unquote, more extreme than just vegetarians?
I mean, it is also like comes from farm animals, and farm is like essentially abuse, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's not just about abuse, I think. I think, like, exploitation itself is morally wrong, right? If we wouldn't put people in that situation, like, it's basically slavery, then we shouldn't put animals in that situation as well. Like, for instance, dairy cows or sheep or goats are literally bred to be impregnated and then milked and then impregnated and then milked. And then they go to slaughter. All of them end up in slaughter. So, you know, the entire thing is irredeemable. It's always abuse. If we count exploitation as abuse as well. And I think we should. Same goes for leather, same goes for exploiting animals for entertainment. So zoos, circuses, like animal fighting, like bullfighting, races, dog races, horse races. All of that shit is abuse for our basically entertainment. I mean, what do we get from animal products? It's just pleasure, just taste pleasure.
Yep. Bad.
Yeah, I think the only difference is obviously that people are a bit more skeptical or perhaps frightened, if you can say that. It's because when it comes down to nutrition, there is probably like more how do you say, at stake. Pardon again the word. Because of one's health, right? So you could be afraid. I mean, if you have to abstain from, say, horse riding, that's probably like negligible. Maybe it might be like a negligible abandonment. But when it comes down to nutrition, people are a bit more skeptical, and then we have to show them, well, it is possible, right? Now, surely there are some anecdotes. Some people say, well, yeah, this is why I'm no longer vegan. And then you have to explain to them, well, there are certain ways in which you can be a healthy, thriving vegan, right? So I've been vegan for 6 years. Post-mortem, they are vegan for probably over, how much, 10 years now?
Almost 10 years, yeah. It's going to be 10 years in a few months.
Yeah, and still kicking, so yeah.
Nah, literally kicking. Joking.
Yeah, so it is possible, yeah. I mean, I can understand why people have some doubts, but yeah. And it's not just like us saying that, you know, I mean, we have like science behind us. Even the scientific consensus says it is possible to be a vegan, to only eat plants and be healthy. Yeah.
Okay. How about cutting the trees and put the housing in the land?
Sorry, what's your question, JP?
I know what did you say to the farmland? Farmland, going to working to to village. Yeah. What did you say for the plant to the plant to vegetables? Yeah.
Sorry, JP, I'm not understanding the question. Maybe write it down and we can check it in the chat. Or if anybody can, if anybody understands the question. Yeah, sorry. No name, what's up? A lot of people like to give themselves lol in their name, I wonder why. And no name, your second no name today. It's funny.
All right.
Nobody wants to talk to us. JP, are you writing down your question? Shelly, what's up?
What's up? What's up?
Yeah. It's not bad. It's not terrible.
What?
Are you vegan?
Nah.
Oh, you have such a vegan name. Ask Living Ghost.
I don't know. How does Ghost sounds like a vegan?
Yeah. Everybody keeps telling us that we need animal products to survive, and yet here we are, somehow. So we're like a living ghost, I guess. I guess we're magic. I think vegans are just magic. We somehow survive without a necessary thing.
Look at these boulders, Post. Look at these boulders over here.
Yeah, saw the boulders. Oof. Damn.
How many pairings you are having, man?
Like is flexing.
What's up?
His arm is, thicker than my thigh. Probably.
So, Shelly, why aren't you vegan?
Yeah, well won. I like a lot, bro. You shouldn't have flexed.
Are you high or something? You sound a little out of the different realm right now.
Who?
You, Shelly. You're right. I asked you a question.
Oh, no, no, I'm not high.
Okay, that's good.
I don't do drugs.
No, I'm just asking, why are you not vegan?
I don't know. Because I need to eat a lot to maintain whatever I have left in me.
Yeah. Do you know that plants also have calories?
I do.
Yeah, and some of them are very dense calories, right?
Yes.
So technically speaking, you could just live on plants to maintain as you are.
Bro, Skelly, when I was depresso as fuck, I ate peanut butter and jam. That kept my weight stable for a very long time.
What? Your weight was stable on just peanut and butter? Like, I'm following my nutritionist for like how many years? It's been 5 years and I haven't been able to gain a single kg.
Do you track your calories?
Yeah, do you?
What?
Do you track your calories?
I don't know, like my nutritionist might be. He prescribed me the, food that I should take, according to me. And doctors
JP, stop talking. Stop talking, please. Thank you. Yeah, go on, Shelly.
So my doctors and nutritionists did examine me, and they said like a lot of stuff that your metabolism and all. I said, I'm no science student. I don't understand those.
Skelly, I understand that they can do all of these tests on you to tell you what is good, what is whatever, but it's up to you to identify the issue within yourself. Because there are many programs, like fitness programs, where people will say, oh, I've been dieting for 2 years and I'm still fat, right? But it's all because they haven't looked to the kind of foods they eat to identify where the problem is. So people can tell you...
Oh, go ahead.
People can tell you that they've been dieting and they can't lose weight, or they've been dieting and they can't gain weight. But when you usually ask them, well, did you track anything and did you see any issues? They would say, no, I haven't tracked, and that's where the issue is. Sorry about that.
Also, the thing is also when it comes down to, is your goal to gain weight, if I may briefly ask?
Oh, I have a goal of gaining weight. Can you help me? I'm 6'5" and 55 kg.
Yeah. So the issue is obviously there's also some. I don't want to open an entire bag of information. I keep it very briefly. So obviously some people probably based on individual variability, they probably have a less of an appetite. So there can be some individuals, but in general, I would argue if you are already having a certain weight, your body is actually pretty good to maintain homeostasis, or in other words, energy balance, right? So most people don't even have to track, and they can somewhat regulate their body weight because we have certain cues, right? So your body will send you cues like hunger, appetite, stomach growling, headaches, whatever, in order to drive you to maintain balance. Right? So sometimes you have to go against that, especially if you want to gain weight or if you have to lose weight, right? And you want to make you want to actually reduce the amount of effort, right? So if you want to gain weight, make it a bit easier for you rather than just eating salads and raw foods. Yeah, maybe add some liquid calories, for instance, right?
Like protein powder?
I don't care what. Yeah, you can start with processed foods in general. It is easier. Yeah, because if you eat liquid calories, you have to chew less. Chewing is actually also very important to induce satiation. For instance, right?
You can explain to him what dirty bulking is.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it, but yeah, if you want to gain weight, try also to do it in a controlled way. Again, I don't want to open a bag right here because it's like a rabbit hole. It is a lot of information, but you really have to be consistent with your calorie intake at least say 2 weeks in order to see, well, after 2 weeks, how does my body weight change? So you can actually for 2 weeks weigh yourself daily under the same conditions and track your calories for 14 days. And then you have to see, okay, does my body change that does my body change or not? If it doesn't change, then you know that your average calorie intake throughout these 2 weeks had no impact on your body weight, right? So that's like an experiment, and I think it can't get more accurate than that, because this is based on your personal information, right?
I would say this. First step, go on Google, type in calorie calculator, look into your average, like how much calories you need to build or start growing, and then use apps, which I posted in the side channel, like Chronometer, to track your calories. And that's the best thing.
Yeah, and I gave you a list of like plant foods that are very high in calories. They also happen to be incredibly delicious.
21.
Yeah,
21 calorie balanced plant-based diet.
Frankly, if I was in your situation, I'm in an opposite situation, right? I struggle to maintain a small, like a lower weight, right? Like the rest of the population, right? So if I was in your situation, I would just live on like peanut butter, oats. Like, do you know what? I don't know how it's called. Halva, I think. It's just made of sesame seeds and loads of sugar. It's a thing that I don't buy anymore because I can polish off like 500, like half a kilo of it and not even notice. And that's like 2,500 calories.
Satnat seeds and sugar, as in you are saying a sweet bar?
Oh, it's maybe I can find it. I think it's called Calva, something like that.
I want to say, like, even small steps, like adding extra olive oil into your meals, can definitely change over time. That can affect you.
Yeah, the thing is, like, just with gaining weight and losing weight, it has to be something for a prolonged time. It's not just like a 1 or 2 day thing, because energy balance or calorie balance is actually something that occurs over a long time, right? Yeah, why you have to.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Yes, hello.
How are you guys? Are you guys vegans?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Good. Are you vegan? Huh?
Nah.
Why not?
Oh, what do you mean?
Why not? Like, should I have to be a vegan to live or something?
Well, okay. I can simply ask you a very simple question.
Yeah,
what do
sure.
you think of people who abuse animals?
Abuse, like in what? In what sense?
It's in a physical or mental way.
I think they're
physical.
Psychological. What do you like? I don't actually understand
If
that.
someone told you I abuse animals physically and psychologically, right? What
Yeah.
would you think of them?
I would think they're bad people because
What if that
abusing animals is not good.
What if that
Animals are
person
also
says-
alive.
What if that person says I do it because I get pleasure out of it?
Probably like psychopaths. I don't know. Like that's not okay to do. But okay, I guess.
Why?
Because getting a pleasure, it's from being abusive. It's kind of like sadist or something. I don't know.
Okay, I will let other vegans talk. I will just work out.
So, sorry, can you repeat the last thing you said?
Who?
Whoever answered. I'm sorry, I was a bit out.
Okay. Cano.
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, like getting pleasure from being abusive is kind of like sadist.
Yeah. So, so would you say that the same thing for like taste pleasure as well?
Well, that's different.
How is that different? Like, what is the difference in the pleasures there?
Because that's food, and that's not. That's
no.
Like
but
food.
I asked you a specific thing.
Your video
hold on,
and
please.
I can't.
B33. Hold on. Or Beetle, whoever.
Let her make her point.
Yeah. So we're having a conversation here. So Kana, so I didn't ask if it's for food. I asked if it's for taste pleasure. Is it okay to abuse animals for taste pleasure?
Well, I don't actually believe that is tasting food by like food of animals is pleasure. I don't think that's would be adequate to put it. I generally believe well, animals they're they're good for the environment and whatever.
No, let's not veer in there. We're talking about the morality of killing animals for pleasure, or exploiting or abusing animals for pleasure, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so let's not bring another thing into it that doesn't belong there.
Yeah.
But that's not abusing. You're just exaggerating. We just kill it. We don't abuse it. We just kill it.
Beetle, this is your last warning. Please, let us finish our conversation, then we'll talk to you. Go on, Val.
Yeah, so obviously you can also replace like the pleasure also with something else, like habit, convenience, right? Tradition. It doesn't matter, but pleasure will be one thing. But generally, it's also habit, right? You are familiar with your diet, with eating animal products. Maybe it's also a tradition, right? Or it's convenient, right? So if you go to a supermarket, you don't have to double check, whatever. All of these are reasons, and we can go over all of them over. But one of these things will be important for you at the moment, right? Yeah. Because if you can eat plants instead, but you choose not to, you're still consuming animal products, then you at least partially say it's also because of pleasure, right? Because you like the taste of animal products, right?
Oh.
And
Well,
if it is not
honestly-
necessary, if it is not necessary, right, then you do it for some other reason. If it's not necessary to consume animal products, and it is not necessary.
For some, it's necessary.
No, let's not run. Beetle, I swear to fucking God.
No. For
Who are
I'm
you,
gonna be
man? I wanna
okay.
talk.
No,
Who are
chill.
you?
Let's just chill, guys. Let's just chill. We're not here.
Who's
to...
she screaming at me? I can
No,
talk
no.
whatever I want. I want to join
Beetle,
conversation.
I asked
What's
you
the deal
nicely.
with you?
We are having a conversation with Kana
I
right
want
now.
to chime in. I want to chime
No.
in.
Guys,
Get it?
real quick, as a mod, right? Let's just. All I heard was Val talking to another person, so let them talk. If you want to chime in and ask, well, hey, can I ask a question? Just say, hey, can I ask a question? Cool. Anyway, Val, continue.
So I want to say something. For some.
What?
You broke up, I believe. Someone broke up.
Animals.
Tanner, just speak.
That's what I said.
You lagged out. Your internet was cut out for a second.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You guys hear me now?
Yeah.
So what I said is, so for some people, they need to kill animals to survive.
Yeah.
Not like they can't grow plants in some areas in the world.
Yeah, we are aware. Yeah, but we're talking about you here right now at the moment, not about other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so obviously if the context is changing, right, we can maybe adapt our position slightly, right? But we're talking about like your current context, right? I would presume that you probably have access to a supermarket, right? To grocery stores.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, exactly. And if you have the option to choose otherwise, then you ought to do so. So if you have the ability to choose differently, then you could say, then you have stronger reasons to act differently. If you are in the jungle or in the savannah, obviously I can't expect from you to be only eating plants. Probably not, So, but we're talking about your current situation.
I see.
Not about, So for instance, if someone is in a war, right, I can't expect them to eat only like vegans if it's not possible. You want to survive, and then it might be defensible. But in your situation, what are your defenses or your justification?
Kana, you're muted.
Well, I don't know how I answered that, but to be honest with you, I don't think like killing animals is even that bad, for food. I mean, for food, not for pleasure. Because some people think killing animals is pleasurable. But yeah, there is some sadist people who do that, and they do it for people too. There is a lot of people who are being bad.
We born hunters.
Yeah, but
I think killing animals for food is not that bad.
Can I ask?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Do you think if the only reason you're killing animals is because because of pleasure and nothing else, is that a good reason?
Felix, you're not talking into your mic, so it's hard to hear you.
I said for food, not for pleasure.
Yeah. So my statement is, if the only reason you're killing a chicken is for 2 chicken legs and nothing else, do you think that's a good reason?
No, that's a valid reason.
Let's say the only reason.
What's the point of killing a chicken for just 2 legs? It's like ridiculous.
The only reason someone wants to kill a chicken is because they prefer the taste of it. Is that
well, I don't know that, to be honest, but they do. There are some people they do like the taste, but they do like the taste. Like, I mean, I honestly, yeah, I do some. I like some taste. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do like beef.
But my question was, do you think killing animals only for the taste that they create?
No, that's not true. I don't just like eating. I mean, eating meat just for taste.
What are the reasons?
If you can eat many other things, why do you still choose to? If you can eat meat, why is if you can choose many other things to eat, why do you still choose to eat meat?
Because I can.
Should you?
I don't know. How I answer that? Like, are you asking my morality or something?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
My standards are clear. I told you before, guys. Eating meat is not bad for food. For food
but hold on.
reasons,
Okay.
it's not bad.
So you're, but we're asking, whenever we talk about these kind of like ethical conundrums, I mean, if we want to call it even a conundrum, because I think it's pretty straightforward, right? So when we ask these, hold on. When we ask, wait, it's always important to look at both perspectives. You have to look at your perspective, right? And you have to look at the perspective of all other involved. You have to look at the slaughterhouse worker. You have to, and predominantly about like the most about the animal, right? Because the animal is actually losing their life in a slaughterhouse, mind you, not in paradise, not like it's in a slaughterhouse, house of slaughterhouse, right?
Yeah, I know. There are some type of killing. They're not.
No,
okay,
my question to you would be: is it morally acceptable to kill someone who doesn't want to die?
Someone like human?
Yes. No, an animal.
Because he said someone, which I thought like.
Yes, you heard that correct. An animal is someone. Yes.
No, actually, I don't think so.
Without going into semantics, we can just call them individuals. Is that gonna be better?
Yeah.
Individuals. Animals are individuals. Humans are individuals. Okay.
Yeah. Do you accept that?
I mean,
do you think they have a personality?
Do they comprehend? Do they
that's relevant.
Are they intellectual?
Well, a baby is also none of these things. A baby, if you have 2 babies, they will have.
Wait, Val. I'll make it super easy. Do you think a dog, if you have a dog or your friend has a dog, do you think there's an individual within them who has a personality?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm asking Kana.
Okay, that's your.
So Kana, do you think dogs can be individuals? Oh, they're muted. Right.
Yeah. So obviously they are individuals because they have their own temperament, personality. Some is given by birth, you could say, right? So even with humans, some are more extroverted, some are more introverted, and obviously we can be more social. We can learn, right? And so can dogs as well. You can train them, you can condition them. Yeah, but there are some dogs which are by nature more extroverted, right?
Would you eat your dog, sir?
No, I would not eat my dog.
Then why do you eat chicken?
The fuck is wrong with people?
I don't.
What? he's pro vegan. He doesn't eat meat. So.
Wait, Kana,
I don't eat meat.
Hold on, Kana. Since you're back, do you think dogs are individuals?
No, I don't think so.
So you don't think dogs have personalities?
Well, what's like defining that? Let's start with that.
Let me
Like how you
explain.
define personality.
Let me explain. So if you have like two dogs, right? If let's say you enter.
Yeah, I have two dogs. So what?
Yeah. So let's say you enter your house like after a long work day, and suddenly two of your dogs approach you, and suppose suppose actually only one approaches you, and the other one, just for sake of argument, is actually a bit shy, right? Let's say you are a stranger. So why is it that one of the dog is more inquisitive and more curious and more approachable to you, versus the other one? The other one is more coy, shy. They're actually not approaching you. Maybe they're anxious, whatever. How can this be?
But the shyness or inquisitiveness doesn't make them having personality. I don't see that. Like, I know they do have feelings in some cases, but I don't think that I would give them the the proper individuals or whatever.
Can I add something to clarify the discussion?
Yeah.
So, first of all, I think most people we don't eat dogs, right? We eat lamb, beef, and something.
Yeah.
So, and second, yes, I think dogs have personality, but we don't eat dogs, right?
Do cows have personalities?
Yeah.
So
do lambs have personalities?
Question has to be whether or not cows or lambs or
they all have.
If you eat pig, then pig has personality. Chicken has personality. I think no.
I
think no.
You would be wrong.
Yeah, you would be very wrong, and I will give you like one criterion which is very important when it comes down to all sorts of discrimination, but also prejudice of any sort, and that is a lack of exposure. You know what I'm saying? A lack of exposure to certain individuals or animals or humans. You will have prejudices if you have never come into contact with these individuals sometimes, right? But by coming in contact with these individuals more often, for instance, because you have like a quote-unquote pet, right? So you can relate with them more. You come into contact with certain ethnicities, for instance, or with certain groups, be it like gays, lesbians, I don't care what it is. If you come into contact, you will see more similarities. That's, I think, a very strong predictor or a very strong criterion for saying, well, there is someone behind these eyes. They're not so dissimilar from me. And this is usually the case when it comes down to chicken, pigs, lamb, whatever, right? You probably don't have so much exposure, so much contact with these animals. That's my hypothesis. What do you think?
I think, I don't know, because I haven't tested it, what you say, but that's your opinion, and I kind of respect it. But one thing also, for example, let's say we all became vegans, right? We don't eat meat. There's significant significant decrease in what people eat, and we don't eat meat anymore and stuff. What's the second step? Next step is going to be that you people are going to think that we also have to restrict predators eating up deers, elks, so we are going to make them secure and safe and blah blah. So they also eat meat, right? They also eat meat. Wolf attacks deer and eats it. So we're going to restrict them? No, because it's
so hold on. No. You asked us a question, so let us answer. Yeah, you asked us a question.
I'm not finished.
No, you're answering your own question. You're biasing yourself.
I'm not answering.
Let us answer the question.
Wait, I think
I'm not finished.
And we'll let me talk. We'll address the first point. If he's gonna make so many points, we'll address just the first one. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was I'm going to finish. So it's natural cycle of, for example, predators to eat meat. So I think it's also our natural one to eat meat.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so Can I address the questions, Felix, or do you want to?
I think the only one you should address is what about sometime in the future if everyone follows like veganism? Let's just go one by one because I think there were 3 or 4 questions in one. So let's go with first one. If the world goes vegan, would we also have to care about lions? That's the one. Just go with that for now. Please.
Sorry?
Did you hear me?
No, sorry. Can you repeat?
Okay, the one point you are going to address is, in the future, if everyone goes vegan, should we care about the lions?
Yeah, so vegans differ on this question. I would say yes, we should, because predation still creates victims. We should if we can, only if we can. If we can't, if it would somehow like destroy all the sentient beings on Earth, then we shouldn't. But I would still think it's a bad thing that is happening. Predation is not good. Being eaten alive is not nice. Therefore, if we can, we should prevent it.
Give me 1 second.
And also, let me,
I made just the 3 points which B3 was talking about. If you guys wanna, so the first one was addressed. So if you guys wanna choose the other ones, go ahead.
So it's Beetle, I think. What was the second point, Beetle?
I've put it in the side channel, guys. I put it in the side channel.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm sorry, Felix, it's really hard to listen to you, to hear you.
What about lions in the future if world goes vegan? Yeah, I see.
Yeah. So the second, we should not prevent nature. I don't know why you would say such a thing. We prevented nature for ourselves, for humans. We are generally not in nature. We built houses to not be in nature. We created agriculture so that we don't have to be in nature and all those things. I don't know why nature is such a divine thing if we as humans are almost completely separated ourselves from nature and defended successfully ourselves from most things in nature. And the third one is humans are part of nature like lions. Well, I would say because we are not in nature anymore, we defended ourselves from nature and removed ourselves from nature. That's a false claim.
What's stupid?
Well, when somebody doesn't have the mental capacity to actually listen to points and address them, then they resort to ad hominems and therefore lose their right to have a debate. So, you can call me stupid, but you just lost. Yes, anybody else? Jesus Christ. Mr. Miami, what's up?
I'm not even sure I would even call it into question, because this is a commonly brought up theme.
Yeah.
But how important, I really have to check the empirics on that because I never actually did so, but how important are predators actually, even if it runs through this ecological balance argument, how important are they actually to control the prey population? Are they effective even? That's also an important question. Is it even effective?
Beetle, you're quiet all of a sudden.
Huh? What'd you say?
Oh, were you not listening? You just said things, you asked 3 questions or made 3 claims, and then just not listen. What did I say? What was my answer to your first question?
Listen, I'm not in a class and you're not teacher, okay? First of all, get off of this attitude, first of all. And second of all, I was listening and I'm muting myself because I don't want to.
You would have no problem telling me what I told you. What was my answer to your first question?
Why I have to? Who are you for me to have to tell you?
Just real quick, as a moderator, we do appreciate having conversations with people, but if you're not gonna listen, and if you're gonna continue not listening and just keep talking, I do have the mod privileges just to kick people, especially like when they're disrupted thing or just wasting time.
I muted myself to listen. Why? What the fuck is she talking about?
So if you look at the side channel, right, I'll explain. If you look at the side channel, point 1, point 2, point 3, all of those points were explained to you, right? Because you had a question, hey guys, what do you think about this? What do you think about? We explained this, and now were you listening?
And what am I supposed to say?
Well, first of all, did you hear the counterpoints to your views?
Yes.
What were the counterpoints to your views?
Am I even a classmate that
Jesus Christ?
You know, your teacher? What's going on? I don't understand. I'm asking questions, you're answering, and I understand. I digest in my brain.
What's
the deal with it?
But
why
this has
all
nothing
of a
to
sudden
do.
start pinching on me, you post-mortem?
No, this has nothing to do with being. Hold on. This has nothing to do with being in a classroom or like being a teacher. But obviously, you're asking questions and you want to have our perspective, right? And if we want to both, you and us, if we want to engage in good faith, obviously it is a requirement that you also be a bit curious and listen to our arguments. That's the important thing.
Yeah, I understand, and I listen. I read what you write, and second of all, I listen to what you say, and I'm digesting in my brain because it's it's new information for me.
Sure,
and
I respect.
Have nothing to talk about it. I cannot say it's correct or false. Okay, that's why I mute myself and think about it. Should I be unmuting myself and shouting that no, I am correct and blah blah? No, that's not good attitude, right?
No, but what do you think about our responses? Do you have any questions or any I don't know, like doubts with what we were saying? Or does it make sense?
No doubts, but what you said that about predators.
Yeah.
For this natural cycle, that we shouldn't be interfering to their lifestyle, right? Maybe I'll have questions, but I'm thinking now, like, I have to put in a perspective first in my head, then think about it. If I find something, something that's not correct, I will say to you and discuss.
But also keep in mind, like, one important point that postmortem also they highlighted that it's very important. Vegans don't agree with this topic all the time when it comes down to wildlife suffering. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, I always like to bring it up. If we just imagine like a hierarchy of importance, right? I would argue that the most foundational aspects of veganism are usually they begin always with our doings, basically, of our behaviors to other animals. How do we treat other animals? Not how a lion treats a zebra, for instance. That might be also important, but it might be on the very top of the pyramid, you could say. It might be maybe 5, 10, 15. Yeah, it might be like maybe 10, 15%, I'm not saying it's unimportant, but all I'm saying is the pyramid is about our responsibility. What can we change right now? What is most realistic? Because I think it's more realistic if I tell you, well, maybe don't eat any animal products anymore and eat something else. That might be more realistic than if I tell you, you know what? What the lion is doing is wrong. Go to the savannah in Africa and kill the lions. I mean, that's obviously stupid, right?
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about this. Like, you say that we shouldn't interfere because we can't go have guns and kill, coyotes, foxes, because they kill deers. That's why I was thinking that about this one.
Yeah, exactly. So if you go by the foundation and we look at the most important aspects, right? I think most important to see, okay, what are you eating, right? Are you against animal exploitation? Then we can move on beyond your diet, not just what you eat, but also how we treat animals, like for entertainment, for clothing, for like with pets. And then we can discuss certain gray areas, let's say backyard.
Meat is better of breakfast.
And then we can move up even more. What about certain animals that are not sentient, right? What about edge cases like backyard eggs where they have a good life? What about those? What about wearing leather in public as a vegan? These are like less and less important things, I would say. But at the very bottom, it's like, okay, what do you put on your plate, say 3 or 4 times per day, or how many times you eat per day? Right, these are the most important aspects, I would say, and then we can move up, if that makes sense.
Yes, and you know, I'm not vegan, so you will move up when you'll have, I think, in my belief, that quality of your life will be so much better that you will even be more focused on other creatures, how they live and stuff, because about animals, I don't like to see them in zoo. I don't like to see them imprisoned in the cage and limiting their activity zone, limiting their making them unhealthy environment. I don't like this. When it comes to eating meat or not, no, I'm not in the same opinion as you. I'm sorry, but I think, yeah, you're right that if you're vegan, you have to change first of all yourself, change your diet, you know, what you eat, how many times, and then think about, because right now I believe that quality of life in world is not that high.
Wait, but so you said you disagree with me about animals and like consuming them. What is it that you disagree with?
Consuming meat.
Yeah, what exactly?
Because I think a person has to get daily protein, and this protein has to be divided like from 2 sources, one plant and one animal protein, and also minerals, also mostly vitamin, mineral, and most importantly minerals, and also the animal protein that we have to get to make our muscle fibers more strong.
Yeah, so if I may just ask randomly, because now this gets a bit technical, which minerals are you referring to?
Ferrum, iron.
Iron?
As
Okay,
you know,
because
when a person suffers from, blood deficiency, red blood cell deficiency,
right?
Mostly physicians advise them to consume meat, red meat, to increase.
No, not really. Most physicians would advise those people to take a supplement.
No, maybe in your country, but in
no,
most
everywhere.
countries,
If they're not cringe, they're gonna say, "Oh, just take a supplement," because that's the best way to reach high levels of iron. Because it's not just. Here's the thing: it's not just about how much iron you consume. Which, by the way, I have on my screen all the iron-rich vegan foods. It's about how absorbed it is in your body as well, and that varies greatly between people. So if somebody has anemia, the solid science-based advice would be to take a supplement. When I was a meat eater, I was anemic. I am not anemic anymore. It's not because vegan food is magic, it's because I'm taking a supplement.
Yes, taking supplements like B12, iron is important for vegans because they don't take them when they eat.
Well, no, iron not really. No, iron, we get enough iron in a vegan food unless you're bad at absorbing it like I am. And then taking a supplement of exuberant amount of iron is the best practice. So it's not a vegan thing, it's a personal thing. Some people just don't absorb it well.
I don't know. For example, still, but red meat, it has. So we extract lots of things from meat. They
Like
make
what?
proteins. They make creatines.
Yeah.
They extract from red meat.
Yeah, you
So
can get
red
all
meat
those
is
things on a plant-based diet. I don't see
essential.
why.
That's an essential
Yeah.
source.
Like, no,
And I
it's
think
not an
beef-
essential source because you can get it from plants. So that literally means that it's not an essential source. It means that
Then
there are
we
like,
have
hold on. It means that there are essential things in meat, but you can get them from other sources as well. For instance, if you look at my screen, the screen that I'm sharing, this is a graphic where it shows that all 9 essential amino acids that exist in animal foods also exist in all plant foods, but in various degrees, right? To various degrees. So if you look at legumes, beans, lentils, and peas, they're almost the same as the animal products. If you look at grains, they are like to various degrees. Some of them, like quinoa, for instance, it's almost completely comparable to animal products, but other things have like less of them. Nuts have all 9 essential amino acids. Vegetables have all 9 essential amino acids. For instance, kale, but you're not going to eat that much kale to extract so much protein from it, right? So you should probably lean more on like legumes, beans, lentils, and peas and shit like that. Look, even fruits have all 9 essential amino acids. So you can get what you get from meat, you can get from plants or from a supplement. We also have a huge amount of research at this point about like comparing animal proteins to plant proteins. So this research number 1 concludes that if vegans get enough protein, there is no difference in like strength building or like muscle building between animal-based protein and plant-based protein when you test it in humans. This shows that in elderly there is no difference. Somebody can be on plant-based protein and build enough muscle and shit like that. This is like actually was sponsored by a meat company, and it's still, the result is still conclusion, there is no difference between plant protein and animal-based protein. This says the same thing. So literally, like, I'm not sure what you're talking about. This compares a chicken and a textured vegetable protein, and there is more protein in textured vegetable protein than in chicken. I'm guessing this is per calorie. So like, I don't even know what people are talking about when they say, well, essential proteins in animal-based. Like, Felix is working out right now. He clearly has enough protein. I work out, I lift. Look at Val. Look at Val and his muscle. That's insane. He built that on a vegan diet. So what's the problem?
The problem is much bigger. So, we have more easy access for meat than we have for plants, right?
No, you don't have lentils in your area? You don't have chickpeas?
No.
You don't have lentils and chickpeas in your area? Where do you live?
Chickpeas, yes, but not what you say, lentils?
Lentils, yeah. It's like the red little thingies that you cook, and it's delicious. You cook it up with
No,
we
don't. No.
Okay. How about the beans, other beans?
Say that.
So you have
I was
chickpeas.
going to say that. Yeah, we have other beans. So
yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
so
I know
you
that
have
beans...
access. You have access
can
to
you
all the
me
vegan
finish?
proteins. Look at that.
Can you let me finish?
Sure.
So we don't have easy access for plants. We go to supermarket, we can get greens and some vegetables, some stuff, but you know,
and chickpeas.
If you are vegans and you want to encourage people to be vegans, I think you have to start. I'm actually giving an idea, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So
can I just ask, just to help the conversation, which country do you
he's
live
trolling.
in?
Felix, he's clearly trolling. He laughed in the middle of that.
Wait, I actually want to know, which country do you live in?
Wait.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm not trolling post-mortem. And second of all,
I don't care about that comment. What country do you live in?
I live in Turkey.
And you think that in Turkey it's very difficult to find plants?
If you come live here and you will struggle to get proteins from plants.
It's a yes or no question. Is it difficult in Turkey to find?
Yes.
You know what kuru fasulye is?
Bro.
That's a literal national Turkish dish. You're so full of shit.
Well, you can't eat it every day, okay?
Why not?
Your stomach gets...
But bro, if you're saying that it's very difficult to find plants in Turkey, it's very easy to find meat. I want you to show me evidence of that.
Yeah.
How can I'm not scientist show to you evidence. I say you that if you want to make people believe that after they work out, they can eat plant-based food and get big muscles, then you have to have products that have more plant-based protein and you sell them in supermarkets.
I already do.
Because when you go to street, you'll see one butchery, one supermarket, one kebab store. It's 70% it's meat.
Yeah, I think like majority of fast food, there is more fat in the food than protein. So I wouldn't recommend going to fast.
No, it's not like, it is fast food, I agree, but when you eat kebab, it's meat. So you eat lots of protein and fat.
Wait, yeah, but I'm not sure if you know when it comes to the calories, but when you eat a kebab, you probably eat 2,500 calories, where 60 of it is like protein, which is not really the best source of protein. Like in terms of calories, imagine if you're trying to cut and the only thing you have is kebabs. You're not gonna cut really easily. So when it comes to actually looking into the nutritional aspect of foods, you should learn about what foods have what amounts of protein, what amounts of fat, and you will find out things like wheat flour, which you can turn into seitan, have 75 grams of protein per 100 grams of the product, which is almost 3 times more than chicken.
I mean, that will definitely encourage you to exercise.
Would it encourage you to stop eating? Would it encourage you to stop eating animals?
What?
Would it encourage you to stop eating my friends?
What will encourage me? I don't know if that will be major event, and there will be.
So the only time you're gonna stop killing my friends is when there's a huge like event.
I'm not killing. I'm kind of contributing, getting the products, but I'm not killing.
You're basically paying to increase more killing, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you are.
And do you know? And do you know also what? You're also actually. That's also a very strong argument. You're actually also responsible for these slaughterhouse workers having pretty shitty mental health, right? Because we know, globally, slaughterhouse workers have very poor mental health. Very poor mental health. Slaughterhouse workers.
Oh.
Yeah. So even if you care about humans, right? Humans like society and the people that work there, right? Not just the animals like go through shit, also the workers here, right? So, like domestic violence at violence at home, right? Even there, you become so mentally deranged if you constantly have to kill animals, right? It's not a nice job. Most people are forced there, or like they have very little or good choice, so they go there and work there instead. Right? It's not a good job. Trust me, if you have to kill animals after animals, like you just get like mentally completely in most cases I would say you get completely your character becomes eroded, I would say.
Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say one thing that because that's your opinion, okay? I cannot say you're right or you're not.
No, it's an empirical claim. It's an empirical claim. You can actually look it up. It's not just something I pulled out of my ass, right? You can actually look it up.
Like time will show. Maybe there will be more studies, more evidence and stuff, and people really will turn to vegans. I personally doubt it, I think people are more dependent on meat.
But we have given you now. I think we have given you now numerous or like a number of compelling arguments, not just for the like for like in different case for the animals, for humans, for the environment, for health, right? I think the case is pretty compelling. I believe, right?
I know. Do you know people that suffer from autoimmune disease? They vegans ones. They turn to carnivore diets and they improve significantly. Do you know that?
So hold on. Before we go, so we can address this, but the problem is if they have autoimmune issues, right? And if they experiment with something, we also have to be very careful how their diet before was, right? Because a lot of people just like, especially, I'm a bit like now, how do you say, prejudicing a bit, but I would argue that a lot of women go on these fat diets, like on a vegan diet for health reasons or for some spiritual reasons. They cut out a lot of foods because maybe they have like an underlying eating disorder. They want to do fasting or do like juice cleanses or detox, and then they blame it on veganism. I'm not saying it's every last female or man, I don't care, but we always have to be very careful with these anecdotes. It's very important, right? Because especially with people who have eating disorders, they like restriction and control. They like that, right? They want to restrict themselves. They want to look healthy and skinny and thin. And if someone tells them, well, you can just eat vegetables and fruits to lose weight, then they will do that. But veganism is not about losing weight. Veganism is about the animals, right? So we have to be careful with these personal stories.
Look,
right?
You said that people want to become thin and skinny and healthy, right?
Yeah.
So maybe, for example, right now when you look at diseases, most of them say that cut your weight, overweighting, be active, stay healthy, so your joints, your skeleton carry less, less muscle, less fat. So maybe in 5 years, all the scientists in the world will say that no, for a person to live longer and more in a more efficient way, he should gain more weight and live more. So people will turn to be, they will quit being vegans because they want to get more calories. Everything can change.
Yeah, but by definition, I said it before, right? Veganism is not about losing weight or gaining weight. It has nothing to do with that because veganism is more than just like an eating, a pattern of eating. Yeah. So you can. Veganism is neutral actually with regards to weight management. This is about plant-based. This is about a plant-based diet, right? Veganism is more about just a diet. You can even get fat on a vegan diet. You can both. It's pretty easy. You can do that.
Yes, if you eat if you eat a lot, you'll get fat even if you do a vegan diet. It doesn't matter. No, but I say that if in future doctors, scientists will say that no, for a person to live longer and avoid having this specific disease that has big high mortality and is affecting whole world, he should gain more muscle and eat lots of calories per day.
Yeah, let me be very clear here. So what you're just saying is, first of all, just speculation, right? Because you're just talking ifs, and buts. And do you know, let me remind you, what is actually the number one cause of human death? What is the number one killer of humans?
Heart attack.
Yes, exactly. And that is, and that is actually and that's primarily driven because of obesity, I would say, and high levels of saturated fats. And these are just not just, but predominantly found in animal products, right? So this whole speculation, we can just move that aside with body weight, because again, you can gain and lose weight on a vegan diet, but the current number, the leading disease is actually CVD, cardiovascular disease, right? That we have to focus on.
But it is, and most contributing factor is fatty storage in your vessels that restrict blood flow and stuff. But you can also have there are lots of actually kinds of not heart attacks, and anginas, where you can have spasms when you have emotional rage, when you get angry and stuff. Some people get that spasms, their muscles contract. That's also a huge factor, because in my country, yes, people eat lots of fat food, but for example, in Greece, I see that people eat less fat. They're less fat. They eat relatively better than us, but still, when I talk with their doctors, patients, and stuff, I see that, man, they get more this variant angina, which causes spasms, because I'm leading to this conclusion that you may have a heart attack, but no relation to what you ate. It may be because of spasm.
Can I just quickly say something? We can definitely talk about health and health-related stuff, but we try to just stick to ethics. Like, for example, if you want to drink alcohol, it's only going to affect you, right? Mm-hmm. But if you want to eat meat, it's going to affect the individual. Another individual.
Yeah. Can you say again? If we consume alcohol?
So when it comes to health, we don't really care about health, because if you want to drink alcohol, it's your personal choice, right? But when it comes to eating meat, it's not a personal choice, because there is a victim. There is the animal that has to be killed for you. So the difference is, like if you want to be healthy or unhealthy, it's your personal choice. But we're here to talk about like the choice for the animal to live. We should respect that.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, Beetle, if I may. So let's assume there are like two possible worlds. They are identical in every single way, except in world A, we exploit and slaughter animals, and in world B, again, it's an identical world, except we don't exploit and slaughter animals. Which world is morally better, do you think?
Morally better?
Yeah.
Listen, there will be much more big concerns than
I said they're identical. Morals. They have the two worlds have the same problems, but one of them exploits and kills animals, and the other one doesn't. Which one is morally better? World A, that exploits and kills animals, or World B, that doesn't exploit and kill animals?
Well, for you believe that the one that
no, I'm asking
doesn't
you.
Kill.
For you, darling.
I know. I'm giving you an answer. Okay, just let me finish.
Sure.
So, from your side, you believe that the one side which doesn't kill and slaughter, doesn't slaughter animals, it will be more morally correct, morally positive.
Yeah.
But in my belief, they are equal.
Oh, so there is animals have zero moral significance to you?
You mean animals? You mean cows?
No,
sheep,
I mean all animals.
Chicken. But I don't go outside and I don't eat wolf.
Well, it doesn't matter if you eat them or not. I'm asking about exploitation and slaughter of animals. By the way, wolves are killed globally for their fur and shit like that.
Doesn't give a shit about you. Why do you care, bitch? Why do you care?
Well, a child doesn't care about me, and I still care about the child. We already had this conversation, Invisible, so... Right, Beetle, can you answer my question, please?
I did. I think they're equal.
Yeah.
Can I ask a follow-up? Wait, weren't you the one who said that like animal abusers should just like are psychopaths and stuff like that, or was it someone else?
It was not me. I was never said psychopath or anything like that.
Okay, so do you think killing animals for fun is okay?
For fun?
Yeah.
For fun is not okay.
Why?
For food, yes, it's okay. For fun, it's not okay.
But if food is fun, then what's wrong with that?
Food is a resource that you want to get to fill your stomach. The same way it does.
Wait, but I can fill my stomach with something else, so it is for fun then, right?
Okay, that's the thing. You fill your stomach with plants, trees. I fill my stomach killing deer.
Why would you choose? Why would you choose an option that causes a lot of suffering if you don't have to? Why do you like meat? Why do you want meat? Why do you want meat?
That's the essential resource.
Essential to what?
Essential to sustain a healthy, strong, good body and mind.
Healthy?
Huh?
Do you think I'm healthy?
You?
Yeah. Do you think I'm healthy?
I don't know.
Do you think? If I don't eat meat, do you think I'm healthy?
Maybe you consume lots of drugs. I don't know.
Drugs.
That wasn't my question. Do you think I'm healthy? If I'm vegan, do you?
Based on what? Based on that you don't eat meat?
Yes.
Look, you might be healthy. That's not the point.
Well, then it's not essential,
you
is
can
it?
be healthy. Wait, postmortem. Wait. You can be healthy, and being vegan are not okay. But I think meat is a natural resource that vegans lack.
Hold on.
They kind of have to get it.
But you just debunked your own claim, right?
Yeah.
So
address or just realize that you've debunked yourself?
Come again?
You've debunked yourself. You said meat is essential to be healthy, but vegans can be healthy. So that's a contradiction.
I didn't debunk myself. I think that you're native English speaker, right? You're native English speaker and you're more proficient. I am not. That's my
Do you think meat is necessary for being healthy? Yes or no?
Yes, meat is necessary.
Okay, then you did debunk yourself when you agreed that he can be healthy.
Look, why are you laughing? I'm not saying
Yeah, you're bad at
something
logic. You did contradict yourself.
Look, I'm now gonna explain. He can be healthy, right? He can do exercises. He can eat vegan food, less calories and stuff. I do same thing, eating meat.
Okay, so
and
listen, I can try to explain this way, man.
I know what the issue is. He's confusing wants with needs.
Okay, I mean, but I think like necessary is pretty clear. So I don't think he was confused about that. I think he just contradicted himself. So
I did.
You know like what necessary means? Like necessary means like you cannot do without, right? That's like gonna be a necessary condition. Like in order to have something else.
That's not necessary. That's obligatory.
Those are the same. What does necessary mean? What do you mean by necessary? Hold on, Moo, hold on.
Let's make it super easy. When we say necessary, we mean that if without it you are going to die, right?
You're going to die.
Without it,
it shouldn't be related to death at any point. It just means that you'll have disease.
Wait. Beetle, I'll make it super easy. Water is necessary for our survival, correct?
For our survival, yes, it is.
Okay. Is meat necessary for our survival?
Wait, let me think. 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
Sure.
Run, Forrest, run.
Okay, cool.
I think it is not necessary for survival, but I think it's significantly impacts our health, our efficiency.
Do you think it's necessary for health, for being healthy?
Yes.
Well, what if I showed you that it impedes health?
Wait, the person
That's
who
your
makes...
belief. I believe.
No, I can show it to you. I can prove it to you, though. I can prove it.
The evidence is upon the person who made the claim.
Okay,
if they made the claim, it's for them to demonstrate it.
I just
So for
love teaching people, I guess.
Beetle, if you say this is true, what kind of evidence do you have?
That meat is necessary for healthy, right? To be healthy.
For optimal health, yes. What is your evidence?
I believe that we have to get animal protein, and there is, I think, more.
No, he's asking about the evidence. You made like an empirical claim, right? So what's the support?
I understand that you believe, but what is the evidence? If I believe that smoking and drinking alcohol is optimum for your health, I would have to show you evidence, right? So if you say that this is optimal for your health, what is your evidence?
Yes, I understand your question now. I don't have evidence, okay, myself.
Okay, so it's unsupported. The claim is unsupported.
Yeah, I don't have evidence because I haven't done studies. I haven't.
Okay, so like post-mortem guy said like there is evidence against your claim. So at the moment you have no evidence in favor of your claim, but you have evidence against your claim. So I think if you're reasonable and rational, right, you would accept that you've been defeated, like your position has been defeated.
Bro, are you judge? I don't understand. Like, it's a court. We having a discussion. I believe meat is necessary. I don't have evidence. If you believe it's not, give me evidence.
Yeah, there is evidence against it that post-mortem can give you, right? And the idea is like you have no evidence to think, no evidential reason to think that what you said is true.
Right
like you
now,
believe meat is necessary,
maybe
but there is no reason to think
evidence.
that's true, right? This is what you said.
Maybe tomorrow I will have evidence.
That's fine, but this is what you said. I believe meat is necessary, but I have no reasons to think that meat is necessary. I have no evidential reasons to provide.
Silence is deafening. Thank you, Felek. Always a relief.
See, what is my next workout?
Yeah, so I would argue that if you don't have sufficient evidence, I think at the very least you should have like a neutral position. But I would also argue that because your choices have a victim, I would actually start to err on the side of caution and not purchase any animal product, so long as you can provide counter evidence, right? That's my point. Because you could rely on anecdotal evidence, but I would say that this is very weak form of evidence in my opinion. So you could say, personal experience, right? But yeah.
There does seem to be a lot of evidence that a vegan diet is bad for your teeth, though.
Yeah,
Can you
so
present the
obviously
evidence?
there's a lot of, I mean, obviously I'm not denying that there is a lot of evidence, but I'm asking you about the quality of evidence, right? Do you know what the quality of evidence is? When I'm saying quality of evidence? Do you know to what I'm referring to?
I actually have I have a hierarchy of evidence here, right?
Yeah. So, Bena, because the thing is, the lowest form of evidence is actually something along those lines of like expert opinion, or even worse, like anecdotal experience, right?
Not saying to ignore all anecdotes, but we're just saying if you're comparing evidence, there is a hierarchy. Like I can tell you, like my evidence of someone who's my anecdotal evidence is my dad has been smoking for 40 years and he's still fine. That doesn't mean smoking is good for you.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. Like that's somebody smoke and doesn't die, that's not evidence. That's his body because everybody's individual, right? Yeah. I know people that take alcohol, takes smoke, but he lives longer. But I wanna give you a question, guys, because I don't have evidence, right? I didn't do studies, anything. Do you think that if you go into internet, buy a book, read an article about something, right? Doesn't have to be veganism, for example. But since we are talking about veganism, we'll talk about veganism. If you go and read article, watch videos, read books, talk with scientists, anything like that, but mostly you gather information from internet, as of my knowledge. Maybe some of you are scientists, I don't know. So I think, do you think that proves that you're correct? Because in my belief, I think that you yourself have to be scientist to investigate and to see, yes, meat is not essential and we can continue eating plant and still live longer.
Well, what you can do, right? You're right. It's harder. It's rigor. To be sure of something that is correct, you have to engage in some kind of rigor. But the thing is, you can find evidence that are substantiated by actual years of science, right? So, for instance, we have evidence. Very huge amount of evidence at this point that you don't need meat products or any animal products to be healthy, to survive, and things like that. We do have a big amount, quite large amount of evidence, and by evidence I mean scientific papers, an amalgamation of scientific papers, an aggregate, let's just say. So every paper adds to the consensus, the scientific consensus, and it is a scientific consensus that plant-based diets can be healthy and sometimes healthier than animal-based diets, and a lot of animal-based diets are actually detrimental to health. Doesn't mean that all omnivorous diets are bad for health. You can eat, let's say, 50 grams 3 times a week of beef and not significantly increase your risk of colorectal cancer. But if you eat more than that, it is a significant increased risk, right? So,
I understand. Let Philly speak. He wants to say something.
This is something for Post as well, or for Val. It's one of you guys. I can role play as a meat eater and can say, well, what you're doing right now is an appeal to authority. How are you going to do it?
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, the thing is, do you know how to answer to this post-mortem?
Sorry, what was the question? Sorry, I spaced out.
I'll just say it again. Post. If I roleplay as a meat eater and say, wow, that's an appeal to authority, how would you debunk that?
Well, an appeal to authority is an appeal to a singular person who makes an authoritative claim, and it's basically they're making a claim of this on the bottom of the hierarchy of evidence pyramid, so it's an expert opinion. When you say it's a scientific consensus, it's not an appeal to authority because it's not one person. It's this as close to reality as we can get. When something is a scientific consensus, it means that it's been checked from all sides by many people with the scientific rigor that deserves the label of scientific consensus. So it's basically saying it's the closest thing for us to know what reality is. What is the reality
Even
of consuming?
Even to the extent that governments will implement that, because most governments don't implement plant-based diet.
Yeah, well, if you look at the governmental suggestions lately, they are mostly plant-based. They are in Canada, in the US, and stuff like that. But most people don't listen
Canada,
to the government.
But Canada, US is not the rest of the world. You have more world than Canada, US. You have Europe, you have Africa, South America, Middle East, Asia.
Listen, humans are human everywhere. So the point is, though, that Canada is the best example that we have for a government taking actual scientific consensus and putting it in its suggestions for a good diet, a healthy diet. And their suggestion for a healthy diet is 95% plant-based or 90% plant-based or stuff like that.
I wanted to jump in because I want to finish off with just one more point. So Beetle, watching YouTube videos and reading articles can be beneficial for whatever you're researching, but you always have to remember to look into the hierarchy of evidence to see exactly if that makes if what they're saying is true. Because you can watch a YouTuber and who tells you, bro, I've been eating 100 eggs a day and blah 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 blah, right?
Yeah, of course I'm telling you that because, for example, what I don't know you, okay? So you might be the scientist, I don't know. So, but most people, vegans, they are not scientists. They read from internet, they talk, they have discussions, they research a lot.
Yep.
But there is no clear, maybe they haven't investigated themselves. Okay, they haven't. For example, do you know what I'm saying? Put in a microscope a meat cell, and plant cell and see which one is more essential, blah blah blah, and
No, that's not how they do it.
research and say yes, I have debunked.
No, that's not. No. You're strawmanning the scientific consensus. That's not how they do it. It's usually human health outcomes. They follow humans for decades, or they feed humans a specific diet. They randomize them. That's the best data. It's actual health outcomes in humans.
But I want to say just real quick, for people to realize if they're healthy or not, they should just go to a doctor, get it tested, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes to diets, as you pointed out, we can always ask people, hey, we are running this experiment to test people's health on the diets. Would you like to participate in this? You know, and so there are many ways of doing stuff like that, and we do have huge data on people who have been controlled with the diets that they eat. So we can look into, okay, like what is this, what is that? But if you're saying, well, vegans don't know if they're healthy or not, well, maybe, like I haven't went to a doctor in like a year and a half. Maybe I'm healthy, maybe I'm not, but based on like my like what I do think like I'm pretty healthy, unless there's something happens to me and I have to go to a doctor. But when it comes to huge data, we can look into that.
Yeah.
I understand, but one more thing. You say that you can go check your health visiting by doctor, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But I say your doctor is not, how to say it, doctor is not enough. Like visiting doctor, checking your blood, checking your tests, and seeing if
What the fuck else
everything
do
is
you
normal.
need? A witch?
It doesn't 100% mean that you're healthy, because, for example, it also depends on activity you do. For example, you can check your health.
I know what you're saying, and I want to kind of help you with this conversation.
Just
right?
2 seconds to finish. Yeah, you can, for example, what I like to do, for example, I go to doctor, he says, yeah, you're super healthy and blah, blah. And I go run, but I run a lot. After I run a lot, my joints start to hurt, and they say, yeah, I'm not healthy as that guy, because that guy runs double as me, but his joints don't hurt. So we have to break our limits to see if we're healthy or not.
So I just quickly wanted to say, like, when it comes to doctors, they can check if you have any conditions right now that we can demonstrate are problematic for your health. Let's say you go to a doctor and you say, oh, this hurts over here. They can identify things, let's say, something to do with liver, something to do with this. They can look into like quick fixes, or like realize like, okay, we can quickly identify what the problem is. But when it comes to like other problems which are more hidden, yes, you would have to go to a more in-depth testing to see like if there is actual issues with other things, like finding tumors in your brain or whatever the fuck, right? So based on what we have, we do have, I think, evidence of like, yes, skeletal bones for vegans and non-vegans and stuff like that. We do have stuff like that. But like, if you're gonna ask me, hey Felix, how is your bone percentage density or whatever? I don't know, bro.
No, yeah, I understand. But what I'm saying is that, for example, you go to for example, all I wanted to say is that we don't have cure for most of the diseases. For most of them, we don't have cure. We have osteoarthritis, we don't have cure. We treat almost all diseases with anti-inflammatory drugs.
We have preventable measures.
Yeah.
We have preventable. Yeah. We have how to manage, alleviate symptoms, but we don't have cure. First of all, scientists, they have to investigate human body, understand it for 100%, because every day I see after COVID, they just found that vitamin D is actually so much essential than other vitamins, and that's actually kind of hormone. So they also found that, for example, they still didn't find why coronavirus did lots of blood clotting and lots of people gained hypertension, blah, blah, blah. So it's not on the label that it's high. It's not even close to high level, our medicine, first of all. And second of all, when you talk, for example, I'm finishing it like 5 seconds. For example, when you talk about healthy, most people understand that yes, they can go to doctor, do blood tests, do lots of diagnostic measures, and see whether or not they're healthy or not. Yes, in their minds. In my belief, if you want to see if you're healthy after checking with doctor, go run, go swim, go do an activity, but break your limits. If you're going to experience any inflammation, any joint pain, then that means, yeah, you are not as healthy as your neighbor, because every day he runs 10 kilometers, but you can only run 5 kilometers. It automatically makes you less capable, less healthy.
But like, you know, there are invisible conditions, right?
Yeah.
Invisible conditions.
Yeah, you can
name me some.
Yeah, sure. You have like extreme cardiovascular disease risk and not showing signs yet.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, lots of diseases don't even show symptoms.
Exactly. So there you go. And the thing how you find out about it is you go to your doctor and you take a test of ApoB and things like that, or LDL, HDL, and that's going to be the best way to start preventing the cardiovascular disease. If you have higher LDL, which most of the non-vegan population does, then you probably should start taking a statin.
I know, I understand.
Yeah.
But let's say you have you are at risk, right? And you vegan, you turn it, you fix it, or your diet, you fix it, your how to say, your all conditions, and you decreased all bad cholesterol from your body. Now you're super healthy. But to what extent does it secure you from having a second heart attack? Because myself, I've seen people like 15, 16, skinny as they're very skinny. They hadn't had any family history. They haven't had any cardiomyopathy. They haven't had any disease with heart, any disease with vessels, any disease with fluid, fluid intake and peeing out. Output. So, but they had heart attack.
Yeah.
But doctors can't explain it. They didn't even detect any spasms that when he gets angry he's. So it's not 100% medical profession. They're not 100% sure.
It is
Human
though.
body is
No,
not that
hold
much
on.
investigated, and what we say right now, eating plant-based diet to lower our calories, to make us not overweight, and so we will be healthy. Maybe in 5 years, scientists will debunk that. No, we actually have to double our meat intake to be more healthy.
Let's not do nutritional time travel, especially since we have literal decades, almost 100 years of nutritional testing of all foods, including meat. They're not going to discover that it's healthy for you. I promise you that. But if you look at my screen, I'm sharing a study that compared omnivorous, vegetarian, and vegan kids, 5 to 10 years old. And the conclusion was that an omnivorous diet actually puts children at cardiovascular risk, disease risk, because their VLDL, there you go, is so much higher than vegetarians and even higher than vegans. So actually, right, you're talking about 16-year-old kids having a heart attack. I wouldn't say it's without any signs. They should have tested their LDL. And like omnivorous diets, including like saturated fat, which comes from meat and cheese and eggs and things like that, it starts to increase cardiovascular disease in children, which is fucking insane. You know what I mean? Like feeding these products to children just sets them up for a horrific life and possibly, not always, an early death. Or early cardiovascular disease, right? We already know this. This is information that we already have, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you have this study, right?
Yeah. And by the way, I can show you the vegans are not like the best in this study, right?
On speculation. Yeah, you only rely on speculation.
Yesterday, I was talking with my friend. He has ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
I told him that ADHD doesn't exist, and that's actually some people. Can you let me finish?
Okay.
Some people kind of get it because they acquired it. Some people get it because they had deficiency in their mother's diet when they were still in stomach, and that's manganese. Now search in in internet manganese deficiency, manganese related to ADHD. You'll see a study. We together did read it.
Yeah, found it. Manganese in children with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, relationship with methylphenidate exposure.
Yeah. So can I say? So I'm not sure which research was it, first one, second one, third one, but relation manganese to ADHD. So first of all, I'm going to ask you a question. Does this scientific article make me sure that ADHD doesn't exist and this actually stems from manganese?
Well, the article itself makes the claim that ADHD exists, so I don't know how.
It's just an investigation. It's just the data. It's not proof. It's not mathematics to prove that 2 plus 2, it makes
What do you
4.
mean? The study that you pointed at, the first thing that says it defines ADHD, so ADHD exists. So this study that you pointed at doesn't support your claim that ADHD doesn't exist. So what on earth are you basing that belief on?
It's my belief that attention deficit disorder doesn't exist.
Yes,
you can solve it.
What are you basing that belief on? Because the study that you pointed at defines ADHD, so that means ADHD is
you
real.
You constantly tell me what evidence do I have.
I'm asking you.
I'm not scientist. I'm not scientist to
then
make
what are
research,
you making your
so
beliefs
I'm not sure.
on?
Can you let me finish?
No, because what do you believe based on?
No, I can't talk like this. You every time disrupt, interrupt.
Can you please answer my question,
Why you are
though?
like this?
Can you please answer my question?
Yeah, I think at this
For me
point,
to answer your question, you have to be able to listen. If you don't have patience to listen, how can you talk to people?
Yeah, but I think also at this point it also doesn't make any sense because on numerous occasions you have said,
herself
hold
has
on.
ADHD. Now, okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
real.
so
Sorry, go on, Val.
So the issue is like all that you have been pointing to is at the moment is that you admitted you're not a scientist. You made like a lot of ifs and buts. What could happen? A lot of speculations, and that's about it basically. And you're even now questioning whether ADHD.
What about you? What did you say? Did you give me any evidence about that plant diet is much better? Did you give me? Why you don't give me? You constantly say me, give me evidence, give me evidence. Why you don't give me evidence right now?
Yeah, it's okay.
If you're correct,
Yeah.
why you don't go marching
I'm showing it on my screen right now.
That you shouldn't.
Are you there? Hold on. Before we present it, are you willing to change your mind?
Maybe and maybe not. It depends on me.
Wait, no. What is your stand? No, because that's very important. What is your stand? What would it take to change your mind?
It's not. Is it really important for you to change my mind, or just give me evidence?
Well,
if you're not going to provide me evidence, why
hold
you're
on,
demanding it from me?
If I just throw with evidence, right, and you don't even reconsider your position, I fail to see what the whole point is.
Okay, what about apart from me, there are more people here. Maybe one of them will change your opinion, and you will gain one more vegan. You will gain one more vegan on your side.
So the question is, Bitul, the question is though it's epistemic, right? We are asking, what do you believe based on? Because if we present evidence to you and you're still not going to change your mind on your claim that is now being debunked by the evidence we presented, then what are you basing your beliefs on?
I have already said that from very initial my speech that I am not scientist. I haven't did any research. I don't think you have done research yourself. You just read articles.
So what you're saying is that, well, hold on.
If you're demanding evidence from me, I am not. I have not done any research. I have not done, so I can't give you. So you give me evidence of that.
So what you're basically saying is that you're just making shit up as you go along, and that becomes your strong belief. No, I'm actually doing the rigor. So here you go. I have on my screen evidence that plant-based diets are healthier. So the conclusion says
this evidence gives me makes it sure that it's better than meat, and meat is shit. So that's what you're making out of it.
Yeah, it's not the only thing. I'm just showing you one thing,
I'm gonna
right?
tell you one thing. For you to be sure that certain, for example, for you to be sure that water, you drink water and you pee out using your kidneys, you have to investigate it. You have to work on it. You don't have to, read an article and, be sure about it. So it's the same way. You can't read article and be sure that meat is not necessary and plant is necessary.
But then also, what you're saying though. So yeah, hold on. Go on, Felix.
Do you know the difference between articles and studies?
It can be study. It can be article. If it's not even implemented, do people treat ADHD or prevent ADHD like with manganese? They still do not. Still mothers, they just do normal diet. They don't. Maybe after 10 years, they will start taking some supplements or restrict manganese or something relation, because between manganese, actually lots of minerals, not only manganese, bore and selenium also, and they will so see that it is. And there's also one, for example, study or article or anything. It says that when you have Hashimoto's thyroid, it's autoimmune disease on your thyroid gland, you can solve it by taking selenium.
A beetle?
Does it prove that you can solve it by selenium? It's just a study. It's just an article.
Beetle. You know that this, because I came back from working out, do you know that this VC is mostly about animal ethics, and we can also demonstrate to you that you can be healthy, just as healthy and healthier on a vegan diet, right?
Everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on. So this article, this scientific paper that you pointed at, that manganese actually, manganese deficiency is why children are ADHD. It actually makes the claim there is no difference in manganese serum levels in controls and ADHD. So it took two groups of children. One group has ADHD, the other group doesn't have ADHD. And interestingly, I'm quoting now, children with ADHD receiving concurrent MPH showed no difference in manganese serum levels versus controls. So your claim was bullshit.
In manganese serum levels.
Yeah, manganese serum levels shows if you're deficient in manganese or not.
Listen, there is no difference in manganese serum levels.
Exactly. So your claim that manganese and ADHD are somehow correlated or causative was absolute bullshit. And I just debunked it.
Why you have so much hatred towards a person who has different ideas? My belief, it still has a...
No, that's not what's happening here, Beetle. I just debunked your opinion.
Braveness to talk like this.
I just debunked your opinion based on the search that you gave me. You gave me go search manganese and ADHD.
How about you give me evidence of meat? How about you give me evidence of meat? Come on, give me evidence of
there you go.
plant-based diet.
So it's
give
on.
Me evidence.
Yeah, it's on the screen right now.
Because I believe
it's on the screen right now. It's on the screen right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I believe postmortem. I believe. What evidences, what studies you present me, what you believe is a bullshit. How about that?
I'm presenting it on screen right now.
I don't believe in these scientists. I don't believe.
Beetle. Let's take it slow, real quick. So Beetle, they actually did extra energy, took extra energy to actually go through the science that you posted, and they can even show you where your science is wrong within the study that you presented. So can we just acknowledge that? Can we at least acknowledge that the study you presented, which was talking about ADHD, within the study it says that there is no difference? Could we at least acknowledge that?
When I said I don't acknowledge it, I said that there is. I believe I talked with my friend who has ADHD. I told him that there is a relation with manganese, and
I understand that. I completely understand. But can we at least acknowledge that the study you presented shows that there is no difference?
yeah, sure. Initially, I said that I acknowledged. I talked with my friend, and he has ADHD. I told him the ADHD doesn't exist. I told him that manganese is the something that's contributing, and you can, kind of. There is a study on it. We started reading and stuff.
Wait, that's fine. We can move on from there. You acknowledge that the paper you provided does not support any evidence.
It's third time I say sure. I say yes.
Okay, so it doesn't. That's fine.
It's third time I kind of agree with what you say, what you ask me.
That's fine. I'm trying to make the conversation flow a little bit easier. So even though that the evidence you provided doesn't really show for it, you still have a belief, right? You still believe that there are some contributing factors. Okay, so let's move on from there. Let's talk about the plant-based diet.
Can I tell you one thing?
Sure.
Are you 100% confident? Can you post? No, nothing. Are you 100% sure that scientists, name of scientists that you read, are actually that smart? Are actually better than other scientists that did the reverse study that did that? Yes, manganese has proven that blah blah blah, and the other side says yeah. So there always has to be dispute, right? Because I'm not sure that what you provide me is 100% sure.
Yeah,
because
and
it's a human factor.
Hold on. And this is why we have to look at it's called in science, it's called the preponderance of evidence. So the bulk of evidence. So we always look at trends, which is why
we have to look at sheer volume.
Yes, hold on, please. Let me. Yeah, so which is why we have to make use of meta-analyses and systematic reviews, right? And there they compile a lot of studies, and then we can compare multiple meta-analyses and systematic reviews, and then we can maybe even compile and make like an umbrella review, right? Like, so this is like basically a meta-analysis of meta-analysis. And then we can basically come to a conclusion, right? In general, there is like the way you portrayed it is very rare in general. People don't usually find that, okay, this is happening, and another thing, it's actually the complete opposite. No, sometimes it's mixed evidence, but not that it's like, okay, sometimes it works and sometimes it's negative. That's usually not how it works. So it's more like sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't work, but it's not the opposite effect in general, right? So it's the same like,
I want to say one thing. I want to say what I feel right now, okay? And I didn't mention it from the very beginning of the conversation. Let Felix come, and I will say when he will come, because I want him to hear it, because it's still a human relation. It still has an impact. The level of knowledge of yours, of mine, quantity of us. So I will say it after Felix comes. But I'll ask you to provide me evidence. Yeah, Felix, I wanted to tell you if you listen. Okay. Yeah. So you are guys 3 people here, vegans. You're kind of versus me, and I am alone. One talks, one is silent, one talks. I'm right now out of breath, and you're sticking me like. It's not fair. First of all, I will have to have 2 more meat lovers. I will not say meat lovers. I will say people who believe that meat is necessary. Yes, meat lovers. So, yeah, I will have to have 2 more people. But I didn't mention it. It's totally fine. But still, I see that you believe meat is not necessary, right? That plant-based diet is necessary. You can work out, you can get your protein out of it, blah blah blah. So give me evidence of that meat is not necessary. Give me evidence.
There you go. It's on the
Not
screen.
only this one. Not only this one. It gives only vitamin D, B12, and stuff. Give me evidence that meat is not necessary. Actually, that we can eat plant.
I think you can just put the position of the American dietetics, which would be what he wants. I'll put it in the side channel with. So, I'm not saying that...
And maybe you can also pin that message. When somebody comes here, you can present him that... Yes.
We always do that.
Yeah, okay.
So this is the position of American dietetics, who say that you can be healthy on the vegan diet. As in, you can have a long life, have a good long life on a vegan diet.
I'm gonna put it on the screen.
Yeah, put it on screen.
There you go.
Do American government implement it?
Well, they can't implement it for people. People have to still make the decision.
Yeah, this is just a statement that it is possible. It is healthy.
Yeah, statement that it's possible. That's what you believe?
That's not my belief. That's a statement by scientific, but by basically people who tested, the different sciences and stuff like that.
So, yeah.
As I've told, I'm not changing my opinion. I'll still continue eating meat.
Yeah.
I'm not discouraging you from your diet. You're not discouraging me. But still,
it's gonna be against evidence.
Human body is not investigated for 100%. The same as our nutrition has not been investigated.
Yeah.
We can see that after maybe some years, we can see same statement maybe can say that we were false.
But the science already shows that the more meat you eat, the more problematic health you have. That's the science that currently shows what's going on.
It starts in fucking childhood. The cardiovascular disease starts in childhood. So.
Can I ask a question beside the point?
Yes, please.
So, first of all, I'm not in any side in this conversation. I'm not with the meat side or with the vegan side. I just don't even care about it. I don't mean any disrespects with that. What I'm trying to ask is, well, are you trying to not kill any alive thing, or you're eating, or what's the point of vegan? Because I don't know.
Sentience.
Sorry if it's a stupid question a little bit.
Well, vegans care about sentience, as in the ability to experience, right? Plants.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Hello, hello, hello. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it good? Is it bad?
Just a second. Okay, I can hear you now.
I'll press a button a few times. So vegans care about sentience, the ability to experience, especially have a subjective experience, right?
Conscious.
Yeah.
You
Plants are not conscious. Animals are conscious. Vegans care about not harming conscious beings. That's what.
But the thing about conscious, we didn't define conscious yet, so you don't know that plants doesn't have conscious.
Well, we can demonstrate with science that plants don't have sentience. They're not conscious.
Yeah.
We have actual science to back it up.
So if you look on the screen, I'm sharing a screen. This is the first picture is how a consciousness occurs, right? So for consciousness to occur, you must have a brain and a nervous system and all of these things that basically create a feedback between the outside world and the inside world. So the fact you have eyes, you can see things and your brain interprets that thing and it spits out certain feelings about what you see, right? You can smell, that's one of the things. You can touch, right? So all the sensations, the ability to have those sensations. Yeah, go on.
So you're saying to have conscious, you have to have a brain?
Yeah, and the
That's your
nervous
point of
system.
conscious.
Yeah, and the nervous system. So it's called the central nervous system. It means that nerves run through your entire body and have like nerve endings, like ocular nerve endings, which is your eyes. And then all of those nerves run into a central point, which is your brain. So plants don't have that, and animals do. So plants are not conscious. They can't on a cellular level. And all of those animals, including humans, are conscious. There are some animals that are likely not conscious because they don't have a central nervous system, right? But most animals, or like most mammals at least, like in arthropods and cephalopods and vertebrates, all of those animals do have consciousness.
There is this study, I don't know if it is true or not, so I just heard about it. You can tell me if it is true or not, that plants can scream.
Well, no, what the study says is that they emit sound when they're cut, and that sound is basically like a popping sound of air escaping their cells or escaping the structure of a plant. And then like all kinds of publications kind of ran with it and called it screaming, but the scientists don't say that. I put in the chat this Debunking a Myth Plant Consciousness. It explains what consciousness is in a very good way, and it also explains why plants can't be conscious. Basically, even on the cellular level, the cells just can't transform information really fast. And that's one of the reasons basically why consciousness arises. Like if you put your hand into the fire, your brain immediately gives you a signal that's hot, that's detrimental to your well-being, so that you push your hand away like through instinct. Yeah.
Keep in mind, when it comes to the accident catching heat, it goes through your spinal cord, right? And then like your spine reacts faster than the signals that go to your brain.
Yeah, and plants are not capable of transmitting information fast enough for there to arise a consciousness. Like even if it had the nervous system, even if it had a brain, the nerves, like the way plant cells are created, the way plant cells are, their structure is, the nervous system would be like useless, because like if you cut off a tree's like a branch, it would take it like literal hours to tell the plant to react in some kind of way. But it doesn't even have that. It doesn't have a nervous system, doesn't have a brain. It's an object. It's a living object, but it's an object.
Living up.
Yeah.
Anyway, I posted something in the side channel for you posts.
Yeah.
Did you address that real quick?
If plants can scream, that means that they have mouth. Does that mean that I can give a plant a French kiss? Great, Felix. Thank you for that.
I didn't mean literally screaming with.
Well, they don't literally scream.
I didn't mean literally.
Yeah.
They need a mouth to literally.
Yeah, but I didn't mean it literally. I didn't talk
well,
about
if you didn't.
I said the study.
Yeah, Rustin. So here's the thing. I think most of this situation, that's where it lies. So if they don't literally scream, then what you mean by that is that they metaphorically scream, and you can put in a metaphor whatever you like, right? That makes it not literal. So what we care about is facts and not metaphor. So if plants metaphorically scream, it just means that when you cut a plant, it emits some kind of a sound. It doesn't mean that there is a consciousness or that the plant hurts, right? You know, like, why do we scream, right? When somebody hurts us and we go, ah, why do we do that? Because it hurts. Because it's a reaction to pain or to angst or sometimes to excitement, right? I can exclaim, I can scream because I'm excited. All of those things exist in humans and non-human animals, most of them at least, and they don't exist in plants. And that's why we say that it's immoral to exploit and kill animals when you don't have to, because they share this experience with us of being conscious, of having this reaction to the life outside of them.
Can I give a question?
Of course.
Do you know any athletes, but I mean top athletes?
Oh yeah, so many.
Maintaining plant diet.
Yeah.
Maintaining plant diet.
Oh yeah.
Have they achieved anything?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you know top athletes maintaining plant diet, not eating meat, being vegan, and whether or not have they achieved anything?
Of course. So in the last Olympics, I don't have the screenshot of that, but in the last Olympics, like 3 or 4 gold medalists were vegan. Or plant-based at least, right? They're on a plant-based diet. I don't know their ethics. But I do have this. Let me find it. Sorry, culture and religion. Yeah. So I have this. So you know who Conor McGregor is? He's like an MMA fighter, and he's one of the best MMA fighters in the world. He's not vegan, but he was defeated, knocked out by a vegan.
Khabib did something really dirty. Yeah.
Sorry?
But Khabib, real big meat eater, did take him down and tapped him real quick.
I don't know what you're saying.
Do you know Khabib Nurmagomedov?
No, I don't know much about sports, frankly, but you know. So you
can...
Yeah,
Khabib Nurmagomedov is the guy who took over the belt from Conor, and he really easily beat him up and make him tap, submitted him real fast. He's a big-time meat eater.
But we're moving the goalpost, like, oh, he defeated McGregor. Okay, did he defeat someone else? Did he defeat some? It's just moving the goalpost.
Yeah. So if he was defeated by Nate Diaz, who is vegan, and Conor McGregor is one of the best MMA fighters in the world, so both can defeat him, both extreme meat eaters and plant-based dieters. So this means that a plant-based diet is adequate for being a good person, like a good sports person, I guess. I don't know. Fuck, I know nothing about sports. I'm sorry. So if Nate Diaz could defeat this guy.
Conor McGregor's Instagram?
No, I really don't care about sports. I care very little.
I will find a post him eating a steak or burger. I will surely find it.
Excellent. And he was defeated by a vegan or a plant-based eater.
He was defeated by a vegan.
Yeah, there you go. I'm having it on the fucking. There you go.
Wait, post. Yeah. Just to address something, Nate Diaz is following a plant-based diet when he competes.
Yeah. Fine.
So he's not really a vegan, but yeah.
So that's even better. So he just like, when he's going in to do his sport, he follows a plant-based diet, and he wins. So.
He chooses to eat plants for his performance.
Any more questions? Jesus Christ.
Look, post, look. I've done this morning.
Nice. Oh my god. Oh, Beyond Means looks good, man. You're making burgers. Yeah. Oh man. I do have a burger in my punch, like in my freezer. Maybe today I will eat it.
Maybe today.
Yeah, I don't usually eat burgers, but maybe.
Yes.
I'm just fantasizing about food right now, so that's what I'm doing.
What I'm making?
He's making.
From this.
He's making Beyond Means burgers.
It's
vegan
the glory. My internet is bad. Can you tell me?
So he's making plant-based burgers out of Beyond Means. That's what he's doing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So what is this beside the box? I mean the jar.
This?
No, the jar.
What?
Other one. It's like white. I don't know.
This?
No. In the jar.
The jar. This?
No. Dude.
Oh,
this.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one.
This is basically a pickle jar, but so it's not exactly pickles. It's just a jar which has apple juice. It has apple juice in it.
Apple juice. Okay.
A pickle jar.
Pickle, and I thought, ooh, why this pickle is white?
It's just a jar being used for apple juice.
Right.
A pickle jar being used for apple. Yeah.
And I see the butter.
Huh?
Butter.
What?
Yeah, it's a vegan butter. He has a vegan butter there as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody
Who's
else?
talking?
Any more questions?
No.
Alright.
I was curious to this live. I was curious to. What should I know? What is he making?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make some burgers with vegan cheese, some other stuff in it.
The sound is terrible, Felix. Sorry.
Sorry.
It's alright.
Did you put the black pepper?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'll show you. Hold on. Let's see what I have in the fridge. So, with the burger, we have the classic buns.
Felix, literally nobody can understand anything you're saying.
I'm just far away. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We have to say yeah.
But I don't want him to waste his speech for us to not hear what he's saying. That would suck. So, Rue, what have you learned so far? You've been listening to us for a while.
Yeah, I've been journaling with it.
Oh, that's cool.
Just questioning myself, my ethics.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I will turn vegan, but that's just my mindset right now. I don't think I can suddenly shift,
Oh, you can incrementally change. Sorry, go on.
And then I don't know, I kind of reached the conclusion, for now, the current me, from the experiences I have so far, that I'm just a pretty ignorant person.
Yeah. Well, you can ask the questions though, so.
I don't think I have a lot of enough opinion to ask questions for now. I'm just taking notes and trying to form my own belief on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Your post.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add a garlic-based oil on it as well to make it more tasty.
Jesus Christ, Felix, didn't I say I'm fucking hungry? Jesus Christ. No, I'm joking. That looks fucking awesome, man. So, Rue, do you though, I know we talked a lot about health and religion and all that almost completely irrelevant stuff, but do you understand our ethical position?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely kind of know the diet stuff is kind of irrelevant because I'm from Mongolia, so we have really heavy meat culture.
Mm-hmm.
And even then in Mongolia it is possible to be vegan.
Yeah. I mean, I had some vegan Mongolian dishes. They're fucking fantastic. It's harder to find, for sure. Mongolia is very known for their meat and dairy and stuff like that. But, sometimes if tradition is not kind, we should probably abandon it if we can, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you generally agree with like the position, the vegan position, as we presented it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So.
So I was just like questioning myself because like even though like I heard those things, like I understand it like from an objective view, but like for some reason like I don't like like kind of like feel it in myself. Maybe it just hasn't like sunk in yet.
Yeah.
Maybe I haven't processed it yet. So I've been like just kind of pondering over that because like it is like a very horrible thing.
Yeah. Well, listen, here's the thing. So veganism can be reached, the position of veganism, through like an emotional connection. But it really doesn't have to. That's not how I reached that position. That's not how Felek reached that position. We reached it through logic. So it's kind of a 1+1 when you realize that you have a huge amount of compassion. And I realize that compassion can be feelings-based, but it also can be incredibly logical. So you have compassion for sentient beings like dogs and cats, and don't think it's okay to kill them. But then you go to your plate and you eat cows, chickens, goats, sheep, and animals, and like other animal products, and you find yourself without compassion towards them. And just it seems it's like an inconsistent position because there is no actual difference in the animal cow that makes it okay to kill them, but not okay to kill the animal dog or the animal human. Yeah.
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 Okay. That's a new perspective. Like.
Well, if you disagree with my perspective, you can say so.
Oh no, I'm not.
Yeah, I want to clarify one thing. Ru, you don't have obligation to turn into vegan or anything.
Yeah.
Or quit eating meat, anything. You just do your thing. Just talk. Having a discussion.
Yeah, but then you are acting morally inconsistent. That's all. If you're okay with being inconsistent in your morality, then sure, you don't have to be vegan.
Yeah, I'm also like kind of trying to put in words what I'm feeling. So like, I'll tell you guys if I can word it better later on.
Yeah, sure. Take your time. No problem. Thank you, Ru. Berf, what's up?
Hey, hello.
Hi. Are you vegan, Berf?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
I don't know. Because I learned to eat in this way.
Yeah.
It's not my fault. Sorry.
Well, it's not your fault when you were a child. I understand we were all kind of indoctrinated into it. I more than most people in towns because we actually had like a small, tiny, very tiny farm where I grew up. Like a small, home farm kind of situation. So I was indoctrinated more than probably most people in the world. But now that we are grown-ups, we should probably reconsider the indoctrination that we received as children, right?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Like, if my parents are racist, I'm not doomed to be a racist, right? I can reason my way out of being discriminatory towards people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why is discrimination against people wrong, but discrimination against animals is not?
Yeah, makes sense. I feel sorry about the animals, but I really like meat,
Yeah. Well, do you think liking something is like a good justification for taking an animal's life away?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Like, if I decide by the end of this conversation that I don't like you, but I like, I don't know, like I have some kind of a like, don't like preference towards you, it wouldn't be a good justification to kill you, would it?
No.
Yeah. So, what do you think?
I think if I had to kill the animal, I wouldn't eat meat, but just to buy in the market makes it so much easier.
Yeah, well, sometimes doing the morally right thing takes a little bit of effort. By the way, it's not a lot of effort. It's an effort for like a month, and sometimes a bit more effort once in a while. You just basically have to learn which products are vegan and which products are not. And then you're set, right? Like usually when you go to like a store to buy food, you usually kind of know what you're buying, right? You look at a thing, you know what's in it, kind of, and you buy that because you tasted it before and you know, like, if you like it or not. Well, it's the same thing, but you kind of learning it from the beginning. So most of the stuff like potatoes and carrots and cabbage and shit like that, you don't even need to think about it. You know that it's vegan and that's it. The only thing you have to do is learn what kind of protein you should replace animal products with vegan protein. And once you learn that, it becomes incredibly easy. Like, look at me, I'm on Discord for 5 hours talking to people. It's really not a stretch. And then I'm gonna go to my fridge and my freezer, and everything in there I know is vegan, and I'm just gonna grab something and I'm gonna eat it. It's not gonna be so much effort that it would be harder for me than it was when I was a meat eater, right?
Well, in my fridge I have most of the meat, fish, chicken, even I store them in fridge, and I only eat them. Like when when I don't eat meat, I feel like I'm not energy. I don't have enough energy,
well,
so I always eat meat.
Maybe you should eat some more calories, or maybe you should like not base your position on like a fleeting feeling or anything like that, because when you base your position on fleeting feelings, you are destined to be debunked. So I didn't finish talking. So there are, and I'm not talking to you anymore. I think Beetle, I think we finished the conversation. Now I'm talking to Berth. So there are like vegan satiating foods. So things that are high in protein, for instance, like tofu or textured vegetable protein and things like that are actually sometimes higher in protein than the things that they replace. And they're incredibly satiating. Tofu is very satiating. Other things, like things that have a lot of fiber in them, are also very satiating. But sometimes are like low in calories, so you gotta make sure you eat enough calories so that you don't feel weak and feeble the way Beetles feels. So things like potatoes are both have a high caloric density and high satiation, because it has a lot of fiber in it and a lot of other amazing stuff in it. So you just gotta learn a little bit. And by the way, we have like resources that I can give you that gonna help you out. For instance, Challenge 22 is hold on. How do I copy that shit? There you go, like that. Challenge 22, for instance, you can ask them for help. You can contact them and tell them, I'm going on a plant-based diet, I'm becoming vegan because a person named Postmortem convinced me on Discord that it's the moral thing to do. How do I do that? I don't fucking know what to eat. And they tell you, they provide you with a dietitian who can help you out to get your enough protein, enough calories, enough vitamins, tell you what kind of supplement you should probably take and shit like that. And even they can help you out based on where you live to actually, they can tell you like exactly where you can shop for what. And once you know all that shit, you just continue living. It doesn't interact much with your life. You just eat plant protein or plant foods instead of that. And you stop buying new leather and new silks. You don't go to zoos anymore because all of those places are also like torture palaces for animals. And they're incredibly unnecessary. So that's what veganism is. It's not hard. It's hard for about 3 weeks and that's it.
Yeah, doesn't look so hard, you know.
Yeah.
The easiest part of veganism is like what to do. The hard part is understanding why you should do it.
Yeah.
So the reason why, it's like preventing suffering. That's the big reason. Also, just a quick anecdotal thing. When I used to cycle for like 5 hours, 3 or 4 peanut butter sandwiches literally kept me throughout the entire exercise.
Oh, shit. Yeah, well, peanut butter. Like peanut butter or peanut butter and jelly?
Yeah, jelly as well.
Yeah.
Well, it often goes, so.
Yeah, sounds like a good decision. Like, especially if you eat like whole grain bread. Because then it's like releases a little slower, the carbs, but the jelly gives you like immediate carbs, immediate push, and the peanut butter like slows it down, right? Yeah.
So it's a really good
do not listen to vegan people. They will brainwash you for like shit, man. Eat meat and stay happy.
What the fuck? Bro, I don't know, whenever people come here and say you need to put meat in your mouth or something, I don't know, I always think I'm on a dating site or something.
Yeah, or on a porn site.
Post. I need to just, hold on, I need to do. My battery's kind of low, so I'm trying to like be careful with my battery.
Yeah.
Look. Hold on, there's the glove.
Oh man, are you gonna eat all 3 of them today?
That's gonna be my lunch, and there's still this, which I'm gonna put in the fridge for later.
Holy shit, man. We have different calorie dispensers, that's for sure.
Oh man.
Yeah. That's very cool though.
That's good.
Yeah. So, Bert, do you have any...
Fridge check for everyone. This is a vegan fridge, right? There's some vegan meat over here. I haven't put tofu in the back, so I'm gonna put this in the back. There's some rice, instant rice. I got these. I found these.
Ooh.
Which is pretty interesting. Tomatoes, pesto, probably a little bit old. 2 yogurts, 2 vegan sausages. I'm sure that they're vegan, there you go. Hummus, something in the back. That's my pasta sauce in the back, don't worry about it. 3 hummus container. And then, there you go.
Kidney beans. In the fridge.
And then, look at this. Oh! So, pita bread, my soy milk, my rice, my tofu, and everything the rest is just for other people in the house. And there's also this.
Oh, I love your life. Yeah, it's good. I also have real life in my fridge, for sure. But you eat much junkier than me, Felix. I guess you can afford the calories, that's the reason.
That was just the fridge. Right? If we go to the freezer...
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
I found this. This is like TVP in a way. And if we look at the nutrition, per 117, which is not too bad.
Yeah, per 100 grams. 100 grams is going to be... How many calories? Can you turn it around again? So for 126 calories, 17 grams of protein, that's amazing. That's more than 10%.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was looking at something else. Can you turn it around again? No, it's for 500 calories, is it?
This is 100 over here.
Oh, that's kilocalories. Fuck those things. Yeah, 126 calories and 17 grams of protein. That's an amazing thing. That's 15% protein per calorie. That's fucking good. It's really good.
And that's amazing for tacos or burrito wraps. It's really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, for sure. Nice. Thank you for the tour, Felek. Mine is gonna be like, here are my potatoes, here are my carrots, and yeah, I have a single burger in my fridge. That's it. In my freezer, I have had it in there for a while, frankly. I don't know, burgers are just... Yeah, go on.
I still have fuel around. I still have fuel. Oh, did you see the nutritional info of Huel, by the way?
No.
Hold on. This is a Huel bag. This is... I'm not sure what flavor it is. There you go. Chocolate flavor.
Mm-hmm.
So this is 100 grams of it. 438 calories, but look at the amount of nutrition in it.
Holy shitballs, man.
And here's your, like, your protein.
It's a meal replacer. 44 grams of protein! Good. That's, I mean, that's 10%. 10% is on par with a lot of animal products. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is for people who like literally have some kind of like, it's a meal replacer basically.
Yeah.
I still have it.
I think you probably can make your own meal replacer if you really try. Maybe.
Well,
I don't know what I'm saying.
But like when I had stomach issues, the only thing I cared about is putting something into my body. So I was just paying them to just give me something that I needed.
Yeah. When I quit drinking alcohol, I had, holy shit, I had a bit of time. The only thing that fixed it was like taking antibiotics.
Oh, what do you mean by that? Why for alcohol? What do you mean?
I can't hear you, Felek.
What do you mean by using antibiotics for that issue?
So I don't even know what was. I took antibiotics for, I had like a root, what's the name? The wisdom tooth pulled, and they gave me antibiotics for that, and that just fixed the issue. So I didn't even have I didn't check what I had, but antibiotic fixed it.
Right, see?
Yeah.
As long as it was good.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Felek.
Sorry, I'm just doing so much stuff. As long as it fixed the issue, that's good.
Yeah, basically did. Yeah, it was just like, I drank like 2 liters of beer every single day, and which is like 5 pints, I think. And I at once took that incredibly fermented food away from my microbiome. So, and I also changed my diet, kind of started eating oats as well, and I think I'm a little like sensitive to oats, and that shit just fucked me up. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah, so totally something can... What's up, Dinkless?
Howdy, guys. I'm doing pretty good. I just got some blood drawn. I got a blood test. I'm gonna get the results in like 5 days from the doctor. So I'll have a good docking point if everything turns up good. And guys, you know it's gonna turn up good because well, I don't know for certainty, but literally, nutritionally speaking, like you know that expensive protein powder at Whole Foods, that's basically what I like half of what I've been eating these past 2 weeks.
Shit, man.
So that's basically Huel.
I hope you will take... Oh, Huel is fine. Because it has other nutrition other than protein, right?
Never had Soylent or Huel or anything, but...
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, it's got protein, it's got others. Yeah, it's got like a bunch of other stuff. I mean, it's not absolutely everything, I'm sure, and probably not like the right proportion, but we'll see. I'm curious. Have a good talk.
Are you talking about a meal replacer, or...?
No, I've just got a blood test at the doctor. That's all that's happening. That's what's up with me. Yeah, it's like I finally have a talking point basically. So like people, like I mean, at least one non-vegan said, "Have you got your blood work done?" You know, to know if I'm like actually healthy or not. You know, so it's like now I could have that in addition to just keep bringing up chronometer.com incessantly.
Yeah, for real. The best thing I love doing, nobody ever took me up on that challenge, is ask the meat eaters what their B12 status is, and I'm just telling them that I want them to compare it to mine, to which they, of course, say they have no fucking idea. And I'm just left like, well, I'm just gonna take my high B12 status to the late grave, I guess. What's up, Sophia?
Howdy.
Dinkles, guess what?
What?
Hold on, I'm gonna turn my camera. Look. You see this? Hold on, where's this? You see this?
Yeah. Oh, cool.
You see this?
Yeah.
And then look. Yep.
Oh. Is it like you got it? You got the whole thing. You know, Beyond stuff is definitely very nice seasoned. Like I can't complain at all about it.
Yeah.
And then this on top, it's still really nice. Company.
Go on. Whoa. Yeah,
Hello.
howdy, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hey, Felek. How are you, bro?
I am good. Oh, Chip. Hello, Chip.
Chip?
What's up, Chip?
Yeah, it's a friend.
Hello,
Chip.
everyone.
Yo, Chip, can I show you something real quick?
If you're gonna show me what you just showed VPM, I think I already saw it on her stream. But yeah, sure.
Oh, the food, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's just I'm excited. That's all.
What are you making, by the way? Oh, it's like meatballs.
Burgers, but it's this.
What's that, bro?
Beyond mince. Interesting.
What is men's? What is meant by that?
Yeah, fancy stuff.
Is it artificial meat?
I would check the back because I think it's pea protein. Yeah, it's pea protein. It's made of peas.
Yeah, I know that they're jerky these mung bean. The Beyond stuff is just really good in general. But like in terms of how far artificial goes, that sounds like, you know, that has no negative implication in there. I guess it's just based.
Because you have to add many additives and preservative to preserve them, right?
Oh well, that I would guess I would call that artificial, sure.
Yeah, and those preservatives are bad for you, bro.
No, not
okay,
no,
so
no.
I just wouldn't assume the worst though. Like it literally FDA approved, right? To begin with.
Guys,
for starters.
Check the package, bro. Like, what's the ingredient?
Look.
Okay,
preservatives are only bad.
There is methyl cellulose. You can search the.
Yeah, what's the problem with methyl cellulose?
It is bad for you, and
yeah, show evidence for it.
Yeah,
show evidence for it because it's approved. It's approved for consumption. So show evidence that it's bad for you.
Just real quick.
I'll search it for you.
Okay, yeah, go search for evidence for which to like approve your belief, which you reached without evidence.
Before we got into it, right? It doesn't matter if it has this or that. This is about animal ethics, right? The reason why I choose this over meat, because I don't want to pay for really horrible things that happen to meat or to the animals. For meat and like eggs and milk and avocado.
Bro, do you want that horrible things should happen to you?
Man.
Why would you consume poison, bro?
Look,
That's not poison, first of all. Second of all, Vanish Man, if you have a problem with preservatives, you should be aware that animal products have a lot of preservatives, including cheese. All cured meat has preservatives. And the preservatives that are the most dangerous are the ones for animal products. Do you know why? It is highly logical also. Do you know why they're the most dangerous?
But I don't consume animal products, bro. All I'm saying that Felix should eat whole fruits like bread or
Eat what he
potatoes,
wants.
something like that.
He
wait,
should eat what he wants.
He should eat what he wants. All I'm saying that bad stuff would happen to him if
Yeah,
he
can you provide evidence? Can you provide evidence that methylcellulose is detrimental to health?
I'm not able to stream in this channel.
Spanish. I will explain something to you. Whatever I choose to put in my body, as long as there isn't a victim, like, I do what I want, right? But when it comes to you, Vanish, I have a simple question for you. Ready?
Yes.
Are you vegan?
I'm vegetarian.
Jesus.
Oh, okay. Who wants to have a conversation with Vanish?
So Vanish, you do consume animal products.
I just consume milk and milk products.
Yeah, that's
and milk is an animal product, right?
Vegetarian means.
Yes. It is.
Do you know what happens to dairy cows for milk?
Yeah, they milk them. That's it.
So why do dairy cows produce milk?
They produce milk for their children and us too, bro.
Exactly. So for their children they produce it. That's their biological reason. So do you think that? So that means they have to have children. Do you think that they have children whenever they want to, or do you think farmers decide when they have children?
Farmers decide when they have children. It's not what I think. It's what happens.
So if farmers forcefully inseminate a cow, is that moral by your own values?
Like, is it fine? The cow is all up for it.
Is it moral to forcefully inseminate an animal?
Like, is it? Yeah, it is moral. Like, farmer has to feed his family. Farmer has to feed his family, bro. He needs money
farmer
for
can
it.
feed his farmer can make money in other ways, right? You would argue that other people have made a lot of immoral things and made money out of it. That doesn't mean they should continue doing those immoral things. So I'm not asking you if it's justified or if the farmer sees it as justified. I'm asking you, is it moral to touch the private parts of an animal so that you can make money from that?
Yes, it is, bro.
Whoa.
So it is moral to touch the private parts of an animal to make money out of it. Are you sure? You wanna bite that bullet?
I say so because we are providing everything to that animal, right? So I want something in return.
Sorry, if I have a child, right, I birth a child, and I provide them with food and clothing and everything they ever want and need, can I then touch the child in their private parts?
No, because it's illegal, but it's not illegal for animals.
I'm asking if it's moral or not. I'm not asking if it's legal. It used to be not illegal.
It's immoral. It's immoral.
So
but
what is the
people and
moral?
animals are different.
So what is the morally relevant difference between a child and a cow that makes it okay to touch a cow if you provide them with food and water and everything they need?
Cow is an animal. She should treat it like an
So
animal.
what is
not
it
a
about?
human.
What is it about an animal that makes it okay to touch them in private parts? And it's not okay to touch humans in private parts. So I'm looking for a trait that animals have or lack, that humans lack or have retrospectively, that makes it okay to touch an animal in their vaginas, but not okay to touch humans in their vaginas.
It is okay. Do you know why?
No, I'm asking what the
in
trait
the
is.
first place?
I'm asking what the trait is. I'm asking what characteristics do cows have that make it okay to touch them in their private parts?
They don't think like humans. If you touch a cow in her private part, she won't know that it's an abuse.
A very small child will also not know that it's abuse. Is it okay to touch a very small child?
No.
So that's not a trait. That's not a trait.
Child knows that.
So that's not a trait difference between an animal and a child. Can you try again, please? Can you please provide me a trait, a characteristic that animal has or lacks that makes it okay to touch their vaginas?
I'll tell you why the farmer touches their vagina. Would you let me to tell you?
No, because I know it already. I'm just asking how are you justifying it. Which traits do cows lack or have that makes it okay to touch their vaginas for profit?
Like, farmer have to inseminate cow in some way. What would
No, he
do
can
with
just
it?
not inseminate the cows and drink something else. He can do something else. He doesn't have to touch the vagina of a cow. I'm asking what is the morally relevant difference? What are the characteristics that cows...
Okay.
Yes, can you please answer then?
Okay. I'll say it immoral. So what's the problem with that? Even it is immoral, lot of things is immoral in this world.
Yeah. So if it's immoral,
listen to me. The phone you're using right now, the computer maybe you're using right now, the lithium that required to build this computer was mined by someone who's a fucking child.
Yeah, you know what the difference is.
That happened.
You can search what happens in lithium mines, bro.
Yeah, you know what the difference is.
Lithium mines, but it's not. You don't. First of all, you don't have any proof that happens. Whereas you have 100% definite proof that you are forcefully inseminating a dairy cow, or you are paying for there to be forcefully inseminated, which you consider immoral. Number one. Number two, you also have a phone, right? So you telling us, well, you have a phone doesn't mean anything really. What we're not telling you to live your life in a way where you are outside of society or it's impossible for you to live. Is it impossible for you to not drink the titty juice of a cow? Is it really that difficult for you to consider letting the cows not be touched on their private parts?
No, it is not impossible. It's certainly possible, but it is not convenient for me to left cow milk and shift to veganism instead. We have.
Wait, do you not have other milk alternatives?
You see, Chip guy, my friend, I have to live by culture, right? If I don't consume milk, all my friends and society would make fun of me. Like, this person is not good for socializing.
Really? Is that so? What you're saying is that it's okay to do immoral things because you're too afraid of what people will think of you?
All I'm saying that, Mr. Chip guy, we are living in a bad world, bro. Everything is
making the world bad.
Rainbows and sunshine.
No.
Everything is not rainbows and sunshine.
We're living in a bad world.
We live in a bad world.
Because you choose to make the world bad. Because you choose to pay for cows to be forcibly inseminated.
We choose. You and I both, bro.
No,
okay,
I don't
have
choose
a question for you. Hold on.
Sorry,
Chip, 1 second. So, Vanishman, I have a question for you. So, if you had...
respect each other.
Sorry, if I can finish the conversation with Vanishman. So, if you have the choice between getting a phone that the lithium was mined by children and getting a phone that the lithium was not mined by children but like magically appeared into the world, do you think it's a moral obligation from you to get the one that children didn't have to mine?
Yeah. It is a moral application for me. Yes.
Exactly.
What if your
Perfect.
friends would laugh at you? What if your friends would laugh at you if you buy the one that's not mined by children?
Yeah, then I won't buy it, bro. Like, I don't.
You would support children going into mines so that your friends don't laugh at you?
Bro, Chip guy, where do you live, my friend? Do you live in Europe?
Yeah.
So yeah, veganism is a thing in Europe, bro. Like in my country, no one is vegan, bro.
Where are you from?
I'm from India, brother.
Good. Oh my God, really, man? Come
Jesus
on.
fucking Christ. I know so many people, I know so many vegan activists from India. And India is one of the easiest places on planet Earth to be vegan. What the fuck are you talking about? It's incredibly so much harder to be vegan in Amsterdam, where Chip lives, than it is in any part of India. What the fuck are you talking about?
Imagine having traditional dishes that are vegan and you complaining about the fact that it's difficult to be vegan. Come on, man. You're just coping right now.
You see, bro, Chip guy. the traditional dishes are vegetarian, bro. They're not 100% vegan. Who told you that?
Let me ask you this, Vanish man. Why are you vegetarian?
Because of ethics, bro. I don't want to kill animals.
Wait, because of ethics. So then if you find out that cows, the ones that are forcefully inseminated, are also killed, they have their baby killed, they have their baby separated from them. So there's a lot more exploitation, abuse, and slaughter behind the dairy industry, and this is factual that there is considerably more. It is considerably crueler. The dairy industry is considerably crueler than the meat industry. So if you find it unethical to consume meat, then why would you find it ethical to consume dairy products?
It is somewhat ethical, bro. Like, it's not as bad as consuming meat.
Why? So explain to me. No. Why? Because the animal still gets exploited and slaughtered. They still get sexually exploited. So what exactly is the difference between killing an animal for their flesh and killing an animal for their milk?
We're not killing animals for milk, bro.
No, of course you do.
Dairy cows are killed at a quarter of their life. Do you know why they kill them?
Yeah, because they are unable to produce milk, bro.
Exactly.
They kill them because they cannot get them pregnant, first of all, not because they're not able to produce milk. And second, do you find it moral to kill somebody after you try to forcefully inseminate them and, well, the pregnancy didn't stick, and that means it's okay to kill them?
What else we gonna do with them, bro? Like,
what
if we kill them, we can sell their leather. We can sell their leather, and we can wear boots and belt with that leather.
Wait, Vanish man, are animals here for you, or are they here with you?
They are here with me. They're not here for
you because you speak
that's why we worship cow, bro.
No, you speak about them as if they're here for you. When you say, well, what are we going to do with them? It's essentially like, well, what purpose do they have in existing if they're not giving me something? Well, they have a purpose in existing just like you have a purpose in existing on your own. You don't have to have a purpose for somebody to exist, right?
Yes.
But
the problem with you guys is that you consider human and animal to be the same. Why do you think that?
First of all, humans are animals. If you deny that, then we gotta go back to science.
I agree that humans are animals, but they're not other animals.
Okay, well, we are exactly like other animals. In fact, the reason why we test on animals, which you probably are aware, is because we are extremely similar to animals, number one. And number two, the difference between humans and animals, this is the answer that you want to hear. The difference between humans and animals in no way justifies cutting the throat of an animal for optional products.
Yeah, and you yourself said it. You yourself couldn't find the trait difference that makes it okay to exploit a cow. So you, welcome to the conversation. You also think that there is no difference between animals and humans. So
I never said that.
You said that it's immoral to exploit animals, and you couldn't name a trait.
I said they are morals, and we should not kill animals for their meat.
No, I was talking specifically about touching their private parts, and you said, after not being able to give me a trait, you said that it's immoral. So you're immoral, so what the fuck? Why are you coping about it?
Postmortem, let me speak.
Can I also ask a question?
I'll give you the time, Felix. You can answer it later. Do you know why the farmer inseminate cow with an injection?
Yes.
It's because when a farmer get ox to fuck a cow, bro, a ox can damage the cow, bro. That's why they inseminate, and it's more convenient.
Vanish man, what they do is they put their hands in their anus. This is a standard medical procedure. They put their hands in their anus to hold their cervix, and they inject bull semen in their vagina. Did you know that for that bull semen, somebody has to jerk off a bull? So you're okay with the idea of jerking off a bull, taking that sperm and putting it in the vagina of a cow, also that you can get something that is optional to you, and you find all of that moral, and when none of that sticks anymore, when that cow doesn't get pregnant, you think it's somehow moral to take their life. but you somehow have a problem with taking their life for meat, but any other reason is justified, right?
Like every animal has a life cycle, bro.
Jesus
But this
Christ.
isn't a life cycle
for
what
some
you're
time.
talking about. No, life cycle would inherently imply. No, life cycle would inherently imply that it is somehow natural or that it is not controlled. It is something that that cow has on its own or a decision made by that cow. This isn't a life cycle. This is a purpose that you inflict onto them. It's like if I would have power over you and I would say your purpose is to be my slave, and when you can no longer be my slave or when you can no longer carry enough cups to bring to me, I can cut your throat. And you would find that moral according to your own values.
No, I would find it moral because, as I said, humans and animals are not the same, bro.
But okay, but you fail to. I'm sorry, Felix. Just 1 second. So you say humans and animals are not the same. Okay, let me ask you this question, which you fail to answer. What is it that a human being? Well, let me put it this way. What is it that a human being doesn't have? No. What is it that an animal doesn't have that a cow doesn't have? That if a human being didn't have it, it would also make it okay to enslave and slaughter a human being.
They don't think like you, bro. Like animals are fucking dumb. They don't have the brain to comprehend what is happening to them.
Okay, so
like
Vanishman,
you would think that
That
bad
just
thing
makes
is
it
happening to
worse,
a cow,
man.
but a cow doesn't think that.
Vanishman, you're digging your own grave.
Being,
That's worse.
If we find a human being that's less intelligent, that cannot comprehend on their own, somebody who's cognitively impaired, okay? Somebody who maybe hit their head and can no longer ration normally, would it be okay for us to enslave and exploit them?
Bro, if someone is a mad person, then they are good for nothing. Like
so, it's
we
okay to
cannot
enslave them.
Enslave them.
Okay.
Yeah, they're good for nothing. They're
Hold on.
to mental institution. We did to them.
I'll make myself the victim of this. Abanish, imagine I'm literally super dumb, right? I'm super dumb. I'm literally like a 2-year-old. I don't know what's going on. And Chip is like, bro, Felek is so dumb, I'm gonna use him in slavery, and he would not even know he's being a slave, right? Is that okay?
No, bro, you won't be a slave. You would be sent to mental asylum, and you would be treated there accordingly.
No, I would want to enslave Felek. Why would we send them to a mental asylum? If Felek could still provide service for me, wiping my ass or something, right? I would want them to be like, they don't need higher intelligence to wipe my ass. They can literally see it. It's as instinctive as it gets. Would it be okay for me to enslave them and keep them to wipe my ass, and when they can no longer do that, I can kill them? Is that moral to you?
No, it's immoral, but yeah, it's immoral, right? Because he's a human. It's not fucking animal, bro.
Humans are animals. We've already established that. What do you mean?
Bro, have you ever seen a dog in this Discord server?
Vanish. I'll make it
humans are different than
animals. Vanish. If I have a different DNA, would it make it okay for Chip to enslave me?
Different DNA as in what?
Yeah, I'm not
human.
Bro. I'm not human. No, I'm not human. Just like I'm some different species, and Chip is like, bro, he's different species and he's dumb as fuck. He's gonna wipe my ass.
Yeah, he's a different species of humans. You know, there were different species of humans.
I'm just a different
probably monkey. Suppose that you are Neanderthal or something.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah.
And is it okay to make you a slave?
Yeah.
If you are good for nothing, bro, like you are a dumb person, then yeah, it is okay for him to make you a slave. But society doesn't allow that, so we have to.
Wow, dude, you're
People,
saying
for the love
it's
of
okay
God, stop biting horrific bullets. Jesus.
Vanishman, let me explain to you a little bit what's happening right here and what you're saying, because maybe you cannot understand the perspective truly, because you don't seem to understand the logic very well. You see, slavery, the one that you are essentially defending right now, was always.
I'm not defending slavery, bro.
Let me finish, Vanishman. Slavery was you know how they justified slavery? Simply by saying that those individuals are not human. That's how they justified slavery. during chattel slavery, that's how they did it. They said those individuals are not human, therefore it's okay to do whatever we want to them, to enslave them. Exactly the same rationalization, the same things you're using right now. So I just fail to see how you cannot really understand that your logic is in line with a person who's pro-slavery. Maybe you are not pro-slavery because you've been taught that slavery is bad, but your logic is very much pro-slavery. Do you understand that?
In this case, yeah, my logic is pro-slavery.
And is that something to be proud of? Is it really, do you really want to be a pro-slavery person?
No. Like as Felix said, he's like an animal basically. So like, would it be good to make him a slave? If he's an animal, then yes.
So what so if he's an animal, yes, but you're an animal too. You seem to forget that. You just seem to
No. But I am a different kind of animal.
Well, no, you're not. Well, that's the whole thing. You see the difference between species. Do you know what the species even is?
Yeah, I know that, bro.
What is it? Tell me. What does it mean that you and I are members of the same species? What are the implications of it?
Species, I think species means that people, not people, a genome that have similar DNA.
No, it means you and I can produce fertile offsprings. That's essentially it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Yeah, so somebody being a different species than you doesn't necessarily involve such big genetical differences to you, right? So if you think that if you cannot produce fertile offspring with someone, then you can easily enslave them. Is that really values that you hold?
No, it's not what I hold, bro, but it's what is profitable for me. Like, if making him a slave is profitable for me, make him a slave. What's wrong with that?
If it's profitable for me, if it's profitable for me to enslave
as he said, he's good for nothing. So if I don't make him a slave,
no, let me put it this way.
Anything productive.
Vanishman, you clearly don't understand the argument very well, right? So I would be within my rights to say that I'm considerably more intelligent than you. So if I say that and I say, well, you basically have no use for me other than whatever I want to give a use to you, would it be okay for me to enslave you simply because I consider myself more intelligent than you?
No, bro. Why would you enslave me?
Because I consider myself more intelligent than you and consider that I have power over you, just like you do over animals. You think you're more intelligent than animals, yet you don't know even what intelligence is. So how can you even say all of this?
I know what intelligence is, bro. You are
Define intelligence then.
What?
Define intelligence.
Define intelligence like...
Yeah.
Intelligence is basically the ability to understand things and understand your surroundings.
Did you know that animals can think fast and slow, that they can understand things, that they can learn things, that they have a faculty of mind of learning just like we do, even to the level of college, like advanced things?
Yeah, I know that some animals has them.
No, all animals have that. All sentient animals, all animals that have a brain have that. I can send you.
Do you know, bro? Chickens, what scientists did to chickens, that they changed their DNA to have no emotion and have nothing in their brain anyway.
So how can we look? First of all,
they have changed their DNA in a way.
How can we change their DNA to not have that? So what you're saying? Do you know? Tell me how they change their DNA that they don't have emotions. Where do emotions come from?
It's all in the DNA, bro. Everything happened because
emotions come from. Where do emotions come from?
Emotions come from hormones, like hormones. Like if you...
What organ?
Yeah, what
pituitary gland and adrenaline gland. There are many more glands that release hormones.
Well, no, emotions. Hormones. So hormones make you feel emotions, but somebody who.
I want to quickly ask, Vanish, from which part of the body does emotions come from?
Yeah.
Brain and kidneys too, bro. Like there's...
Kidneys?
Yeah. Don't you know that there's a gland in kidney? Adrenaline gland. Search it, bro. Search it.
If you take someone's kidney out, feel emotion?
No. There is a gland, adrenaline gland, I believe. It's
Sure, but that's not what I asked. If you take someone's kidney out of their body, can they still feel emotion?
Yeah, they can feel emotion because emotion is not just
Alright,
related to kidneys.
if you take someone's brain out of their body, can they still feel emotion?
If you take both of them out at the same time, kidneys and brain, yeah, then they would know.
Okay, good dodge, but we're going for like logic here. So like kidney out, emotions still exist. Brain out, emotions still exist?
No. Then the person is dead, bro.
That's right.
Then the person is dead.
Okay. Just want to clarify.
Sorry, Chip, I just had to jump in just to clarify this. This is just, yeah.
No, that's fine. It just seems to me like Vanished Man, you have this very, and I hate to be a dick about it, but very rudimentary view of everything. And you seem to think that these individuals, these animals, who are individuals, by the way, because they have a subjective experience of the world. Do you know what subjective experience is, by the way?
Subjective experience.
Yeah.
Like what I have seen with my eyes, and I'm not looking at the bigger picture. I'm not thinking about other people's perspective.
No, you think, you emote. The subjective experience is a multitude of all of it, right? It just encompasses however you experience the world through your emotions, through your eyes, through everything that you're feeling, right?
Okay.
So if you have that, you are worthy of not being exploited from my personal point of view. You know why that's important?
Why?
Because if you have a subjective experience and you will be exploited, your subjective experience you will understand the exploitation through your subjective experience. Just because you cannot verbalize it, or just because you cannot rationalize the exploitation, does not mean you don't feel the exploitation that's being done onto you, right?
Yes, it's true.
Yeah, so then let me ask you this, because there's a lot of the times when we think about animals, we seem to think that their emotions are somehow inferior, or because we can think we are somehow superior. But you know what? If you think that we can think, then you are obviously know that we as humans can rationalize everything. And one incredible thing that we can do, which not a lot of animals can do, but we can, is we can no longer feel our emotions. We can think our way out of emotions. We can dodge our emotions. So if an animal cannot do that, and you're putting an animal through an emotional pain, which you are when you are sexually exploiting them, when you're taking their baby away from them, you are putting an animal through emotional pain. And if it were a human being, they may actually have an easier time coping with it than an animal does, because that animal cannot put their mind away from that emotion. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that.
So essentially, it would be better for you, what I'm trying to say, that in a twisted world, you would actually be acting a little bit more morally if you did this to humans instead of cows. Do you understand that?
As I said, humans are not similar to cows, bro. How many times I should tell you?
Well, they're similar enough. They're similar enough. That's the whole point, right? Because they both produce milk. The gestation period is both 9 months. But do you think cows want to have their babies taken away from them?
Sorry, I didn't heard. What did you say?
Do you think cows want to have their babies taken away from them?
Is it good or bad?
No, do you think that they want that to happen to them?
No.
No, okay. So do you think that they feel emotional pain?
Taken away from them. Yeah, they feel emotional pain.
Okay, so are you proud of inflicting emotional pain on an innocent sentient being just because you can?
No. Who? Like, I'm not the fucking monster, bro. Why would I would be proud of that?
So then why continue paying for it? That's essentially what we're saying. You say you're not a monster. Why would I be proud of it? But then you go back and pay for it to happen.
Bro, how should I say it to you, bro? You see, the cow for most of the time is not feeling bad emotions. The farmer provides for the cow.
Touch this. You cows are repeatedly impregnated.
One more.
If let's say they feel emotional pain for 2 months, because that's how. Let's say a week. Okay, fuck it, a week. I'll give you this. Let's say a week. If you inflict emotional pain for an innocent animal for a week, every year repeatedly, and when you can no longer do that, you kill them. Do you think that really is justified just so that you can put some white liquid in your mouth hole?
It's not about what is justified and what is not. It's about what is profitable and what is not.
Wait,
Not
are you a
everything in this.
farmer?
No, I'm not.
So then it's not even profitable for you, is it? So then you are
It is
essentially
okay. I'll tell you why it is
supporting
profitable
needless
for me.
animal exploitation.
I need vitamin B12. I need calcium, right?
Well, first of all, cow's milk is not a good source of calcium. I hope you realize that. I'm actually a certified nutritionist. If you don't trust me on that one, look it up. It is a source of calcium, but it's not a good source of calcium.
Why is that? Why is it a good source of calcium?
Because, it doesn't absorb really well for you, first of all, and it doesn't have that much calcium.
Why do you think that it doesn't absorb?
Because I think calcium, what does calcium need to bind to? I think you need the vitamin C to
Vitamin
bind
D,
to it.
vitamin D, vitamin D.
Or vitamin D, yeah. Anyway, but listen, I don't really care if it's good for you or not. I'll just be honest, like we can go down that route, but I don't really care. Well, because you can get all the benefits of that titty juice that you put in your mouth, you can get it from other sources. So I'm just trying to understand how exactly can you morally justify specifically putting a cow through that? Is it because your friends would laugh at you?
No.
It's
because of the nutrition that I would get drinking that titty juice.
So
I want nutrition, bro.
So if you can get nutrition from other sources, because for example, soy milk is actually considerably better for what you said. If you can get nutrition from soy milk, then why not choose that?
Soy milk is estrogenic. Do you know that?
Oh my God.
It's not. No, it's
Do you
not.
want to see? If I provide you with a study, if I provide you with a study that shows that phytoestrogens do not increase your estrogen, would you agree that soy milk is better?
Can you send the study?
Yeah, sure. Right now.
Take it out.
I'm just curious. Can soy milk produce lactobacteria? The way
lactobacteria. What is lactobacteria?
Yeah.
The
It's
one
like
which
what makes sour. What makes sour? What makes milk sour?
Well, usually, so the same thing makes like a sauerkraut sour. So you can can eat sauerkraut if you want the lactobacteria.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about milk. We're not talking about sauerkraut.
Yeah, well, you asked, can plants produce lactobacteria? And yes, not soy, or unless you ferment the soy, so maybe, but like sauerkraut can. So if for some reason you think you need lactobacteria, you can just eat sauerkraut instead of milk.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
Sure.
I need to research. Does
that's fine.
soy?
I'm just answering.
Fermentation of soy milk produce lactobacteria?
It might. I'm not sure, but like sauerkraut does, so you don't need soy for that. You can do it, or milk. You can just eat sauerkraut, yeah.
There you go. I actually vanished, man. I posted that. I posted the conclusion of it also. This updated and expanded meta-analysis indicates that regardless of dose and study duration, neither soy protein nor isoflavone exposure affects testosterone, free testosterone, estrogen 2 or estrogen 1 levels in men.
Also, Vanesh, you have the PMID. If you just Google PMID, you will definitely find this study.
Yeah.
Okay,
but I also provided you with a link.
Like nutrition stuff.
Do
you have any proofs that what's your proofs about like cows feeling emotional pain? Like how can you?
We can just punch a cow and see the reaction of it, right? The same way we can just kick a dog and see the reaction of a dog. That's a form of reaction.
That's called behavioral science.
When you bring in this term like emotional pain, what do you mean by that?
It means that they have a negative valence. It means that they have a negative valence emotion.
About that, or are you just projecting like human psyche on cows?
Well, we cannot proficiently say what emotions they're feeling, just like I cannot proficiently say what emotions you might be feeling. But we know that it is a negative valence emotion.
Yes, but
so for example, if you're saying
we're not talking about punching, if we're talking about taking babies from cows.
Yeah, it is. They're feeling grief.
What you're doing, you definitely like just projecting like human
nope
suffer and emotional stuff on cows.
Nope.
Right?
Nope.
don't have any proofs where like
wait, hold on. We can trait equalize this. Let's say we take a baby from a mentally disabled person, and they can just basically barely react to it. Would you say that they don't care?
No. I'm asking the term like emotional pain related to cows. When
but when you're saying
in relation to cows.
When you're saying you project,
like if it comes to people, if it's even come to like
yeah.
Well, let's come up with a test.
We could have some response. We could have some response, right? We could have some.
Wait, not always. So the reason why I'm asking about mentally disabled person, because they don't always react the way we know how people should react. So if a mentally disabled person does not physically react, or they can't verbally react, do you think they feel okay doing it, or during the process of it?
I don't know. I guess not, because if there is no response, there is no any reaction. I guess they don't.
So would you say there is nothing ethically wrong with stealing a homeless person's baby if they don't react?
I'm not saying that. That was your way.
I'm asking if it's ethical.
It was obviously a...
So Yustovsky, I'm putting an article. We have actual evidence that cows experience grief and stuff like that. It's called The Psychology of Cows, and I gave you the link in the chat. You can look that over. It, cows are one of the most studied animals on the planet, basically, and even the biggest of farmers will tell you, yeah, they experience grief, they experience all sorts of emotions.
You can also just ask ChatGPT and they'll explain exactly how they do the behavioral indicators, the physiological indicators, the cognitive bias testing, and the neurological studies that have been done, which are less common neurological studies, but all the others are pretty common. And you can see, I actually pasted one simple thing there from the behavior.
These guys can,
like from this point you could say that we have to treat like cows the same way we treat people.
No.
Well, you have to treat them with the basic respect of not trying to inflict needless pain, whether emotional or physical, on them, because you don't need to.
For example,
let's go back to a person with mental condition. Why it's not like ethical? Why it's ethically wrong to treat a person like that? But when it comes to animals, specifically cows, you say like, well, no, we don't have to treat them as people, but we have to treat them with respect.
You have to treat both individuals with respect. What I'm saying is that when you treat a sentient individual, the baseline of what we're saying is that don't exploit them, and that means don't use them for your own benefit and against their own detriment. Don't exploit them if it's not needed. That's it. Is it that difficult to do that to an animal?
No, it's not difficult. It's up to you. Like, it's up to your beliefs.
Well, is it up to your beliefs if you want to do that to a human being or not?
I guess it depends on what you call exploitation, and well, it's obviously exploitation.
Taking advantage of somebody, is it up to your belief whether you should be allowed to take advantage of someone or not? So if I have power over you, would it be moral? Would you consider it moral for me to take advantage of you just because I have power over you?
No, but I don't know.
What if I had some special cognitive abilities that you don't have?
Yeah.
Would that make it moral for me to oppress you? That means to be cruel and unjust towards you just because I can?
Because you have.
Bro, chip guy. It's the nature of human being.
Guys,
man. All right, guys. So, like, let's say they put you in charge of programming AI, right? So, ChatGPT is going to gain sentience. It's going to have far greater cognitive ability than humans, and you're going to be in charge of programming. would you want to program it with your current state of mind that says that greater beings have the power to exploit and
The God has
imprison and
created
slaughter?
world like that. The God has created world like that.
I'm almost. So you're in charge of programming next sentient AI that's going to have control over. Do you want to give them a vegan mindset, or do you want to give them your current mindset that says it's okay to exploit those lesser than you?
I'll give them the mindset which is good for our Earth, which is good
That's
for
the vegan one.
It would be it would be best for us to
It's
either
not necessarily the vegan one.
Vanishman, hold on. So it would be best if ChatGPT actually looks at all the evidence. It would be best to either wipe out the entire human population or for everybody to go vegan for human, for the world's betterment. And I have evidence for that.
Say, look at all these dummies even access the world's information in a fraction of a nanosecond. These little idiots. I might as well imprison and exploit.
Wait, Davey, this kind of sounds like the X-Men law of like Magneto wanting to like Holocaust every non-mutant.
Yeah, because they're not Homo superior.
But I think what Davey mentioned is a very valid point, you know, like the idea of how do you want to create this AI is very valid. You know why? Because we as humans, obviously, Vanishman, Yestovsky, you are clearly showing a little bit of bias here. Maybe you're not aware of it, which essentially is a blind side that we humans have as biological beings. But, you know, an AI will take the logic that we give to them and will apply it in all sorts of scenarios and situations because that they're logically based, right? So if we are to apply the logic that you guys are saying, which is we have power over them, we are more intellectual than them, so then an AI theoretically, if they could have power over us and they would obviously be smarter than us, then you would see it as moral. You too would see it as moral if they kill you or oppress you or do whatever they want to you.
It is not about what we see, bro. It's about what the nature is. God has created one like that. Stronger
religion
species.
of it. No,
that's not what my God book.
Yeah.
Religion has nothing to do with it, and also all religions.
No, not religion, bro. It's about the nature. I don't believe in religion either.
Okay, let's leave the religion. Just stop saying God. Okay, just say nature.
When I say God, I meant nature. Like
Okay,
nature works like that.
Why?
Just use that. Use that next time because it's easier to understand. Anyway.
Okay.
Easier to debunk too.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's
let's.
not about debunking, bro.
Hold on.
Like,
Guys. Okay, let's stop. We say if nature created you, let's say, if nature created something up onto you, then it's okay for it to happen.
it's not about it is okay or not. Bro, it is what it is. It's gonna happen.
Wait,
Because it's the nature.
Vanishman. Do you go on a plane?
No, I haven't been in a plane.
You have never been on a plane?
Yeah, but suppose I go on a plane.
Have you been in a car?
Yeah, I've been in a car. Yes.
So nature says that you shouldn't be traveling that fast. Why are you
Nature
defying
doesn't-
nature?
When did nature said that?
Because you cannot move that fast without the help of tools like a car. So
No.
obviously,
No.
so let me ask you this, Vanishman. If you were born with a deformity, one that could easily be surgically removed, should we just say nature made you that way and not remove it, or should we remove it?
No. But nature has also created the doctor, bro. Nature has created the humans.
What?
That's why I was referring to that as God. So it would be easier for you guys to understand it. Like
So then, by that logic,
you
by that
guys are
logic,
very naive when it's come to nature. Like,
But Vanishman, by that logic, nature created veganism, and you know what? Veganism, by the logic, is the next logical extension
Yeah.
of humanity, of society.
Yeah.
Because you know what? It's better for the environment, better for the individuals. It respects all the rights of all the individuals. It's better for health. What else do you need? Like I feel okay, so if you listen to nature, you should be vegan already, shouldn't you?
Yeah. That's why we are having this conversation, bro.
Yeah. So you agree you should go vegan?
That's why. No, I am agree that we should have conversation.
And if you're convinced by the conversation that it would be best to be vegan,
then
you will go
turn,
vegan?
Obviously I'll go vegan.
So what is
So then
not
what would
convincing to
convince
you
you?
at this point?
Oh,
yeah, sorry.
Actually, I turned vegan for a while, and I faced many nutrients deficiencies.
Well, if we help you
Like,
to
I
do
was-
it again without facing nutrient deficiencies, are you gonna go vegan?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's amazing. So here's
what were you
my problem is, as I said, it's vegan diet. It's not nutritious enough.
it is if you take a supplement.
That's not true.
We have to measure everything, bro. Like everything
No,
needs
no.
to be measured.
No,
So
you can
Vanish
just...
Man, one of the first
It's
things
so
I learned
complicated.
one of the first things that I learned when I did my certification to be a nutritionist is that plants are nutrient dense and animal products are energy dense. So if you're looking for nutrients, then obviously plants is the way to go. They have the most nutrients. And
But,
as long as you can get all the nutrients that you need, I don't see any issues.
I love it how you say nutrients cheap.
Let's say specific.
Nutrients.
No, I have the worst accent. Shame.
Anyway. Cool. Yeah. If you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just talking about my personal experience, bro. I got too much deficient in calcium and iron. Like I was
Yeah, but-
fainting all the time. I
But
was
Vanish
dizzy all the
Man,
time.
you could have a bad diet and still consume animal products. It's not like I feel like you see that's the logical error that you're making. You were having a bad diet where you weren't meeting all of your nutritional needs, and all of a sudden you said, "Oh shit, it must be because I'm not forcing animals into slaughterhouses and putting their flesh in my mouth hole." Or sorry, not their flesh, but their secretions in my mouth hole. So I just failed to understand why you didn't just say to yourself, well, maybe I'm missing certain nutrients. Let me find out how I can get those nutrients. And
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
I can do it in a way where I don't exploit innocent animals.
I did that, and what I found out that milk is the most convenient way to get those nutrients.
More convenient than taking a supplement. Are you for real?
Supplement is expensive. It's too expensive. Milk is cheap.
Sorry, if I find a cheap multi-supplement in India, you're gonna buy that instead of drinking milk?
Yeah. If it's
Supplements
if it
should
costs
be
less,
supplements should be more expensive by default because it
Yeah.
takes like production of them, and raising a car is much cheaper.
Cows take.
I don't know, my supplement is incredibly cheap. It's a multi
Yeah,
as
and-
well, it has like 100% of almost everything.
There is a question like about like how your supplements are fucking real and not just some kind of placebo pills.
Well, it wouldn't be a placebo. They must put actual nutrient in a supplement, or because they go through
They are-
testing, right?
they're not obliged to.
Of
Well,
course
they
they are.
have to because otherwise there will be a huge fucking class action lawsuit.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like-
Class actions are the heaviest penalty lawsuits.
You know,
where they go
dr-
up to billions. Sorry.
Yeah, drug and supplement companies actually go through an incredible amount of rigor because they don't want to be sued.
Yeah, when a woman gets pregnant and goes to the doctor, and this is a time period where nutrients mean the most to develop a human life.
Yeah,
the doctor
exactly.
doesn't say go and down a gallon of milk. He says, here, take these prenatal vitamins. Supplement these essential
Yeah,
nutrients.
and what about these cases when
They don't say drink.
You know,
But
have you
but
heard
we are
about
not the
cases
pregnant
of
women, bro.
children
We are
dying
just
because
normal people.
moms like
Right, that's why I gave
don't
you that
need
whole
so much
explanation
nutrients.
of why
guys,
pregnant.
too many conversations. Let's just go one by one. Sorry. But too many people talking at once.
So Davis' point, by the way, just to be clear, Davis' point was that it's the easiest way to get all the nutrients that you need by taking vitamins or supplements. That was his point, and his point was proving that in a period when your body needs to be 100% nutrient specific, all your nutrient requirements need to be met, A doctor doesn't recommend that you consume animal products or that you eat this and that, but rather that you supplement, because that's the best way to be sure that you get all your nutrient requirements. It's not that you're pregnant or something. It's just that kind of proves the idea that it's the easiest and best way to get your nutrient requirements.
It's not the best way, bro. I agree that it's the easiest way, but best way, it's the way which is also economical, right?
So how much do you spend on dairy every single month?
When they make these supplements, where they take these like vitamins from?
What do you mean?
About $10. Dairy is so cheap. You see, if I have
No, can you say in rupees, please?
What's the source of vitamins?
Yeah, $10. I converted that in my mind.
How can you say it in rupees though and not in dollars?
900 rupees.
Yeah, so if you find a 700 rupee multi-supplement, that would be better?
Yeah, but the thing with that, it wouldn't last long.
What do you mean? It lasts for 30 days?
Wait, let's move in the golf post now.
Yeah. It lasts for 30 days. It's less money, right? The second from the bottom is 700 rupees, and it's a really good supplement according to this article, and you can just buy that. There you go.
But supplement aren't real food. Don't you think that?
No, you can eat real food. You can eat real plant food,
calorie.
and then take a supplement just to make sure that you're okay. That's it.
Hold on. If you
do you know that these supplements have been tested on rats? Don't you think that
everybody quiet?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna start server muting. It's fine, policy. We don't have to shout. So Vanish, they already debunked your claim, and now you're moving to somewhere else. Why do you really want to defend like sexually using and abusing animals?
No, bro, I'm not trying to defend it.
Well, basically, you're trying to find a way to exploit animals. You're saying, yes, but. You keep saying this. Like, why do you really want to defend the industry which exploit individuals?
Because it's natural.
Because it's the nature and it's profitable too, bro.
There is nothing natural about farming. It's literally antithetical to nature.
Wait. Okay, Vanish, are you saying it's natural to masturbate animals?
Masturbate?
It's not
shush. Shush, guys, shush. I'm asking Vanish. Vanish, is it natural to masturbate animals?
All I'm saying that everything.
I don't care about that. Can you answer a yes or no question?
Yeah. Yes, it is natural. And
wait, sorry, it is natural. Wait, everyone. It's natural to what? Sorry, it's natural to what? Sorry. Vanish, what is it? It is natural to what?
Everything is natural, bro. You come to this.
Vanished. I'm asking you a simple question. You keep running. What's natural?
Yeah, inseminating an animal is natural. Yes.
Oh, it's not.
It's literally called artificial insemination. So artificial is antithetical to natural. Farming is antithetical to natural. We created agriculture so that we don't have to like look for food in nature. Like it's literally the opposite of natural. Literally.
You see, we are part of the nature, right? We are part of the nature.
No.
So
we left nature a long time ago.
Everything we do, it's in harmony with nature.
No, it's the opposite of being in harmony with nature, and it's the opposite of being natural. Do you know how natural is defined? Do you know what the definition of natural is?
It's a human definition. A human is created it.
Yeah, it's a human-made definition, so we should use it. So natural means anything that is not made by a human. So definitionally saying that anything in farming is natural is it's like the opposite of what the word means.
Yeah. Artificial impregnation.
I'm not able to express my real thoughts in English because I'm not that good at it.
Well, now you know what the definition of natural is, right? So you should stop making claims that anything in agriculture is natural, or find a different word to use. Also, you are talking on a Discord in the 21st century through a mic. Sounds like a good mic as well. So making any claims about nature is fucking weird. You are sitting in a room.
Yeah. But okay.
The room is part of the nature. The mic is part of the nature.
Oh yeah. Well, now you're just a clown. I'm sorry, Vanishman.
Vanishman is wrong about like artificial impregnation is fucking.
Why
natural,
would you say bad words about me post-mortem? Don't say that I'm a clown.
I have
being respectful, right?
Yeah, don't be like.
Yeah, guys, let's be respectful.
Yestovsky, wait for a second. Vanishman, I have a question for you. So, would you rather? It's a would you rather question. Should be pretty simple, right? Would you rather eat something natural that could potentially be good for you, but it could also potentially be bad for you, or would you rather eat something artificial that will 100% be good for you, but
obviously the
downside?
artificial one.
Okay, so then why the fuck do you care about natural or not? What are we talking about here? That's exactly what a supplement is. It's what we're essentially saying is that you could be getting all your micronutrient needs from that, and you would still be eating alongside that without having to worry if you're getting all the nutrients. We're not saying you cannot get all the nutrients that you need from a plant-based diet. You can, but you don't need to. If you want convenience and not to worry, supplementing is the easiest way.
Yeah, it is the easiest way.
Yep. And it's cheaper than drinking milk for it.
No, it's not cheaper.
It is. You said you spent.
I was doing it already.
You said you're spending 900 rupees on milk. You would be spending 700 rupees on a multivitamin, and that multivitamin would have all the nutrition that you need.
No, 700 rupees, but the calories that I.
No, you can still eat
would
food.
Have consume on top of that.
Oh, yeah, you can replace the milk calories for very, very, very cheap.
But that costs money, right?
Come on, Vanishman. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that you are right now looking at a cost of $2 to $5 per month. Because I just refuse to believe. But even if that's the case, like we can just easily equalize it. So if you find a way to make it work within your budget, would you see it as a moral obligation for you to stop oppressing animals?
Yes, definitely.
You know, can I have a second? When I'm kind of understand your point, but why don't you why do you miss this moment where whenever you're asking this cruel and vile human nature exploitation of animals, why do you miss the point that it's not why people so vile? It's because we're trying to meet our growing population demands. So the reason we have, for example, artificial impregnation and different techniques to abandon our livestock is not because we're so vile. It's because we want to feed more people.
But Yestovsky, what if you found out that you can feed considerably more people on a plant-based diet?
Yeah, and that's exactly the reason we, at the same time, we move from natural stuff to more artificial stuff. People came up with ideas like artificial meat and shit. So it's you kind of
what up?
You're trying to ask ethical stuff, completely missing the point of farming pre-industrial, industrial, and in post-industrial society.
You're talking about intent, right? So you can do something vile for profit.
Intent?
Why is it stuck?
Yes, you're saying you're saying that we're doing vile things. We're vile people. I can be a perfectly nice person who does vile things because it makes me money.
We wouldn't have talked about.
I can't understand you because you're speaking while I'm speaking.
Okay.
So my point was
hold on, cheap.
What I'm trying to say is that the reason you're able to have this talk right now is because you live in post-industrial society, or at least industrial society. If you would happen somewhere in 16th, 17th, 18th century, you wouldn't be able to talk about that.
Why does it matter? We're in the 21st century, though.
Yeah, you cannot travel back in time. You're already in a time where you can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason you're able to talk about like veganism now is because you have options. You have options to buy meat or buy supplements, right?
Yeah,
it's great.
The reason why we can talk right now is because we live in the 21st century and there's technology to facilitate our talking right now. What even is the point? Does that, yeah.
I'm not talking to people in the 18th century, right? I'm talking to people in the 21st century. Are you in the 21st century?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, so you're in the same predicament as I am. And by the way, the thing that I'm showing on screen is how we can like feed more population, or if we adopted a plant-based diet, everybody in the world. So right now we are using about 1.2 billion hectares for cropland and the rest for pasture. And if we all went plant-based, we would reduce the amount of land we use by 75% and the amount of crops we need to grow by 200 billion hectares. Oh, sorry, 200 million hectares. So
90% of like plants are genetically modified in order to like making them grow.
Well, first of all, that's incorrect. Second of all, there is nothing wrong with genetically modified.
That is correct. If you're fighting something that is like not unnatural, like okay, well, why stop at exploitation of animals? You have to stop at exploitation of.
Okay, hold on. I'll get to the point. Yestovsky, do you think abusing animals for pleasure is okay?
Who said that made for pleasure?
It's a
what
question.
Makes you believe that people do it for pleasure? I just said that.
But I'm asking you a specific question. I wasn't saying that you are this or you are that. I'm asking you, do you think abusing and harming animals for pleasure is an ethical action?
No, it's not ethical, but you talking about mass production, right?
Okay, we will get to mass production in a second. I'm just asking a yes or no question. So if there are two choices, one which harms one animal and one which harms 20 animals, which option is better?
There is two options, one what harms one animal and 20 animals.
One animal being harmed or 20 animals being harmed? Which one is better?
It's a tricky question, dude, because you, like, what do you mean exactly by harming?
Let's say there's a train, and there's one animal on the rail, and there's 20 animals on the rail. And you can flick a switch between killing one or killing 20. Which one would you switch to?
Maybe one. Okay, but you're talking about two abstract things. Let's talk about something real. You questioned
the reason
impregnation, and I told you that artificial impregnation is the reason why people try to meet their demands in supplies.
Wait, did you
understand that? They being vile or trying to be like abused.
Yestovsky, we understand the reason why artificial insemination is happening. We understand the reason why factory farming is happening, but that doesn't make artificial insemination or factory farming moral in a context where we don't need to do any of it.
So remember how I asked you about...
If you understand that, how can you ask about like ethical stuff?
Yestovsky, do you understand why I asked you that specific question about killing one or killing 20 animals?
Not really. You're trying to...
I can explain. So between creating an animal to kill it and not creating the animal to kill it, the better option would be to not create the animal if we don't have to, right? It would be wrong to force an animal to be created just to be killed. Would you agree?
It would be wrong to create an animal just to kill it? No, it's not. Why is it wrong?
So
if you like, with logic like that, you can ask basically like all farming, like, is it wrong to grow crops?
So,
yeah, in the context when you don't need to, yes, Ski. In the context that you don't need to farm animals at all, right? We don't need to do that. So in the context where you don't need to, as you said, we're in the 21st century. We don't need to do it in the 21st century. How can it be morally justified to do it if we don't need to?
It's up to you to decide either it's like ethical or unethical, is it like justified or not justified.
Yeah, so we're asking you.
Like,
And what Felix is doing, and what Felix is doing right now is trying to grasp where your moral values lie, up to you, your values, right?
No, but it's again, it's like all on the side of human psyche, of your being like, of human psyche empathy, right? You're trying to be empathic about like animals. You're trying to project emotional pain. How you explain it?
They have emotional
pain. The dude like sent me article about how they made research and they proved that. Yeah, maybe, but like we just project.
Yeah, this is a dodged. Very.
Well, he already
Felix.
said. Hold on. He already said that abusing animals is wrong. So he already believes that there is something fundamentally wrong with causing unnecessary harm to animals. And if that is the case, then he should, by his logic, he should avoid actions which cause unnecessary harm to animals. So if he finds out today that we don't have to eat animals, he should stop consuming animals.
Okay.
Do you understand the logic? Do you at least understand the logic that I'm trying to show you?
Okay, let me try to explain my logic. So I totally with you when we're talking about a human go into aerial and killing wild animals living in this area and eliminating like population of animals in this area. That's totally wrong.
Yestovsky, hello.
But whenever we talk about like on purpose,
hello,
wrong like livestock.
Hello. Oh my God! Hello. Do you remember the exact statement I just said a minute ago?
About killing 1 cow and 20 cows?
No, about causing unnecessary harm to animals, right? If you find out, the reason why I'm very particular with this, because I want you to listen, and I get really, really annoyed when people don't listen, and sometimes I kick them from this channel for not listening, right? Because I get really annoyed. What I said is, your view is, if an action causes unnecessary harm to animals, we can talk about wildlife at like later points, because it's a different conversation, right? So right now, if you know that you can eat something else, but you still want to eat meat, that would be causing unnecessary harm to animals, because you can eat something else, therefore making the action unnecessary, right? Does it make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense, but isn't that a like choice dilemma? Like if you have, again, like we're talking about, as I told you, you live in post-industrial society where you have a choice.
Yeah,
and
you do have a choice.
You have this choice, you question yourself, right? If you don't have choice, you don't ask yourself.
Yeah,
exactly.
So we have a choice, everybody, in the 21st century.
Yeah, including yourself. So what's really important right now, are your choices aligning with who you are as a person? Because if you as a person are someone who cares about not causing suffering, it only makes sense for you to choose the vegan options. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Awesome.
I understand you, but like, in what way? Okay, harm, suffering. I don't want animals to be suffered, so I don't eat meat. I don't support this industry. I don't buy meat.
Do you eat any animal products?
What does it change at all? Like
there is net suffering.
Oh man. Okay.
Because of how supply and demand works, when you buy a product, you're showing that you want more of this to be created. The easiest and simple way to demonstrate it is with like KFC, because when you buy 2 chicken legs, it's one individual who has to die, right? And when you buy more KFC, more individuals have to die because they have to make up for that extra customer that you are. It's a simple supply and demand. So you do make you can actually impact animals' lives. So either the animal does not exist and does not get abused, or you pay for the animal to exist and be abused.
Yeah, what about these animals farmed like livestock exist on purpose, not naturally?
Well, they
It's not
exist
nature
because of
made them. It's human labor made these creatures to exist in order to be eaten.
Well, wait, just because we put a label over individuals, that doesn't mean we should do what the label says, right? I can put a label above my dog and say he's meat. Therefore, I can slit his throat and eat him, right? Just because there is a label over them, that doesn't mean it's okay to do whatever the label says. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
And I'm curious, Yastovsky, is it according to your own values? Is it moral? Is it right to bring somebody into existence just so that you can kill them?
Well,
and use their body for
it
whatever.
seems like yes, because that's exactly the whole point of human developing farming and livestock like producing.
Well, I'm not asking you to make an observation of your actions. I'm asking you, do your values, what you say is right and wrong, do your values say that it's okay to bring somebody into existence just so that you can kill them and use your body for use their body for whatever you want?
Use my body for whatever
Use their
I want.
body.
Yeah,
that's
yeah. Like, if it's like necessity, if it's like something I was like a culture where I'm living in a country where like culturally it's like pretty much acceptable to grow pigs and eat them.
Yeah, but you brought up a very good point. You said if it's necessity, not if it's culture.
Exactly.
But necessity, and there's no necessity, that's what we're trying to say. You said it, we live in the 21st century. We don't have necessity anymore. So, and you say that your culture does it. Does that really make it moral? Do you think culture justifies doing whatever we want?
Oh, that's too much, because you're asking like foundation of this culture, or why do people live like that for, I don't know, centuries?
No, culture explains why people live that way, but culture
What
doesn't
way?
morally justify, well, whatever way people are living, whatever culture they're into. But culture doesn't justify actions, right? Like there's a culture on this planet, there's a country, I think it's in Africa, where they do female genital mutilation, where they literally cut off the clitoris of young women. Would you find that moral?
Yeah, it's very cruel.
Yeah, so it's not moral, but it is cultural, you see? So just because something is cultural doesn't make it moral.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so what we're saying is that you don't need to do it. You can use any other product, like for food you can use plant-based products, for clothing you can use, I don't know, cotton or whatever, other products. Like, there's no need for us to kill or exploit or bring to life animals just so that we can do whatever we want to them to get some products that are essentially optional to us.
You know, I think the reason I'm kind of not accepting these ideas is because it asking too much. It's not just about ethical stuff. It's more about like economies and how people developed, and you're asking way too much.
It's more profitable.
But Yastovsky, veganism is a moral philosophy. It's a moral principle, not a philosophy. You know, it's about what is right and wrong. And you say that people make money out of it, but if you think about 200 years from now, in United States of America, there was slavery, 200 years ago, and people were making money out of slavery. There was people who were making money by gathering slaves, people who were making money by artificially inseminating slaves, people who were making money from making sure slaves are in place. There were all sorts of jobs and there was a whole market for slaves. Does that mean we should have continued slavery just because there was money being made from it?
Yeah, for centuries, slavery was living standard. It was fucking okay until people like came up with like appliances and replaced slaves with washing machines and other stuff.
It didn't happen that way. No. So we abolished slavery because it was immoral. But my question to you is, should we have continued slavery because people were making money out of it?
No, dude, we abolished slavery not because it was immoral. We abolished slavery because we went through industrial like revolution.
Industrial revolution.
We came up with mass production, and we were able to produce a lot of different stuff that help us in our households.
America literally went to war for this.
To replace basically like slavery work. So if you take like Roman household back in like Roman Empire, you would have to have like one slave to wash your clothes, other person to keep your garden, another person to do other shit, and now it's all replaced with appliances and different kind of technologies. That's why we abolished.
No, that's not why we abolished slavery. First of all, no, that's not true, and you're mixing up the timelines. The Industrial Revolution happened in the 1900s. Slavery was abolished before that.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this, Yastovsky, because you seem to not understand my question, and I'll ask it again. Should we continue slavery because there was money being made from slavery? Should we have continued slavery?
No, we shouldn't. We have to like move from slavery to something. But we replaced slavery with another type of slavery.
Was there anything wrong with slavery? Yes,
yeah, it is wrong. Because slave doesn't get money.
Vanish, hold on.
Bro, you won't let me speak, bro.
I want
exploitation, right?
Exploitation, cool. Anyway, we can continue. Sorry, I just wanted to see if like there's gonna be any issues with the conversation. That's all.
Yeah. So when you said we should continue animal agriculture because people make money from it, do you see the how it doesn't really matter if people make money from it? You know, in fact, in a lot of countries, farmers who have transitioned from animal agriculture to like farming oats have actually made more money from it and are more successful at it. And they also sleep better and have a better, life because farmers get attached to some of those animals. Farmers do not like sending those animals to slaughterhouses. A lot of farmers do not like everything that they do. So why are you forcing farmers to do something they don't like, animals to be exploited for something you don't need, and slaughterhouse workers to suffer from PTSD because of you? So I'm just curious, like everybody's suffering from this whole system. Why do you want to continue supporting it?
Can you give me an example of a person suffering from PTSD working in a slaughterhouse?
Yeah, there's plenty. Like I can show you a study if you want. Slaughterhouse workers in PTSD. Okay. Does that help? Empirical data. Look, it's called the physical impact of slaughterhouse employment, a systematic literature review. There you go.
Chip, did you put it in the chat? Good.
Yeah, I put it in the chat.
I think the only thing people like working in this industry could like develop is just like fucking detachment from reality and not caring about what they're doing.
Well, not really though. They go home and drink themselves to death, or more likely to abuse their wives.
Okay, I think you don't really understand the nature of PTSD. PTSD have to harm you. Specifically.
Dude, we have friends who have been slaughterhouse workers. We have people who we show you empirical data. We have anecdotal evidence. I'm just curious, what exactly would convince you that animal agriculture is essentially doing more bad than good?
Isn't that something you can say about any industry developed by humans?
Well, no, because some of
I don't have PTSD from my job.
Extracting resources from the land, doing farming.
But Yastovsky, we're not saying you should die. We're not saying you should not live your life normally. We're saying you can live your life normally without supporting the most oppressive system in the planet that we have today, oppressive for both animals and humans.
I think the only way to do this is to establish some kind of country where you will practice only, like India, you know, where you will practice only veganism and don't like have any in your economy. Your economy will be totally based on
Can you
like
be silent?
ethical
Whoever is
stuff,
yapping there.
organic stuff.
Yeah.
Yestovsky, I fail to see why, if we make a country, so if we essentially draw some borders around a land on Earth, and everybody on that land is vegan, how I fail to see how that would convince you of anything, because we have empirical evidence from everything. So it seems that empirical evidence does not convince you, data does not convince you, anecdotal evidence does not convince you. So what do you need?
It's not about that something doesn't convince me. It's about like practical application where you would have a country that runs totally on
Okay.
totally ethical, organic, without any like exploitation of animals, like economy.
Give me a sec.
Where you wouldn't have.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was just looking at Discord. Sorry.
Yeah, debunking your points in the side.
Yeah, where you wouldn't have like any reasons to exploit animals and artificially impregnate cows and.
But we already don't have those reasons. You already don't have those reasons. I'm assuming you have access to a supermarket.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I told you. Whenever you have a choice, whenever you have an options, you face a person with like. Would you like to buy a like KFC hamburger, or would you like to buy a
hamburger?
Alright, Kame, please stop talking and interrupt you. I'll have to kick you.
Okay. Sorry.
So what you said is, if you have the choice to not exploit innocent animals, you have a moral obligation to make that choice, correct?
Yeah. So whenever people have choice, you don't have any like winning card to convince people to not eat meat, you know?
Okay.
So whenever people have an option to buy meat and eat meat, they will do that.
But Istovsky, I'm interested in your perspective, right? We cannot talk about what everybody does, because everybody does things for totally different reasons than you would do. And then I would do also. So what you're saying, but what I understood from you is that if you could find a way to not exploit animals and still have a diet that maintains all your health requirements and you can thrive on it, then you would definitely choose that, correct?
No. Not correct.
No, but so that just that means you're just going against what you just said, because that means you have the choice to exploit animals or not. So why would you choose to exploit animals?
Exactly, that's what I told you. Like, I have a choice.
Yeah.
And you think that's a right choice to make? You think that's a right choice to make?
Well, maybe it's not right choice from your perspective. Like
no. So according to your values, is it a right choice to exploit an animal without any need for it?
Wait a minute. What do you mean? Like my hunger or my desire to eat meat? Not a need.
That doesn't constitute a need. No. If I desire to punch people on the street, it doesn't constitute a need, does it? So your desire doesn't mean it. Your hunger can be curbed by eating plant-based products. So that's why I ask. So if there is no need, would you see it as a moral obligation for people to not, for you, not for people, for you to not oppress animals?
I think that the point is actually whenever a person buying a piece of meat and having a grill with their company and grilling this meat and eating and having fun time, they don't actually feel themselves like oppressing any animals because they just end chain of this like product line. right?
Okay, but let me ask you this: what do you think matters? How you feel if you're oppressing or not, or what actually happens if you're oppressing or not?
I don't agree to the point that it's oppressing whenever people, like, on purpose grow livestock in order to be consumed.
Do you find it cruel and unjust to bring somebody into existence for the sole purpose of killing them for an optional product?
No.
So like...
So you don't find it cruel and unjust to bring somebody into existence for the purpose of killing them for an optional product, really?
Like, what's the difference between wild cherry and cherry I grow up on purpose? Is it like wild for me to grow a cherry on purpose and eat it?
Yeah, fella, go ahead.
If Chip made me if Chip had a baby and it was me, and Chip just decided to pull my leg above the grill and just cook me, you don't have any issue with that?
No. If Chip's able to do that, they actually... Like, actually, it happens in wild nature a lot of time. Like,
oh, Jesus Christ.
So what you're saying is that if somebody has power over somebody else, then anything that they want to do to that somebody is justified because they have power.
Including babies.
Not justified, but that's how nature works. You're kind of trying to reject the point of...
Yastovsky, we're not discussing here what happens. We know what happens. What we're discussing here is what should happen. Should somebody with power do whatever they want to somebody without power just because they have power over them?
Yeah, exactly. Because in fucking jungle or forest, you wouldn't have any trial or due process before a tiger or bear eat you out. Like, that's how like fucking nature works.
Yastovsky, if Chip has a baby, can like Chip beat the fuck out of the baby whenever he feels like it?
I'm sorry, what? Like,
if
baby?
Chip or me, if I have a baby, right? Can I use my baby like a punching bag?
Like a punching though? I don't know what.
Yeah, like, do you think it's right? Is it right or wrong if I make a baby and then what I will do is punch them every day just to, you know,
relieve stress?
Yeah, I'm stressed, so I'll distress by punching the baby.
Dude, come on. Like, if you look into wild nature, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, may I interject?
I can give you examples, like go and Google where like videos about hyenas, pack of hyenas.
Darling,
like,
we live on the internet. We don't need examples of it. If I can, please. So you know what is an is versus ought? Yeah, is. What is versus ought?
Probably not.
It's on my screen, right? So I can explain it very easily. So an is statement is a statement of fact, of reality, of what's happening right now, right? In conversations about morality, though, we put a statement of is aside and concentrate on the statements of ought. Ought, it means like what we should do instead, because an ought statement addresses not what the current reality is, but what we should do, what is moral to do, what is a moral act. So when we are talking about morality, which is what we're doing right now, we're talking about ethics. And if you are being asked a question on what we should do, what is morally right or wrong to do, answering a question with an is statement, well, this is what's happening in nature, it commits two problematic fallacies. So one is that you are changing the subject because we're talking about morality and not reality, right? We're talking about how we should act and not how we do act. And the second one is you are diffusing responsibility. So you're saying, well, this is happening in nature, therefore pointing at yourself, a person who's not in nature, a person who's in the 21st century in a house, not natural. And you're saying, well, if it happens in nature, then it's okay for me to do as well. You're diffusing the responsibility among all people and animals instead of taking your personal responsibility for what you should do according to your morals. Yeah.
Makes sense. I got it.
Yeah. So when
So
Chip is asking what you should do, you should be answering what you, specific to you and not other people, not other animals, and what you should do, not what is reality, yes?
Yeah, it's like personal responsibility. You're asking personal responsibility.
Yeah, Chip, you ask your question again, please?
So if you're faced with a situation between choosing to oppress an animal or not, regardless of the reason, should you oppress an animal or not?
It depends.
Depends on what?
Depends on either this animal is like wild animal or this animal is like in livestock. You grow it.
Why is
Or-
there what is the morally relevant difference between those two animals?
Because livestock animals were grown on purpose.
Yeah, they were no. We're asking what the animal themselves have or lack that makes it okay to exploit and slaughter them, right? Yeah. So like,
Let me ask you this.
yeah, go on, Chip, go on.
So if I bring to life a sheep, right? I use the same artificial insemination and I bring to life a sheep, and I can use them as a punching bag. Is that something that I should do?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Wait a minute. What did you ask?
So if I bring to life a sheep, and and I use them as a punching bag, after which I kill them, is that something I should be doing?
As a punching bag? What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, so I bring to life, do you know what dogs are?
Yeah.
Do you know what dogs are? I bring to life a dog, okay? I bring to life a dog, and what I do is I hang them by one leg and punch the shit out of them until I get more muscles. I get benefit from it, and then I kill the dog. Is that something I should be doing?
I think if you're more struggling like ethical puzzle, if you like to.
I'm asking, Yastovsky, I'm asking if this is something I should be doing or not. Please answer my question.
Why you're always trying to put me in position of being like guilty about something?
I don't know why you feel guilt, but if you feel guilt, it's your feeling, man. I'm not making you feel anything other than asking you logical questions. If I bring into existence a being so that I can kick them and then kill them, is that moral to you?
You know, it feels like it's not like conversation. It's like more like trial, where you kind of try me to like commit some murder or some crime.
Yastovsky, the reason why I ask you
crime and like
Yastovsky, the reason why I ask you these questions, the reason why I ask you these questions is not because I want to judge you or put you on trial. You know, I may judge you regardless of what questions I ask you. The reason why I ask you these questions is because I want to understand your perspective, and I want to find the logic that you have within your mind in regards to that perspective. So when I ask you, because I asked you before and you said it's okay to bring to life an animal just to kill them. So then I'm asking you right now, is it okay to bring to life a dog, I punch them to death, and then I kill them?
Oh, it's bad. Yeah, for sure. Because
it's bad.
Whenever, humans are wild animals. Yeah, and they, not all of them, but
you're
as
going back to his
you show
statements.
in your video right now, this guy, he's just exploiting his vile like behavior in order to abuse animals and punch animals and like treat them as fucking nothing.
And is that bad?
You can't deny that. No, it's bad. It's definitely bad.
Why is it bad?
But you can't deny the fact that the reason why people go into wars with each other is because the people are actually pretty much wild. But
sorry, why is it bad? Why is it bad what I'm showing right now?
Because he's exploiting his like power and like ability to humiliate and abuse these animals.
Well, the animal though is not doing what the animal is not doing what she wants the animal to do. So she's like trying to make him do what she wants to do. So yeah, she's exerting power over them, right?
Yeah, I think we're just talking about.
Do you think it's exerting power over somebody if you bring them into existence just to slaughter them or exploit and slaughter them? Do you think that's exerting power over them?
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are equivalent things. Like even if she didn't, if she wasn't kicking this pig, in a few months when he's a little larger, she would put him on a truck and send him to his throat to be cut. That's her job. That's what's happening on every farm, small or large, right? Even if she wasn't kicking him, she bred him into existence just to send him to slaughter in 6 months. That's exertion of power, even if she, instead of kicking him, was like just waiting for him to get where she wants him to get, right?
That's not exhaustion of power. That's a purpose of slaughterhouses.
It could be a purpose to exert power, and I think that's exactly what it is. So farms, their profit, their existence is to exert power on animals for people like you, for people who pay for the bodies of these animals in the end, right? So you can give it a nicer name, but that's the end of it. That's what they exist for.
Postmortem, sorry, I just have one question, and because I have to go, and I really am curious, Yostovsky. What you see, what Postmortem is showing in that video, right? You said it's bad. What if I told you that that pig that's being kicked, thrown around, and done whatever it is done to them, was brought to life exactly for that purpose, so that it's being kicked, thrown around, and done whatever it is done to them in that video? Does that mean that what is happening to him in that video is right?
Oh, it's not right. I told you, like this person.
Then the purpose that we give, so then you understand that the purpose that we give to them means nothing. You understand that? You understand? Just because we give them a purpose like this, in this instance, just because that individual gave a purpose to that pig to kick them and to move them around, doesn't mean that it is right to do that to them, correct?
Yeah, correct. But you can't just generalize these individual like deeds over whole industry. That's not how people killing a lot of livestock in their slaughterhouses, but maybe, or not maybe, but they don't treat animals this way. This individual in this video just practicing his bad nature. What's bad about people? Like, people are actually bad animals. So
I just failed to understand because I'm not generalizing it. I'm trying to understand one thing.
What I'm trying to say is that you being attached, emotionally attached to this video.
Oh God, that's not
it. You explain for yourself like all industry like that, like what people do to animals.
Yostovsky, I'm not saying that. Yostovsky, imagine the best case scenario, the absolute best case scenario that you can want. This pig is being held on a pillow, then the knife is put to their throat and they're being killed. What I'm saying is that whatever good scenario you're going to be imagining, you acknowledge that that animal does not want to be killed. It is not in their interest to be killed. And you are committing something that is against their own interest, and as you gave them purpose. So I'm just trying to understand, like, how do you think it's moral to give somebody a purpose just because you get some benefit from it, and just because you seem to think it's okay because you gave that purpose to do whatever you want to them? How is it moral? Where's that line? Yostovsky, if I like cutting myself, let's put it this way, I think cutting myself is not that bad, okay? Let's just imagine the situation. I like to cut myself. Every now and again, I take a knife and I make a little incision on my skin. I find it exhilarating. If I did that to you, would that be okay?
No, that won't be okay. And in
Because
defense
I'm
of
not.
me, like, how can I
Yeah.
respond to that?
Do you know why it's not okay? Because I'm not respecting what your interests are. I would be imposing my interests onto you. I would be saying, well, I like it, therefore it should be okay. That's my threshold. So when you say that this is bad, what you saw in there, but that doesn't happen throughout all the industry, you're forgetting the fact that, again, they're sexually exploited and slaughtered. If you don't have a problem with sexual exploitation and slaughter, it doesn't mean anything. You can acknowledge that any individual would not want to be sexually exploited and slaughtered.
So, okay, what's your solution? What do you believe like the best solution for this? Like, you want all people just to give up on their like beliefs and cultures, give up on eating meat, and start being like
Why do
vegans?
you assume that culture needs to have a corpse on your table, a dead animal on your table? You can still meet with your family, you can still group with each other, have the same chats and everything, but instead of putting the corpse of an innocent sentient being on your table, you could just eat something plant-based. You could have a tofurkey instead of turkey. You could have a plant-based burger instead of animal-based burger. You could have exactly the same life, exactly the same culture, just no exploitation and slaughter behind it of innocent sentient beings.
That's not a solution, dude. Because how can you explain to millions of people like living in this culture that they have
Who
to?
cares? Okay, yeah. Like, listen. I agree with you that it's a problem at scale. Yeah. How do we scale this? You're right. That is a problem. We need to find a solution. But how do you, as an individual, morally justify being on the wrong side of this? How do you, as an individual, continue choosing the wrong things to do in this matter?
No, it will not work.
What will not work?
Well, it will not work because people like you refuse to.
Like, human vile nature will like do all what they do.
Sorry, it will not work only because people like you are too stubborn to change their minds and hearts.
Yeah.
You can put it on me. You can say that I'm being like stubborn, but
the entire thing we've been talking to you about your morals. You think that you're not taking the responsibility because you're pointing at other people.
So we
I really want to say
literally went from like talking about like general stuff about personal stuff. Now you convincing me to be stubborn and that bad, right?
No, I want you to be the opposite. No, I want you to be the opposite.
Come on, stop it.
A while ago, we have had a great debate, and I just want to really say one thing, that I feel that you guys outnumbered me there and him here, so I think maybe one of you puts him on like mute and one just talks, because like constantly three people throwing questions and he's answering, like I think that's kind of not fair. That's it. That's what I wanted to say.
We're not talking together though. Either I'm talking or another vegan is talking, and we continue each other's sentences and
I understand, but like
processes.
A while ago I was talking to Felek, you, other guy, then the fourth guy jumped up. So it's really kind of outforcing people, outnumbering people. So
we're not outnumbering though. We're not bringing
fair.
5 questions together. We're each talking at our turn.
I understand, but it's
so
kind
what
of,
is the problem?
Takes lots of
look. If you prefer energy, if you prefer to talk one-to-one, just say you prefer to talk to one-on-one. Then we know.
Yeah. Not me. I'm not having debates. So just
I understand. I'm just saying if people prefer to talk one-to-one, we can respect that. But up until like they have to say something about it. Like let's say I only want to talk to Post or something. Then we will know what's going on and we'll let them talk. But since the issue hasn't been brought up, we're just gonna ignore that for now. So
I'm just saying for this guy, I'm not having a debate. We have.
If this guy wants to have a conversation one-to-one, he will say it.
Okay. I'm totally okay with line of conversation we're having right now and discussion. So that's totally fine. I'm okay with that. I like to know and like different like perspective beliefs from
that's fine.
Other people, so that's fine. I'm totally okay with that. I'm not okay with people like whenever it comes to these level of discussion, you always like come to the point where you kind of start to blame me, like as a person, being like about my moral grounds and how am I bad, like about. No, it's not good, man. I never if you think about it, like never in my in our discussion, I never talked anything personal about your beliefs, right? I always question like general things about your beliefs.
The issue
So
is
don't go like personal. Don't ever go personal. Like
wait. The issue is if your choices have victims, we will definitely talk about those victims. Like if, let's say, if I said I was beating my wife for some kind of reason, you would be like, what the fuck? What's wrong? Why the fuck do you do that, right? Because there's a victim. The same way how vegans react when you have victims, when you're harming victims. And in this position, the victims are the animals.
Okay, I just want to, can you give me a, like, what's the word in English, like perspective, or on how do you see like the world where people don't exploit animals?
Yeah.
Like, what's your perspective on that?
Yeah, if I can, please. So it would actually, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so it would actually be incredibly beneficial for humans to not exploit animals anymore for many, many reasons. First one is that we could actually reduce the amount of agricultural land by 75%, as I already said on this chat. And that would mean basically, you know how like the prices of homes goes up so exponentially that like even people my age are not able to buy homes anymore. So like expanding cities into agricultural land could actually like make it possible for people who are kind of poor, kind of like me, to actually own property, and for the exponential growth of land, it would just hold, right? So more people could buy houses. Another way is that the animal agriculture, the number one produce by weight is actually shit. And you would say, well, what's the problem? We put the shit on crops and the crops grow better. Well, the animal agriculture produces so much shit that it's like literally impossible for them to get rid of it fast enough. For instance, a dairy farm that has like 6,000 dairy cows will produce 8 billion liters of milk, but will produce 80 billion liters of shit. Getting rid of 80 billion liters of shit is incredibly hard, and it like leaks into our water systems and like creates diseases and stuff like that. So we could actually feed more people on a plant-based diet, right? So the graphic that I'm showing right now, reducing to 1 billion hectares, it actually can feed 10 billion population humans. So right now there are people starving in Africa. We could actually feed them without even asking for money, right? So what else? So animal testing is incredible detriment to our ability to cure diseases. So right now we can cure cancer, cardiovascular disease, all kinds of stuff, all the problematic diseases, but we can only cure it in mice and rats. And it could be that we found the cure already, but because it was detrimental to a mouse or a rat, we didn't continue experimenting with it. And it could have been that it's not detrimental to humans because we are not the same animal. And we could have cured cancer already if we didn't rely so heavily on testing on animals. What else? Zoonotic diseases. Zoonotic diseases only exist because we like keep fucking with animals. We keep animals, like so many of them at the same place, and humans keep interacting with them, which allows the viruses to adapt from like wild animals to farmed animals to then humans. So COVID is one of those, the bird flu that we are experiencing right now, H5N1, I think. That's a zoonotic disease. It's incredibly, it's gonna kill millions of people.
If it gets out, yeah.
Yeah, without animal agriculture, that just wouldn't exist. Water, we spend so much water on the crops that we grow for animals, and then we feed those crops to animals, and the animals also drink water. So like, for instance, California, I don't know if you know, is in a constant state of drought, and yet California has the like huge amount of dairy farms around it, and they just waste the water by giving it to animals. So dairy animals drink about 30 to 40 liters of water every single day, and that's not even considering the crops, right? We could give that water to places like, I think Turkey has a problem. Like we could give it to places with droughts. What else, Felix? Can you think about anything else that I haven't mentioned?
I can't think right now with the game. Lol.
Yeah. I have a really good like Twitter post about it somewhere. I couldn't find it though. One day I'll find it. There are like 7 points in which it's like actually fucking killing us. Oh, of course, the environment. So animal ag is responsible for like 25% of greenhouse gases, and it's the worst ones, like methane and shit like that. It destroys the most ecosystems. Like the Brazilian rainforests are being cut down to graze the cows and to grow soy for the cows. So, you know, we're cutting down the lungs of our planet. Yeah, just so that we could have what, beef? It makes absolutely no sense.
Damn, we're still alive.
Hey, post-mortem.
Yeah.
You recommend people to take supplements, right?
Yes.
So
it's actually being recommended by doctors as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So doctor recommends people supplements, right?
Yeah.
Don't you know that supplement, when they are tested in lab, they are being tested on mouse, right?
No, they don't. Supplements. No. Hold on. So outside of FDA, hold on. Outside, you made the claim. I'm gonna rebuke it. So outside of FDA, that maybe makes, but not really. Even the FDA doesn't demand that supplements test on animals. It's just a matter of like putting a few vitamins and minerals in a capsule. There is nothing to test there. But like it's like historically, supplements don't test on animals at all.
No. They are tested to check.
Please provide evidence for your claim, because I used to be in a study coordinator on a supplement, and I had to really quickly learn about testing supplementation. So we tested on humans because supplements generally are not tested on animals. There is nothing to test there. Like it's literally just a few vitamins and minerals in a capsule. That's it. There's nothing to test. Mm-hmm. But so also, like, it's not mandated to test supplements, even if it's a supplement like I don't know, like a sport supplement that actually like is making the claim that it does something in a body that is like extra, let's say creatine or whatever. That shit is not tested on animals. That's tested on humans, because supplements are not tested on animals. That's global.
And also, we do have enough evidence to demonstrate that there is no like long-term damage after taking things like creatine and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to testing overall, yeah, we've done it on like animals and stuff like that, and then we did it to humans. But right now, we have the choice to just buy the vegan versions of it.
Yeah.
The
And
tests
supplements are
have
not
already-
tested on animals, though, Felix. Supplements are not tested. Drugs are, supplements no.
Yeah. I don't know too much about it, but I know that like when it comes to things, let's say you want to take a pill, right, that has been tested or not tested on animals, you have the options to take the one which hasn't been tested on animals. Easy clap. Like even with things like I don't know, sunscreen, we have the vegan versions. Why not?
Yeah.
Felix,
Hi.
do you believe that plants have life?
Sure.
They are
It's not a belief.
living-
They are alive.
Yeah,
It's not a belief.
they are living creatures, right?
Creatures? I'm not sure what do you mean by creatures.
Creature, I mean by that entities. They are living entities, right?
Sure.
So, like, is it okay for us to kill living entities for our own pleasure?
Yes.
It depends on how you see it. Like I draw the line at sentience.
I see it as a murder, bro. Like,
Yeah, if you do see it as an issue, it only makes sense for you to be vegan a little bit more.
Yeah.
No,
Because
why
what does a
would
cow eat? What does a cow eat? Cow eats plants,
Cow-
right?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Huge amount of plants. So usually animals can produce about 10 to 25% of the calories they take in. So if a cow eats, a dairy cow for instance, eats like 20 kilograms of food every single day, she can only produce in dairy or beef or whatever 10 to 25% of those calories back. So like eating animals actually kills more plants than eating plants directly. But also plants are not sentient, they cannot experience life. So I don't understand why you would call it any kind of a problem. It's basically a living object.
So you don't understand like cow anatomy, how cow being like this massive body of an animal able to eat just
I'm not sure
grass
if you were,
and
wait.
Well,
were you
grass are
listening to what you
plants.
just
Grass
said?
are plants. So the person has a
Yeah.
problem. Yeah, so Vanishment has a problem with killing plants. So if a cow eats grass, they're killing plants, more plants than if Vanishment was to eat plants directly, not specifically grass, another plant.
It's not
But-
about
but,
that. It's about
even-
how cows able to actually. The reason why cows like being that massive animals and able to just eat grass is because of their anatomy. They have like 3 or 4 stomachs.
This is so
And,
beside the point. Nobody cares. This is beside the point. The question was, why are you killing plants, you bad vegans? And we made the claim that, and we proved it to Vanishman, that he kills more plants and animals on top instead of just killing a small amount of plants. That's all we proved. We know about the cow. We don't need the lecture about how a cow can produce with 4 stomachs, whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter.
No, dude,
It's
it
a matter
makes
of
all
fact.
sense if you.
Okay, I'll make it super easy. How many kilograms of plants does an animal like a cow eat a day?
Dude,
Okay.
let's,
Come on, guys.
let's start.
Oh,
with,
no, this is gonna be avoiding. This is gonna be avoiding, right? How many kilograms of plants does a cow eat a day?
Let's say that she eats 10 kg a day, but that doesn't mean that you eating plant is any good, bro.
Yeah. So
Yo,
here's
still
the
a
thing.
matter.
There is a thing called trophic levels.
Understanding.
So there is a thing called trophic levels. So because animals, humans and like cows and animals like that, because we are sentient, we are moving around, right? We're using up energy. So a cow eating 20 kilograms of food per day, that's what dairy cows eat, by the way, they will give only 10 to 25% of the energy, the food, back because they spend the rest by moving around, by digesting, by thinking about stuff, by all of that stuff. That's all spends energy. So just by the fact that you're not eating plants directly, but you are taking plants, feeding them to cow, and then eating whatever the cow secretes, you are wasting calories, 75 to 90%.
The post-mortem. Okay, I'll understand your point.
But eating grass, basically growing in a
I'm not sure.
stomach a rabbit.
Wait, did you guys even listen to hold on. Did you even listen to Poist?
Protein.
Hold on. Pestovsky and Vanish. Did you guys listen to what Poist said?
Yeah, I listened to her.
Okay, what did they say?
Like, I can tell you word by word, bro.
Okay, go on.
Listen to her.
Go on.
Tell me.
I can't tell you word by word, I said.
Well, then give it like a summary. Sorry.
What did you understood from it? What did you understood from the conversation or from what they said?
The number of grass cow eats is somehow related to something. I don't know.
Something to something.
Jesus Christ. Cool. So I'm gonna make it very, very simple to understand. A cow eating plants will spend 75 to 90% of what she eats on just existing. And so the cow cannot give 100% of the calories that she eaten back as milk or as beef. Right? So taking plants, feeding them to a cow, and then killing a cow, for instance, and eating her flesh would be a waste of 75 to 90% calories. Therefore, eating plants directly is like saving plants. You save the plants and you save the animal. That's it.
No, before you go into explanation how like killing cow will be a waste of calories. Can you explain to me how cows, in that massive animals, able to eat just grass and build those muscles?
Well, that doesn't matter. That's beside the point. It's complete whataboutism.
Oh, that's not beside the point. That's how like cows' anatomy works.
Yeah, that's great. It doesn't interact with my claim at all.
The whole point is
because there is no like magic formula for you to just eat grass. And
you don't have to eat grass. You can eat other plants. You don't have to eat grass.
Hold on, Vestovsky. The whole claim was that if you care about living beings, you should be vegan by default. So including grass, if you really care about grass and you're vegan, you cause less lives to be killed when you're vegan.
Yeah, zero grass, in fact.
True.
There you go. That's the only thing that we claimed. Nobody gives a shit on how a cow grows on grass or whatever. That's just beside the point entirely.
Do you have same anatomy as a cow? Do you have like three
what's the point?
Jesus Christ.
What's the point?
The point is that cows are able to be their way because of their anatomy. They're able to eat grass and grow rabbits inside their stomachs.
Grow rabbits?
And have nutrients and proteins.
Yeah, so
fermented grass in their stomachs.
Yeah, we don't care. We don't care. We don't care about like what like if I eat like I don't know potatoes, post-mortem can just eat me. I don't care about like I'm not sure why that's important to the conversation.
It all goes to the point what you are as a
Jesus Christ
living mechanism, as a like we're more related to dogs rather than to
but
cows.
Why should I care? Like why do I care about that?
You're just giving us like these statements that don't interact with our conversation at all.
Whole your gut system makes you alive.
Nobody fucking cares. Why does this how does this interact with the point that I was making? Please.
You wouldn't survive.
Please, how does that interact with the point that I was making? It doesn't, does it? It doesn't fucking interact with the point that I was making. I'm not even sure that you listened to the point that I was making. I think you were thinking about the cow eating the grass the entire time I was talking.
Okay, what was your point? Jesus,
For the 10th time, Vanishman made the claim that because plants are alive, therefore we should morally consider them and not kill plants. I've made the claim, and Felix made the claim, that therefore Vanishman should go vegan, because on a vegan diet you kill less plants than on an omnivorous diet or a vegetarian diet. Because in order to create vegetarian or omnivorous food, you need to first take a huge amount of plants, doesn't matter if it's grass or soy, and feed them to the animal. So kill them and feed them to the animal, and then, or like harm them and give them to the animal, and then you take calories from an animal, and it's about 75 to 90% loss of calorie, and therefore 75 to 90% loss of plant life, for which Vanishman apparently cares about. So going vegan would kill less plants than being on a vegetarian or omnivorous diet. That was my point.
Okay.
Ay.
Yeah. Jesus. Never thought I would need to repeat myself so goddamn much. Vanishman, at least did you get... Oh, he's muted. He's deafened. That's fine.
Bruh. What's up, guys?
What's up, Nova? Jesus Christ, it's been a battle. Your mic is kind of weird.
Is it?
Yeah.
We had.
Bruh.
Sorry, Yostovsky, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I said it's not a battle. It's just weird conversation.
Well, it was to the point, right? Vanishman asked a question, and I directly addressed it.
Holy shit.
What's been a battle is me repeating myself like 10 times in a row. That was not mentally easy.
Is when we're dropping at each other like our arguments. And,
Okay.
But,
Ay. Bro, it's so hot here. What the hell? I'm sweating my ass off.
Good.
Okay. On that.
You never know. Dude. Like sometimes it's like too hot. Sometimes it's too cold.
Okay. Guys, I'm gonna bounce. See you.
Have fun, post.
Thank you. Can't do it anymore, guys. That's it. It's been 7 hours. Brian, yeah, it's an exclamation. Jesus Christ! I don't imbue it with powers. I think it also, like, it might be pissing off some Christians. I hope that's okay. I don't know. It's like calling God in vain or whatever. Christians don't use it, so it actually is like supporting the claim that I'm not religious because I use the Lord's name in vain all the time. Means I'm not religious. All right. People, thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it. It's been 7 hours. Some of you are like literally have been here with me for 7 hours. Last time, please hit that like if you can. Tomorrow gonna be usual calm and collected stream. I don't know what about. We'll find something. Maybe I'll talk about the thing on the screen. I don't know. We'll see. Right. See you next time.